In that split second, the bandit had a timely discovery of the arrow Duan Ling Tian shot. He lowered his head and rolled away pathetically. However, he managed to avoid Duan Ling Tian's true energy arrow. A few strands of long hair of his were falling in the air. Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage. Seeing how the bandit avoided the arrow, Duan Ling Tian was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes lit up. Immediately, he released another arrow. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Ling Tian jumped and shot out with the arrow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the bandit who was getting up after rolling away embarrassingly. Then he landed steadily on the ground. At that time, the bandit also discovered Duan Ling Tian and his face shifted. Earlier, was it you who hit me below the belt? Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage, 7 points. Duan Ling Tian's gaze on the bandit was like a hunter looking at his prey. They sparkled brightly like two shiny stars in the night sky. Boy, you dare to ignore me. You're looking for death. Being on the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage, the bandit had more pride than an ordinary person. He was enraged when he saw Duan Ling Tian daring to ignore him. Boom! He stomped his feet on the ground until it shook and cracked. Then, he seemed to transform into a cannonball and launched towards Duan Ling Tian. In his hands, a huge saber appeared. The true energy around the huge saber raged while the saber ray flared as if it had transformed into a foot-long giant saber. It fell towards Duan Ling Tian as if it wanted to split him in half. Die! As the saber fell, the bandit smirked as if he had already foreseen the scene whereby the purple-clad youth in front of him was split into two halves. In face of the bandit's saber, Duan Ling Tian appeared calm. Body and arrow synchronization. With another arrow shooting out, Duan Ling Tian stood on it on his feet, were able to avoid the bandit's strike and instantly got near him. Aerolite shower. Within the time needed to raise a hand, Duan Ling Tian took another shot. When the bandit finally reacted and changed his expression dramatically, a sky full of arrows rained with an immense force as if there was a meteor shower. Seeing this, the bandit did not dare to hesitate. He rapidly slashed out the saber in his hands while he lifted his arm to block the overwhelming arrow rain. Aerolite strike. While the bandit was resisting the arrow rain and trying to escape, Duan Ling Tian made another move. So, one arrow pierced between the eyebrows of the bandit and killed him. Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivators, apart from those at the peak Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage, were like clay chicken and ceramic dogs in front of Duan Ling Tian. They were simply not worth mentioning. Duan Ling Tian, this bandit managed to avoid your shot earlier. At that time, Zhu Lang, who caught up, commented in surprise. It should be noted that almost all the bandits that they met along the way were killed by Duan Ling Tian in one shot. Now, this was the first bandit which managed to avoid Duan Ling Tian's arrow. He was a Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivator. Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile. Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage. Instantly, both Zhu Lang and Guo Li's eyes lit up. That was the first Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage bandit they had ever met. With this one, we probably have 39 points now. Zhu Lang looked delighted. He would have 13 points even if the three of them divided the points equally. 13 points could be converted into 1,300 merit points in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. We'll continue. Duan Ling Tian jumped up again and continued traveling on top of the trees with his left strange pupil in operation. Naturally, the speed of the strange pupil operating was very slow. Otherwise, his spiritual energy would not be able to keep up. It was also because of all that saving, Duan Ling Tian had only depleted 1/5 of his spiritual energy with 4/5 more for him to utilize. Wherever the trio passed, it was as if they were harvesting the bandits' lives. Naturally, the one who did all the attacking was Duan Ling Tian. I really don't know why Duan Ling Tian would want to cooperate with the others. Along the way, the two of them never made a single move. One of the middle-aged men in silver armor, who was hidden in the dark and tailing the trio, could not help but shake his head. Everyone said beautiful women are worth dying for. It's so shocking that Duan Ling Tian would make such a choice for a woman. The other man also shook his head. Obviously, he thought that Duan Ling Tian would cooperate and help Guo Li because he was hung up on Guo Li's beauty. Yes, if this woman didn't exist, the first place in the Lord City Governor's test today would definitely be his. Sighed the former person, thinking that beautiful women were the root of all trouble. From the beginning to the end, they could see that it was not Duan Tian and Guo Li who had brought along a burden, but Duan Tian himself lugging two burdens on his own. However, his eyesight is amazing. He fired his arrow even before we saw anyone in front of us. Apart from that mastery mortal shedding stage bandit, the rest were killed in one shot. Yes, I don't think I could go that far either. His eyes aren't like human eyes. How can human eyes possibly see that far? The two persons, who were hidden in the dark to record the trio's results and protect them, were discussing through true energy voice transmission. From the start, they noticed that Duan Tian's eyesight was far superior to an ordinary person's. Perhaps they were stronger than Duan Tian, but they believed that their eyesight was far inferior to his. While Duan Tian was clearing his path, there were several rapid-moving figures in the other directions which were headed towards the depth of the valley at a speed no less than Duan Tian's. Xianxia, who ranked number 2 among the 13 gangsters, was leading with Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked number 3, closely behind him. After that, there was Sun Gu, who ranked number 4, and Zheng Jian, who ranked number 5. Along the way, they met a handful of mastery mortal shedding stage bandits and a lot of early and intermediate mortal shedding stage bandits from whom they earned quite a lot of points. However, although Sun Gu and Zheng Jian had each killed a mastery mortal shedding stage bandit, they were also severely injured. People from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? There's nothing that special about them. A bang exploded along with a disgusted sneer while a figure flew away and smashed to the ground. He was disheveled and kept vomiting blood. Looking at the mastery mortal shedding stage bandit whose killing intent was apparent on his face walking towards him, Zhang Jilong's face turned extremely gloomy. Duan Tian, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have at least evenly matched him even if I couldn't defeat him. In face of the bandit who wanted to kill him, Zhang Jilong gnashed his teeth, but the target of his hatred was not the bandit before him. Instead, it was Duan Tian. In his opinion, he would not end up in this current predicament if it were not for Duan Tian, who had severely injured him the day before yesterday, which led to him partaking in the test with an injured body. Just as the bandit was about to kill Zhang Jilong, a silver figure appeared. 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. When the bandit saw the youth in silver armor before him, his face changed dramatically and he hurriedly turned around to escape. Currently, there was only one thought in his mind. Run. Run as far as he could. However, could he escape? The youth in silver armor disappeared on the spot. By the time he reappeared, he was already blocking the bandit's escape route, and the bandit was killed before he had time to even beg for mercy. The whole process was as smooth as passing clouds and flowing water. After killing the bandit, the youth in silver armor coolly glanced at Zhang Jilong and declared, "You're eliminated." Zhang Jilong stood up with a sullen expression as he turned around and walked along the way he came. He knew that he was not fated with the city governor of Mound Hill City to be his disciple. 12 points. Zhang Jilong became moodier and moodier when he thought of the points he had obtained. While Zhang Jilong was eliminated, Ho Lin was also severely injured by a mastery mortal shedding stage bandit someplace else. Fortunately, the guardian who was guarding him made a move and managed to save him. However, he was also eliminated after that. When Zhang Jilong and Ho Lin walked out of the valley, they discovered 4 others who had been eliminated before them. The 4 of them ranked the bottom 4 among the 13 gangsters. However, the 4 of them were merely intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. After discovering that, both their faces became a little bit sadder. Damn it, Duan Tian still hasn't come out. Both of them were in a foul mood when they saw that Duan Tian had not been eliminated. Even though they really wished that he would die in the valley, they knew that it was impossible because of the protection of the 36 guardians. Now, they only hoped that he would be eliminated earlier. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. When the trio almost reached the end of the valley, 4 others had also reached consecutively and they saw one another. Duan Tian. Guo Li. 4 pairs of eyes landed on Duan Tian and Guo Li in unison. Yu Lang, who was by their side, was totally ignored. Duan Tian. I didn't expect you to be so lucky that you managed to reach this far. I thought you'd be eliminated halfway through. Zhang Jian mocked with a fake smile. I've always been lucky. That's nothing extraordinary. Duanling Tian coolly glanced at Zheng Jian. You, though, surprised me by coming this far. Humph. Zhang Jian scoffed and looked towards Guoli, who was beside Duanling Tian. Sister Gua, you should have cooperated with me. By cooperating with Duanling Tian along the way, you didn't score many points, did you? As Zhang Jian spoke, he looked at Duanling Tian with a smirk. Duanling Tian was silent even after hearing Zhang Jian's words. However, Zhu Lang, who was beside Duanling Tian and Guoli, almost laughed out loud. Did not score many points by cooperating with Duanling Tian? Ha 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 ha. Just as Guoli's face sank and wanted to say something, a burst of mad laughter burst from the depths of the valley, getting closer and closer to them. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of Duanling Tian and the rest. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe with several scars on his face which looked hideous. Since you've made it here, it must mean that all of you are pretty strong. It's a pity that all of you have to die here today. The person glanced back and forth between Duanling Tian and the rest indiscreetly. Perfection mortal shedding stage. Duanling Tian was stunned. After using the divine eye, he immediately identified the cultivation base of that hideous middle-aged man in gray in front of him. His opponent was a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse. He's the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. While looking at the middle-aged man in gray, Duanling Tian's eyes were laced with wariness. Do you have the strength to even want all of us to die here? Zheng Jian sneered. At that moment, Zhang Jian's attention was fixated on the gray-clad man. He totally did not notice that Xiong Hu and Jin Yuanbao's faces had become serious, as if they knew they faced a powerful enemy. Even Sun Ji's eagerness fizzled out after looking at both their expressions. I'll let you see my strength now. With a vicious smile, the man in gray disappeared from his spot like a gust of wind without any movement. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zheng Jian. Lightning fast. His speed was so quick that everyone gaped incredulously. A little whirlpool appeared in Duanling Tian's left pupil after he utilized the strange pupil. He felt that he had depleted less than half of his spiritual energy to capture the moving figure of the middle-aged man in gray. The amount of spiritual energy he consumed at that moment was almost comparable to the amount of spiritual energy he had consumed throughout the journey. Is that the speed of a perfection mortal shedding stage? Duanling Tian's heart trembled. In addition to opening up more saint veins and having a ridiculously large qi, the amount of true energy contained by a person on the perfection mortal shedding stage was not comparable to someone on the mastery mortal shedding stage, let alone someone on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. The true energy in the body of a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator which was exerted could reach an extremely terrifying stage regardless of its strength or speed. Duanling Tian had discovered that during the battle between Ling Yun and Su Qi yesterday. I'm afraid that the strength of this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit would be above Ling Yun's. Duanling Tian came up with a shocking conclusion after comparing the bandit and Ling Yun, who ranked number 1 among the 13 gangsters. Maybe it was difficult for his old self to differentiate that, but now he had the strange pupil, so he could easily discover that after utilizing it. Shua! Zhang Jian's face changed dramatically. He never expected that the middle-aged man in gray would arrive in front of him the minute after he finished his sentence. Then he also looked terrified as he guessed his opponent's cultivation base. Perfection mortal shedding stage. Instantly, the true energy on his feet surged as he planned to escape by exerting a movement technique. However, he noticed his opponent's hand hurtling towards him like a cattail leaf fan when he moved. It was so fast that he could not avoid it. At that moment, Zhang Jian looked desperate. Bang! A loud blast sounded along with vast airwaves which made everyone's robes flutter. In the next moment, everyone saw it. A silver figure appeared in front of Zhang Jian. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor who blocked the palm attack from the gray-clad man. The 36 guardians who were behind Zhang Jian had finally appeared at that crucial moment and saved his life. The gray-clad man trembled and looked at the silver-armored man gloomily. The 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? Didn't your city governor's estate ask us to attack those that enter the valley? Why did you intervene? You attacking them is your business. Protecting them is mine. Master City Governor said that if you can eliminate all of them, then you'll be allowed to live. After coolly glancing at the gray-clad man, the silver-armored man looked towards Zhang Jian and announced, "You're eliminated." Zhang Jian's expression was clouded, but he could not do anything else apart from turning around to leave with the middle-aged man in silver. As he was leaving, he did not forget to turn his head around and glare at Duan Ling Tian fiercely. "Treating me as a litmus test?" At that time, the gray-clad man finally came to his senses. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City had treated him as a litmus test. "You guys are from the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, aren't you?" After he regained his senses, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian and the others to ask in a deep voice, "Humph, I could guess that without an answer from you lot." After snorting, he continued saying, "Although I won't be able to kill all of you, none of you should hope to pass through this level. I will eliminate all of you." As he spoke, strong self-confidence exuded from his eyes. Having heard what the gray-clad man said, Jin Yuan Bao instantly changed his stance dramatically as he yelled out loudly, "Everyone, we must join hands now." Currently, regardless of Jin Yuan Bao, Xiong Hu, or Sun Gu, all of them had confirmed that the cultivation base of their threat was on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Facing a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse, none of them would be able to match him. They would only stand a chance if they joined hands. Join hands. The man in gray could not help but smirk when he heard Jin Yuan Bao's words. Then he disappeared before Xiong Hu, Jin Yuan Bao, Sun Gu, Guoli, and Zhu Lang. Duan Ling Tian utilized his strange pupil, which enabled him to barely capture the gray-clad man's figure. In the blink of an eye, the man arrived in front of Jin Yuan Bao and used his palm. Boom! The true energy on the Saint weapon gloves surged and transformed into a solid palm print which was about to land on Jin Yuan Bao. Bang! Another middle-aged man in silver appeared and blocked the palm attack from the man. It was one of the 36 guardians. The silver-clad man looked towards Jin Yuan Bao and announced coolly, "Eliminated." Jin Yuan Bao looked feeble and there was a bitter smile on his face. His opponent was so fast that he could not have reacted at all. Although he knew that the perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse was strong, he did not expect him to be that powerful. He arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Eliminated. Eliminated. After Jin Yuan Bao was eliminated, several other neutral voices sounded as well. Zhu Lang, Guoli, Sun Gu, and Xiong Hu were eliminated consecutively. Among the four of them, only Xiong Hu managed to resist until a second motion was made. Before Xiong Hu left, he was the last one to say, "That's fast." He looked with a dignified expression towards the afterimage which moved along with an arrow that shot out. Duan Ling Tian's speed is faster than mine. The afterimage which moved along with the arrow was Duan Ling Tian. Guoli and Zhu Lang had left. None of them were worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety with the 36 guardians there. Naturally, they did not think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. It seems that no one will be able to earn these 20 points. On a big tree beside them, a middle-aged man in silver stood and was shaking his head gently. 20 points were what one would obtain by killing a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was the only one left among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters. Even though he was quite strong and managed to defeat ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators, that did not mean that he could compete with a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. His speed is even faster than Xiong Hu, who ranks number 2 among the 13 gangsters. It's no wonder that Duan Ling Tian could last till now. However, his speed is nothing special before this mastery mortal shedding stage bandit. The silver-clad man who was one of the 36 guardians continued shaking his head. He was on guard, ready to save Duan Ling Tian at any time. From Duan Ling Tian's current speed, he could see that Duan Ling Tian's strength was, at most, on the peak mastery mortal shedding stage, which was far from comparable to a perfection mortal shedding stage. Purple boy, you're the only one left. I'll regain my freedom as long as you're eliminated. The perfection mortal shedding stage bandit in gray looked towards Duan Ling Tian, who was moving along with the arrow. His eyes were gleaming while his face was moody but laced with a tinge of excitement. Are you confident that you'll be able to regain your freedom? Finally, Duan Ling Tian stopped his body and stood a distance away from the gray-clad man and confronted him from afar. I'll admit that you're faster than that built boy. However, your strength would, at most, be at the peak mastery mortal shedding stage while I'm already almost at the peak perfection mortal shedding stage. You're like an ant in front of me. I can do whatever I want with you, drawled the gray-clad man as he sized Duan Ling Tian up.
Then go ahead and try, Duan Ling Tian squinted and challenged faintly.
Now, he did not plan to continue exerting his movement technique because he knew that he still would not be able to catch up with the speed of the gray-clad man even after exerting it. After all, his opponent was a perfection mortal shedding stage being. He had exerted the movement technique earlier because he did not want the man to aim for him too soon. He was dragging time and let the man eliminate the others first. Now that the others were eliminated, there was no need for him to continue exerting his movement technique.
Where did Duan Ling Tian get such self-confidence? The middle-aged man in silver who hid in the dark could not help but frown when he saw the sass in Duan Ling Tian's eyes.
No matter what happens later, please don't intervene. At that time, a voice commanded in his ears.
He could hear that it was Duan Ling Tian communicating to him through true energy voice transmission.
Duan Ling Tian asked him not to intervene?
Aren't you afraid of dying? The silver-clad middle-aged man frowned and asked through true energy voice transmission.
I won't. Duan Ling Tian sent a reply through true energy voice transmission again. His tone filled with confidence, powerful self-confidence. Humph! At the same time, the gray-clad man, who was angered by Duan Ling Tian's provocation, finally could not suppress it anymore and shot out like a bolt of lightning after a snort. He was so fast that there was a short-lived sharp whistle in the air.
He headed straight for Duan Ling Tian.
Faced with the gray-clad man who was charging towards him at great momentum, Duan Ling Tian's right eye could not capture the slightest twitch, but his opponent's figure appeared clearly in his left eye. In the blink of an eye, his left eye saw the man arrive in front of him. Boom! In that instance when the man arrived in front of him, the true energy raging around the palm that he had long prepared suddenly pressed against Duan Ling Tian like the Five Fingers Mountain. Seeing the gray-clad middle-aged man's palm was only millimeters away from Duan Ling Tian, the face of the man in silver who was hiding in the dark sank. He had already missed the best opportunity to intervene. Duan Ling Tian, you only have yourself to blame if you're killed, he secretly thought. The gray-clad man's palm seemed to have transformed into a Five Fingers Mountain to suppress Duan Ling Tian.
The strength of a perfection mortal shedding stage being was completely revealed.
In order to regain his freedom, he had no reservations. Seeing that the palm was about to fall on his body, the little whirlpool in Duan Ling Tian's left pupil rapidly spun. It was getting faster and faster.
In an instant, the remaining spiritual energy Duan Ling Tian had was also exhausted by that little whirlpool.
Strange pupil.
Spatial manipulation.
In that split second, the gray-clad man's palm, which was almost on Duan Ling Tian, swayed away strangely and grazed past Duan Ling Tian's body.
Vast energy stirred the air and set off a series of thunderous air explosions.
How's that possible? Simultaneously, the gray-clad man's expression changed dramatically. However, at that second, he was dragged away by his full-forced attack and was completely exposed in front of Duan Ling Tian. In a split second, the true energy within Duan Ling Tian's chi-si surged out unreservedly and instantly gathered on his right hand through the 32 saint veins.
At the same time, he fully drew the sun-shooting bow and then released the bowstring.
Chong! Wang! A solid true energy light blade flew out and slit across the gray-clad man's throat and severed his head from his body before he even had time to recall his true energy and utilize a defensive move.
Thump! The man's head fell to the ground while blood sprayed from his body and splattered on the ground. Duan Ling Tian followed the momentum and shifted aside whilst the gray-clad man's body was thrown forward by the inertia of his palm attack.
A perfection mortal shedding stage bandit was slaughtered just like that. Silence. The scene was dead silent. One might even hear the sound of a needle being thrown to the ground.
The hidden man in silver, one of the 36 guardians, stared at the scene before him woodenly. He took a while to recover from the shock.
When Duan Ling Tian had asked him not to intervene, he thought that he was being arrogant.
When he saw him almost being killed, especially when he did not react in time because of Duan Lingtian's previous words, he thought that he would be killed by the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Who would have thought that the bandit would suddenly turn his palm and hit Duan Lingtian's side, as if he had been possessed at the very last minute? At that moment, he also did not notice how did the bandit's palm change its direction. In his line of sight, the bandit's hand seemed to disappear into thin air and materialize beside Duan Lingtian simultaneously, seemingly avoiding his target. He could not figure out what had gone wrong. After that, he observed Duan Lingtian decisively taking advantage of the split second to kill the bandit when the latter missed his shot and had not gotten the time to defend himself. As a peak perfection mortal shedding stage being, he clearly knew that the turning point of this battle was when the bandit missed his attack. Accordingly, his palm would have been sufficient to kill Duan Lingtian. At that crucial moment, Duan Lingtian strangely avoided it. Duan Lingtian only killed him because of that fluke. Unless Duan Lingtian knew that that would happen. His heart skipped a beat when he thought of Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, which asked him not to intervene. An unbelievable thought rose in his head. Unless that was his plan all along. He did not dare to continue that trail of thoughts. If it really was Duan Lingtian's plan, how terrifying was he? In that instant, there was greed in the depths of the silver-clad man's eyes. If it really was Duan Lingtian's move, does it mean that I'd be able to fight a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse with my cultivation base of perfection mortal shedding stage if I obtain such powers? Thinking of that, he became very excited. At that time, the Heavenly Dark Guardian wouldn't be weaker than most of those who rank the top 10. The Heavenly Dark Guardian ranked number 18 amongst the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. His cultivation base was at the peak perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, whose spiritual energy was almost exhausted, seemed pale. At the same time, he was more alert about his surroundings. He sensed a burning gaze on him. Currently, he had completely depleted his spiritual energy, and it had affected his strength to a certain extent. He might not even match an ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now. Is that one of the 36 guardians? Duan Lingtian started to be on guard. After the Heavenly Dark Guardian appeared, Duan Lingtian became even warier when he saw the subtle glint of greed in the depths of his opponent's eyes. Greed? What does he want? Does he have an inkling of what went wrong earlier? Is he conspiring against me? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought of that. As the Heavenly Dark Guardian advanced quietly, Duan Lingtian took a few steps backward. At that moment, a soft noise sounded from the sky which caused the Heavenly Dark Guardian to slightly falter. It also stopped Duan Lingtian from walking. After looking upwards, Duan Lingtian saw the Heavenly Leader Guardian who was standing in the air, and he instantly sighed a breath of relief. Heavenly Leader Guardian. He knew that since the leader of the 36 guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, was here, the silver-clad man in front of him certainly would not dare to act as he had before. However, Duan Lingtian knew that the Heavenly Leader Guardian only temporarily solved his crisis. It was not so easily suppressed when the other party had greed on his mind. Eldest brother. The Heavenly Dark Guardian respectfully bowed to the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Heavenly Dark Guardian? The Heavenly Leader Guardian stepped downward and instantly landed by the side of Duan Lingtian and the Heavenly Dark Guardian. He looked towards the Heavenly Dark Guardian and asked with a frown, "Did you kill this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit?" "No." The Heavenly Dark Guardian shook his head, and then looked towards Duan Lingtian and admitted, "He killed him." The Heavenly Dark Guardian. Duan Lingtian learned about the middle-aged man in silver's name when the Heavenly Leader Guardian appeared and greeted him. Heavenly Dark Guardian. They were named after the 36 heavenly stars. The Heavenly Dark Guardian seems to be ranked the 18th, Duan Lingtian thought secretly. Duan Lingtian? At the same time, through the heads-up from the Heavenly Dark Guardian, the Heavenly Leader Guardian looked towards Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression. "You killed this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Noticing the Heavenly Leader Guardian's surprise, Duan Lingtian added he had been battling with the others and used up a lot of his strength. I managed to kill him by sheer luck. Sheer luck?
After listening to Duan Ling Tian, the heavenly leader guardian did not seem to believe him as he stared intently at Duan Ling Tian.
Moments later, the heavenly leader guardian said, "The test has ended. You may leave now."
Ended? So quickly. Duan Ling Tian was stunned.
There was only one perfection mortal shedding stage bandit hidden at the end of the valley. The rest of the bandits were all killed. The heavenly leader guardian said, "Hence, there aren't any more bandits in the valley. There's no reason for you to stay here."
Duan Ling Tian understood now. When he left with the heavenly leader guardian, he clearly felt the burning gaze of the heavenly dark guardian, who was following behind them, landing on him from time to time. I think I should refrain from utilizing the strange pupil in front of the others if I can. Otherwise, it'll cause me trouble sooner or later. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank as he secretly vowed to himself. He guessed that it was the last palm attack from the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit which was shifted that revealed the oddities and led to the heavenly dark guardian's discovery. The heavenly dark guardian must have thought that he was using a special move and lusted for it.
From now on, I've to be careful in the city governor's estate. The heavenly dark guardian didn't get the opportunity to attack me today, but he'll surely find a chance in the future. It was not hard for Duan Ling Tian to guess that.
Maybe the heavenly dark guardian would not kill him at first, but he would surely ask him to hand over the spatial manipulation move. Even though he knew that the spatial manipulation was an ability from the strange pupil which was inimitable, the heavenly dark guardian did not know that. At that point, I'm afraid I'd have to worry for my life if I can't hand it over, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Under the guidance of the heavenly leader guardian, Duan Ling Tian left the valley and rejoined the world outside the valley.
Where's everyone? When Duan Ling Tian rejoined the outside world, he realized that there was no one around. Everyone, including the other 36 guardians, had left.
The Master City Governor has brought them back to Mount Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian said, as if he saw through Duan Ling Tian's doubts.
Now you'll follow me back to Mount Hill City. I'll report the results of this test to the Master City Governor then. After he called out to Duan Ling Tian, the heavenly leader guardian took the lead and stepped into the air as he headed back.
Duan Ling Tian followed him closely. Behind Duan Ling Tian, the heavenly dark guardian could control the air and he flew with them as well. Obviously, he was prepared to head back to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, along with the heavenly leader guardian and Duan Ling Tian.
At the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City in the meeting chamber. "Master City Governor." Suddenly a loud but respectful voice rang from outside and caught the attention of everyone who was in the meeting chamber.
The city governor of Mount Hill City was seated on top of the meeting chamber in an imposing manner. Beneath him, there were 11 young men and 1 young woman standing. It was the 11 of the 13 gangsters who had just come back recently and an ordinary latent dragon camp member, Zhu Lang. "Come in," the city governor of Mount Hill City commanded faintly after hearing the voice from outside. "Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian." Many people greeted respectfully when they saw the figure who walked into the meeting chamber first. Soon after that, they noticed a purple figure which was closely following behind the heavenly leader guardian. It was Duan Ling Tian, who ranked number 6 among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters. Duan Ling Tian. Smiles appeared on Guoli and Zhu Lang's faces when they saw him. Naturally, some people were delighted about Duan Ling Tian's appearance, while some were upset. For instance, Zhang Jian, Ho Lin, and Zhang Jilong were pissed off when they saw Duan Ling Tian since all 3 of them bore an indissoluble hatred against him. Master City Governor. The final results and placing of today's test are out. The heavenly leader guardian walked into the meeting chamber and reported the results to the city governor.
"Announce it." In this rare instance, the city governor of Mount Hill City's eyes lit up.
The person who ranks number 1 in the test today is Xiong Hu with 36 points, while number 2 is Jin Yuan Bao with 32 points. The heavenly leader guardian announced loudly in the assembly hall. As soon as the heavenly leader guardian was done speaking, everyone had their eyes trained on both Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao one after another. They live up to their name of being number 2 and number 3 in the 13 gangsters when they scored 1st and 2nd in the test today. Many of them exclaimed. The both of them will surely be Master City Governor's disciples. Envy rippled around the room.
Naturally, some of them were bitter and felt helpless.
Xionghu smiled joyfully.
Although Jin Yuan Bao did not show his pleasure as obviously as Xionghu did, a curve appeared at the edge of his lips. It showed how happy he was at the moment. From today onwards, Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao will be my disciples, declared the city governor of Mound Hill City. However, he took a glance at Duanling Tian with disappointment in his eyes. Since the city governor of Mound Hill City had said since the beginning that he would only take the people who ranked first and second today as his disciples, the heavenly leader guardian did not announce the ranking and results of the rest.
As the city governor of Mound Hill City spoke, people were looking at Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao with envy and jealousy. For the rest, I'll send your point records to the Merit Pavilion. All of you can retrieve the merit points from the points that you've obtained today in 3 days. The heavenly leader guardian said while looking at Duanling Tian and the rest.
At that moment everyone was exhilarated. 1 point would mean 100 merit points. I have 8 points, so I'll be able to trade in 800 merit points.
Hee. One of the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators among the 13 gangsters snickered.
I've slightly more points than you do. I'll be able to trade in 900 merit points. Another intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator tittered too.
Heavenly leader guardian, Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao will stay. The rest may return to the latent dragon camp, informed the city governor of Mound Hill City calmly as his voice spread throughout the entire assembly hall. Just when the people sighed while shaking their heads and were ready to leave, a person took a step forward and said to the Mound Hill City's city governor, Master City Governor, Duanling Tian was the one who obtained all of the points that our team of 3 achieved. Please give all of the points our team has achieved to Duanling Tian. It was Guili who spoke to the city governor of Mound Hill City while bowing. To her, if Duanling Tian had not shared the points he obtained from killing the bandits with her and Zhu Lang, Xionghu would not rank the first in the test today. Guili. Duanling Tian frowned, not expecting her to speak up for him. That's right, Master City Governor. Duanling Tian was the one who obtained all of the points. I'm guilty of taking it. Zhu Lang stepped forward while clenching his teeth.
Although he desired the merit points, he felt guilty seeing Duanling Tian being disqualified.
To him, Duanling Tian was the one who deserved to be the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple in today's test.
Humph. Master City Governor has set the rules since the beginning. Do all of you think we're playing a game here?
Do you think Master City Governor would believe that Duanling Tian was the one who obtained all of the points? Zheng Jian mocked. The city governor of Mound Hill City who sat in front said nothing. Maybe he did not hear what Guili and Zhu Lang said, or maybe he did not want to be bothered with them at all. Let's go. Duanling Tian frowned and took the lead to leave the assembly hall after calling out to Guili and Zhu Lang. He did not expect them to do that. One must know that he had zero interest in being the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple. Seeing that the city governor of Mound Hill City ignored them, Guili and Zhu Lang looked at each other and forced a smile. Subsequently, they left with Duanling Tian as that was the only thing they could do. However, they were filled with regrets. They regretted participating in the test with Duanling Tian and being a burden to him.
Meanwhile, the rest left the assembly hall one after another. Guili thought she could make Duanling Tian the Master City Governor's disciple just by saying that.
Ridiculous. Ho Lin smirked. It's funny that they wanted to use the points they obtained to help Duanling Tian to win a spot. Zhang Jilong said disdainfully.
Duanling Tian, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for burdening you. Guili apologized to Duanling Tian on the way back to the latent dragon camp. It's me who should apologize. I can't believe we didn't manage to get second place with our points, Duanling Tian sighed. He had miscalculated something.
He did not expect the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit to be the last bandit. He obtained a total of 93 points after they entered the valley and killed the bandits along the way, including the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. After dividing the points into 3, they obtained 31 points each. On the other hand, Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked number 2 in 13 gangsters, obtained 32 points, which was 1 point more than what they had each obtained. We've only obtained 73 points, so we get 24 points each when it's divided into 3. We're quite a distance away from ranking second place. Zhu Lang forced a smile. Both he and Guili had no idea that Duanling Tian had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. However, Duanling Tian did not plan to explain that.
Zhu Lang and Guo Li would naturally find out about it when they traded their points for merit points in 3 days. I believe Master City Governor will find out that you obtained 73 points all by yourself sooner or later, Guo Li said. The 2 of the 36 guardians who were protecting us secretly witnessed all of your moves along the way. They knew you were the one who obtained the 73 points all by yourself.
If Master City Governor knows about this, he'll definitely make an exception to make you his disciple, Guo Li thought at that moment. She panicked when they were at the assembly hall, which was why she had spoken up to the city governor of Mound Hill City hastily earlier. Just like what Zheng Jian said, city governor of Mound Hill City might not believe what she said.
The city governor of Mound Hill City would only believe the 36 guardians.
That's right. Zhu Lang nodded, agreeing with what Guo Li said. Duanling Tian shrugged and looked like he did not care.
If he felt sorry, he was not sorry that he did not manage to become the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple. Instead, he was sorry that he could not return Guo Li the favor.
He had made up his mind. If what Guo Li and Zhu Lang said came true, whereby the city governor of Mound Hill City could make an exception to make him his disciple, he would definitely grab the opportunity to return a favor to Guo Li.
Not long later, Duanling Tian and the other 2 of them returned to the latent dragon camp and went back to their cottages respectively.
Soon after their return, Zhang Jian, Ho Lin, Zhang Jilong and the rest returned one after another. Did Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao become Master City Governor's disciples? The other latent dragon camp members were not surprised by the results. Meanwhile, in the assembly hall, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao stood aside respectfully after going through the ceremony of knighting them as the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciples. They did not dare to leave as long as their master did not ask them to. How many points did Duanling Tian and Guo Li's team obtain? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked the heavenly leader guardian while looking at him. At that moment, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao were looking at the heavenly leader guardian too. There was curiosity deep in their eyes. To them, Duanling Tian was undoubtedly a freak. They were eager to know how many points the freak's team had achieved. 93 points, Heavenly Leader Guardian said after his lips twitched a little as the 3 stared at him. 93 points? As soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian said that, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao were dumbstruck. They only inhaled sharply in unison after a while, disbelief written on their faces.
93 points? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked while frowning.
No. The Heavenly Leader Guardian said. They initially obtained 73 points. However, since the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage Bandit died in Duanling Tian's hands, they obtained 93 points eventually.
They obtained 31 points each on average. The Heavenly Leader Guardian glanced at Jin Yuan Bao as he spoke. He seemed to be telling Jin Yuan Bao that he had been so close to losing his 2nd place in the test today. However, Jin Yuan Bao did not notice the Heavenly Leader Guardian's glance because he was in shock.
The Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage Bandit died in Duanling Tian's hands? At that very moment, no matter Jin Yuan Bao or Xiong Hu, the Heavenly Leader Guardian's words echoed in their heads. They did not snap back to their senses for a long time. So, does that mean that what Guo Li said earlier was true? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked again. At that moment, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao, who suppressed their stirred emotions, temporarily glanced at the Heavenly Leader Guardian once again. They remembered that Guo Li had said earlier that it was Duanling Tian alone who had obtained all of the points the team achieved.
It was nothing since they did not know the points the trio had achieved earlier. Now that they knew, their hearts jolted. Duanling Tian obtained 93 points all by himself?
They could only feel their hearts pumping faster as ever, as if it would jump off their chests any second now. It's true. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded to confirm the fact.
He was shocked to find out about that in the beginning. However, he became numb when he found out that Duanling Tian had killed a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage Bandit.
Duanling Tian could not be predicted by logic. That was how they perceived him.
He obtained 93 points all by himself and killed a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage Bandit when his cultivation bases on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding Stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City mumbled softly while his eyes were filled with burning desire.
Xionghu and Jin Yuanbao looked at each other. They saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Eventually, both of them had a bitter smile on their lips.
Soon, the city governor of Mount Hill City said to Xionghu and Jin Yuanbao while looking at them, "The both of you may return. Get Duanling Tian to come to the assembly hall. Tell him I'm waiting for him." Yes, they replied respectfully and subsequently left the assembly hall. They hurried their way back to the latent dragon camp.
Xionghu and Jin Yuanbao, who had become the limelight among most of the latent dragon camp members, said to Duanling Tian when they returned to the camp, "Duanling Tian, Master's asking you to see him at the assembly hall." They spoke to him through true energy voice transmission in Cottage No. 6 that he was staying in. There were voices coming from outside just when Duanling Tian was ready to enter the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda.
He could tell the voices belonged to Xionghu and Jin Yuanbao. The master they mentioned was undoubtedly the city governor of Mount Hill City.
So soon, Duanling Tian was a little surprised.
He knew why the city governor of Mount Hill City was looking for him without even having to guess.
Just like what Guoli said, the city governor of Mount Hill City would make an exception for Duanling Tian to become his disciple as soon as he found out about the results he obtained in the valley. After all, he outperformed Xionghu.
Apart from that, there was something that Guoli did not know, the fact that he had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit.
Despite being on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he had killed a perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator. His talent and abilities were valued by the city governor of Mount Hill City like never before. As he walked out of the cottage, Duanling Tian happened to see Xionghu and Jin Yuanbao returning to their cottages respectively. "Duanling Tian, you're such a freak." Jin Yuanbao's voice rang in his ears just in time through true energy voice transmission. Although Xionghu did not say anything, the way he looked at Duanling Tian was gravely serious. Duanling Tian flew down from the high platform as he was about to leave the latent dragon camp. Just when he was walking out of the entrance of the camp, a spectral silhouette appeared before him and blocked his way. That was fast. Duanling Tian was shocked to see one of the 36 guardians, the Heavenly Harm Guardian, appear before him. This doesn't look like the speed of a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator.
Duanling Tian activated his divine eye out of curiosity. He found out about the Heavenly Harm Guardian's cultivation base in the blink of an eye.
Paramount mortal shedding stage? Duanling Tian was surprised. He did not know that Heavenly Harm Guardian had broken through as well.
He had used the divine eye to check on the Heavenly Harm Guardian when they first met during his arrival at the latent dragon camp.
Back then, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was merely on the perfection mortal shedding stage. It was easy come, easy go for the Heavenly Harm Guardian.
He left when Duanling Tian snapped back to his senses.
The bunch of the latent dragon camp members, who were excited to watch what was going to happen, was gravely disappointed. What happened? Wasn't Master Heavenly Harm Guardian just about to stop Duanling Tian from leaving? Why isn't he stopping him now?
Duanling Tian was the only one who figured that it must have been Xionghu or Jin Yuanbao who had told the Heavenly Harm Guardian about his reason for leaving the camp. How else would the Heavenly Harm Guardian have dared to stop him from seeing the city governor of Mount Hill City? As he arrived at the assembly hall after leaving the latent dragon camp, Duanling Tian knew that his speculation was right.
"Duanling Tian, I'd like to take you as my disciple. Are you willing to accept my request?" The city governor of Mount Hill City squinted as he asked Duanling Tian directly. "Master City Governor, what benefit is there for me if I agree to be your disciple?" Hearing the city governor's request, Duanling Tian asked straightforwardly too.
The Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed upon hearing Duanling Tian and shouted, "Duanling Tian, don't you dare abuse what you're given. You must feel grateful that you've collected enough good karma for Master City Governor to take you as his disciple."
He did not expect Duanling Tian to be so daring. In fact, he was so bold that he was even bargaining with the city governor. Duanling Tian ignored the Heavenly Leader Guardian and proceeded to look at the city governor of Mount Hill City calmly. He seemed to be waiting for him to respond.
The city governor of Mount Hill City was stunned for a second before asking while feeling amused, "What kind of benefits do you have in mind?"
Master City Governor's really outright straightforward. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. "I don't want much. I only hope that Master City Governor will accept my one request. Do tell, the City Governor of Mound Hill City said.
Master City Governor, I hope you could protect Guili so that she won't be sacrificed in the clan's feud back in Fuyu Town, Duan Tian said in all seriousness.
Duan Tian conveyed his one and only request to the City Governor of Mound Hill City. Fuyu Town. The City Governor of Mound Hill City frowned. Is Guili from Fuyu Town? Yes. Duan Tian nodded. Guili's from the Gua clan of Fuyu Town. She's also the #1 powerhouse among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. The two other clans who treat her clan as their enemy want her dead. What's your relationship with her that you're willing to do this for her? The City Governor of Mound Hill City asked while his eyes mocked him.
She's my friend. I'm helping her for nothing more than returning a favor, Duan Tian said. Are the both of you just normal friends? The City Governor of Mound Hill City proceeded to tease. Really? Duan Tian nodded calmly. There was no change of emotion in his heart at all.
Whatever he said was the truth. He did not harbor any feelings for Guili.
Heavenly Leader Guardian, send my orders to Fuyu Town right away. If anything were to happen to Guili, my City Governor's estate of Mound Hill City will destroy both the clans who go against the Gua clan, dictated the City Governor of Mound Hill City while looking at the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Yes, sir. The Heavenly Leader Guardian left the assembly hall right after hearing that. It was clear that he was on his way to send the City Governor of Mound Hill City's order out.
At that moment, Duan Tian and the City Governor of Mound Hill City were the only two people left in the huge assembly hall. It's my pleasure being your disciple, teacher. Duan Tian bowed to the City Governor of Mound Hill City. Teacher. The City Governor of Mound Hill City frowned. He did not expect Duan Tian to call him teacher. Although teacher and master were similar, there was a vast difference between the two. Compared to being a master, being addressed as a teacher was undoubtedly much more casual. Usually, there was only one master. A person would need to get the approval from their first master if they wanted to make another person their second master. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful.
However, it was a different case for a teacher.
It was not as strict for a teacher compared to a master.
A senior who could teach and lecture would be called a teacher.
Do you already have a master? The City Governor of Mound Hill City's face relaxed from frowning as he asked a while later. No, Duan Tian shook his head. Then why don't you call me master?
Why did you call me teacher instead? The City Governor sounded strict and there was disdain in his tone as he spoke. An educator is one who passes on knowledge and solves the confusion of a student. To me, a master's like the light at night guiding me forward, while a teacher is someone who helps me as I grow, Duan Tian explained honestly.
Therefore, to him, even though he became the City Governor of Mound Hill City's disciple, the City Governor was only his teacher but not his master.
Calling the City Governor of Mound Hill City was too serious to him. It seems like you're saying I'm not worthy of teaching you, eh? A cold gleam was sparkling in the City Governor of Mound Hill City's eyes and his voice became dangerously deeper. If you become the light that guides my way, teacher, then I'll naturally call you my master. But for now, you're just a teacher to me. Duan Tian remained calm as ever facing Mound Hill City's City Governor who looked thunderous. Humph. You may leave now. The City Governor of Mound Hill City scoffed angrily. Sure. Duan Tian did not say much as he retreated and left the assembly hall.
Seeing Duan Tian leave and eventually disappear before his eyes, the murkiness on the City Governor of Mound Hill City's face was no longer there. It was replaced by an amused smile instead. What an interesting little fella. He killed a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when his cultivation bases only on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It seems like this little fella is hiding a big secret, mumbled the City Governor of Mound Hill City to himself. Guili's matter is finally solved. Duan Tian was beaming on the way back to the latent dragon camp. He could finally return the favor he owed Guili.
Out of debt, out of danger. Duan Tian felt as light as a swallow at the moment.
I'll drop by the Merit Pavilion 3 days later. Duan Tian thought to himself after returning to the latent dragon camp. 3 days later, he would be able to trade the points he had obtained from the test today into merit points. Then, he could use the merit points to exchange something that he wanted from the City Governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He might even find something that he desired. As Duanling Tian entered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to continue his cultivation, an order was sent far away from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It went all the way to Fuyu Town. Fuyu Town was also called Fuyu Island. It was an island located not far away from Dao Marshall Saint Land. Fuyu Town was heaved in chaos today. The chaos spiraled from a messenger sent by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City to pass on the order from the city governor. The Gua clan's disciple, Gui Li, is a member of the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. If anything were to happen to Gui Li, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City will destroy both the clans who are against the Gua clan.
Those were the exact words coming from the city governor of Mound Hill City. The entire Gua clan was exhilarated when they heard the order. All of their emotions were stirred.
The most outstanding disciple of their Gua clan was now protected by the city governor of Mound Hill City.
As opposed to the emotional Gua clan members, the other two clans were solemn as if they just had a funeral. The city governor of Mound Hill City's protecting Gua Li? They could not understand why would the city governor do so.
Find out why. Send someone to find out about it. We must find out why the city governor of Mound Hill City is protecting Gua Li. At the same time, stop all of the stakeouts in Mound Hill City. We can't do anything to Gua Li any longer.
Orders were issued from the two clans while the clan members headed towards Dao Marshall Saint Land. At the same time, the people from the Gua clan left Fuyu Island as well. They wanted to know what exactly happened.
Gua Li only found out about it 3 days later. Master City Governor has ordered to protect me? Gua Li was shocked to find out about it at the beginning.
However, she snapped back to her senses very soon. She knew it had to be related to Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian, it's you. Am I right? Seeing Duanling Tian stroll out of cottage number 6 slowly, Gua Li could not help but ask for confirmation.
Duanling Tian could not help but feel surprised to see Gua Li staring at him emotionally.
He had just gotten out of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. While still in a daze, he had no idea what Gua Li was talking about.
He only came to a realization when Gua Li proceeded to speak.
Duanling Tian nodded in response to Gua Li's question about the city governor of Mound Hill City's order to protect her. Thank you. Gua Li thanked him sincerely. She felt touched. You're leaving the cottage. Are you going to the Merit Pavilion too? Duanling Tian asked, changing the subject.
Gua Li nodded.
I've already used up the days to leave the camp once every 3 months. I wonder if I can still leave the camp. Duanling Tian suddenly remembered this matter. I heard it won't be considered as leaving the camp if you're just trading your points at the Merit Pavilion as long as you register with the overseer first, Gua Li said.
Then it shouldn't be a problem. Duanling Tian smiled and subsequently walked into the pavilion at the side of the high platform with Gua Li.
After registering with the Heavenly Harm Guardian, the duo left the latent dragon camp and headed to the Merit Pavilion.
The Merit Pavilion in the city governor's estate was an individual 4-level pavilion.
The pavilion had a plain but quaint appearance. When they entered the first level of the pavilion, Duanling Tian saw a familiar silhouette who had just come out of the pavilion and walking in their direction. Jin Yuan Bao? Senior brother Duan. When Jin Yuan Bao saw Duanling Tian, a charming smile appeared on his face.
Senior brother?
Duanling Tian and Gua Li were stunned when they heard the way Jin Yuan Bao addressed him. I'm 2 years younger than you, and I'm not as powerful as you. It only makes sense that I address you as senior brother, Jin Yuan Bao said with a smile. Duanling Tian finally recalled Jin Yuan Bao, similarly, was also a disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Junior brother Jin. Duanling Tian smiled as well. Senior brother Duan, I've already exchanged for the thing I wanted from here. I'll make a move first. Jin Yuan Bao left the Merit Pavilion after informing Duanling Tian and nodding at Gua Li. Duanling Tian, did I hear it correctly? Did Jin Yuan Bao call you senior brother? And he said he's less powerful than you. Gua Li was shocked as she looked at Duanling Tian. Did you fight him? She knew Duanling Tian had become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City and had asked the city governor to protect her as a favor. Although she knew Duanling Tian had become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she did not expect Jin Yuan Bao to address him as senior brother.
No, Duanling Tian shook his head.
No? Then, Guoli wanted to ask further, but Duanling Tian interrupted her. You'll find out soon enough.
Guoli was confused, but she did not continue questioning him. 31 points?
Is there a mistake? Guoli looked at the staff at the first level counter in Merit Pavilion in shock.
No, the staff shook his head. The three-man team you were in obtained a total of 93 points during the test 3 days ago. You're part of the team, so naturally you obtained 31 points.
You can trade your 31 points for 3,100 merit points. Would you like to do that? The staff asked. Wait. Guoli shook her head. She could not make sense of what was happening. I remember the three of us obtained a total of 73 points. How come it's 93 points now?
Where did the extra 20 points come from?
Guoli had an epiphany as she looked at Duanling Tian, who was standing next to her. It was as though she had just seen a ghost. Duanling Tian. Did you kill that perfection mortal shedding stage bandit? Killing a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit would allow them to obtain 20 points.
Guoli began to hyperventilate as she spoke. She stared at Duanling Tian unblinkingly. She did not want to miss the expression on Duanling Tian's face.
She confirmed her speculation when she saw Duanling Tian nodding. Duanling Tian, you? Guoli felt speechless and amazed as she forced a smile on her face.
She finally understood why Jin Yuan Bao had addressed Duanling Tian as senior brother. Let's trade for some merit points, Duanling Tian said with a small smile. Guoli regained her senses when Duanling Tian spoke and traded her 31 points for 3,100 merit points.
It was Duanling Tian's turn to trade after Guoli was done with her turn. The merit points are in here? Duanling Tian looked at the crystal card in his hand, surprised.
The number 3,100 floated out whenever he exerted his true energy into the crystal card. That was the number of merit points he had in the card.
There's a saint inscription inscribed on the crystal card, Guoli explained to Duanling Tian. She did not seem surprised.
Saint inscription?
That means this is the work of a saint inscription master. Duanling Tian was even more surprised now. Based on what he knew, there was no saint inscription master in Mound Hill City. Guoli smiled as she responded, Duanling Tian. This crystal card isn't produced from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It isn't produced from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City?
What do you mean? Duanling Tian was stunned.
This crystal card comes from the 7th-rate force above Mound Hill City. The merit points come from that 7th-rate force as well, Guoli explained. That 7th-rate force is a powerful sect. Excluding the Mound Hill City, there are another 17 cities in the area that are ruled by the sect. Similar to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the city governor's estates of the 17 cities are 8th-rate forces as well, and they also own an 8th-grade St. Stone's reserve, Guoli said. The 18 cities will have to present a large number of 7th-grade St. Stones and recommend young geniuses to the 7th-rate sect every 3 years. The 7th-rate sect will give out merit points to each city according to the number of 7th-grade St. Stones they submitted and the quality of young geniuses they recommended. I heard the city governor's estate of each city can use the merit points to borrow human rank primitive St. grade martial tactics or exchange for human rank primitive St. weapons and high-grade St. grade pills, Guoli said in one breath. A 7th-rate sect controls 18 cities, including Mound Hill City? A 7th-rate sect that owns human-rank primitive St. grade martial tactics, human-rank primitive St. weapons, and high-grade St. grade pills? Duanling Tian was shocked as he processed Guoli's words.
Duanling Tian, based on your talent, the city governor of Mound Hill City will definitely recommend you to the 7th-rate sect. I'm afraid I, on the other hand, will never have a chance like that, Guoli said, mocking herself.
Getting recommended to the 7th-rate sect. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. He had an eager expression on his face. Since he had arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had been rising up. The higher he was, the faster he would be able to find his parents. Moreover, if he wanted to return to Earth, Elder Hua had said he needed to level up and stand at the peak of this planet.
The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was just a stepping stone for him.
Man struggles upward as water flows downward. This was a theory that would never change. Let's go to the second level and see what we can exchange with our merit points, Duan Tian said, changing the subject when he noticed Guoli seemed to be a little upset. The first level of the merit pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was where they received their merit points. Meanwhile, the second, third, and fourth levels were the place they exchanged for items with their merit points. When they arrived at the second level, Duan Tian discovered they could borrow Saint Grade martial tactics and Saint Grade Dao tactics here. So many Saint tokens? Guoli exclaimed after she walked around the second level. There were at least 100 Saint tokens containing Saint Grade martial tactics and Saint Grade Dao tactics on the second level of the merit pavilion. Although the Guo clan where Guoli came from was a 9th-rate force, they only possessed a few Saint tokens. Furthermore, those were just Saint tokens with human rank prominent Saint Grade martial tactics and Saint Grade Dao tactics. 90% of these Saint tokens contain human rank prominent Saint Grade martial tactics and Saint Grade Dao tactics. The remaining 10% have human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactics and Saint Grade Dao tactics. Duan Tian discovered this fact after walking around the second level with Guoli. An old man patrolled the second level of the merit pavilion. He did not say a word from the beginning until the end. Duan Tian was certain the old man was the powerhouse guarding the second level of the merit pavilion. Soon after, Duan Tian discovered the old man's cultivation base was at the paramount mortal shedding stage when he activated the divine eye. Apart from the old man, there were young men in silver armors standing at the four corners of the second level of the merit pavilion. They looked imperturbable. Their eyes were focused and did not wander around. 4 of them are at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Tian figured out their identities when he saw their silver armors. They were members of City Governor's Estate of Mound Hill City's 36 Guardians. Senior, how do I borrow Saint Grade martial tactics from the Merit Pavilion's second level with merit points? Guoli asked when the old man was near her and Duan Tian. You'll be able to read a human rank prominent Saint Grade martial tactic once with 100 merit points and human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactic with 1000 merit points. You're not allowed to bring the Saint token out of the Merit Pavilion, the old man said calmly. 1000 merit points just to read it once? Guoli exclaimed in shock when she heard his words. One had to read the Saint tokens 5 times in order to memorize the Saint Grade martial tactic. One would only be able to read the content of the technique's first stage of cultivation that was also the fundamental awareness stage on their first read. They would have to cultivate the technique to the fundamental awareness stage before they could read the content for the second stage that was also the elementary stage. Therefore, one would need to read it at least 5 times before one could completely master the Saint Grade martial tactic. It was only natural that Guoli was shocked since it would take 5,000 merit points to master a human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactic. Duan Tian, on the other hand, was smiling. 1,000 merit points to read it once? One must know that he was different from the usual martial cultivators. Ordinary martial cultivators would have to read the Saint Grade martial tactic 5 times at least to obtain all the contents in the Saint token. However, his extraordinary spiritual energy allowed him to completely memorize the Saint Grade martial tactic in the Saint token after only reading it once. Silver shirt. Without any hesitation, Duan Tian immediately walked toward the few Saint tokens that contained human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactics. His target was a human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactic that contained the silver shirt. Silver shirt was a human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactic defensive technique. It was also the upgraded version of the defensive technique copper shirt that he was cultivating. Lin Qingrong was the one who told him about this. Soon after, Duan Tian found the human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactic that contained the silver shirt. Senior, Duan Tian looked at the old man who was nearby as he held the Saint token in his hand. Whoosh! The old man disappeared from his spot and reappeared before Duan Tian with a crystal card in his hand. Duan Tian took out his card as well. When he was on the Merit Pavilion's first level, Duan Tian had witnessed the staff transferring 3,100 merit points into his crystal card. Therefore, he mimicked the staff and placed his crystal card on top of the old man's card. However, he had no idea what he should do next. At this moment, Duan Tian felt a little embarrassed.
Exert your spiritual energy and think of transferring 1,000 merit points to me, the old man reminded Duanling Tian when he noticed his embarrassment. Hearing that, Duanling Tian immediately exerted his spiritual energy into the crystal card in his hand and focused his mind on transferring 1,000 merit points from his crystal card to the old man's card. All of a sudden, his crystal card flashed and a streak of light shot into the old man's crystal card. When Duanling Tian exerted his true energy into the crystal card, he could clearly see that he was only left with 2,100 merit points. That's simple. Duanling Tian was surprised. He did not expect transferring merit points from one crystal card to another was so easy. You can read the saint token you have with you now, the old man said. Duanling Tian nodded and subsequently exerted his spiritual energy into the saint token in his hand. At this moment, the information in the saint token rushed into Duanling Tian's head. It was so deeply entrenched in his mind that it would be difficult for him to get rid of it. However, among the sea of information, only the silver shirt's information was useful to Duanling Tian. The others were useless to him. To avoid the old man's suspicion, Duanling Tian did not put down the saint token immediately when he was finished with it. Ordinary martial cultivators would need at least 15 minutes to memorize all the techniques at the fundamental awareness stage in the saint-grade martial tactic. Guali was occupied with picking a saint token that contained a human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic and transferring 1,000 merit points to the old man while Duanling Tian pretended to be absorbed with the saint token he held in his hand. Subsequently, she began to study the content of the human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token. After approximately 15 minutes had passed, Duanling Tian quietly put the saint token in his hand back to where it was. Guoli also woke up after a while. She had memorized the technique up to the fundamental awareness stage in the saint-grade martial tactic. She would not able to look at the content after this, so she returned the saint token. After both of them returned the saint tokens, they made their way up to the third level of the merit pavilion. They could exchange their merit points for saint weapons at the third level of the merit pavilion. To their surprise, 90% of the saint weapons available on the third level of the merit pavilion were human rank primitive saint weapons. They all sparkled dazzlingly. Senior, may I ask how many merit points do we need to exchange for a human rank primitive saint weapon? Guali asked as she looked at the old man patrolling the third level of the merit pavilion. 2,000 merit points, the old man said calmly. 2,000 merit points? Guali's eyes widened. So expensive? However, the old man did not respond to her. He had assumed she could not afford the items. Although Guali thought it was expensive, she eventually picked a human rank primitive saint weapon and exchanged for it with her merit points. Currently, the crystal card in her hands was only left with 100 merit points. Everything's back to square one. Duanling Tian shook his head as he looked at the number shown on Guoli's crystal card. Guoli, who was upset with the number of merit points she had left, regained her senses when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She asked Duanling Tian, "What did you say? Everything's back to square one? What does that mean?" It was a saying back in Hua or Earth where Duanling Tian was from in his past life. It was only natural Guali did not know what it meant. "It means starting over again," Duanling Tian said. Guali finally understood him after he explained it. Although she felt pain from losing her merit points, she was smiling when she looked at the human rank primitive saint weapon in her hands. The weapon she was holding was a whip. It was similar to the weapon she had. She decided on this human rank primitive saint weapon because it was practical. "Duanling Tian, you're not exchanging for any weapons?" Guali could not help but ask when she saw Duanling Tian did not look at or select any human rank primitive saint weapons. "Let's go to the fourth level," Duanling Tian said with a smile. "Duanling Tian, I saw a bow over there earlier. It's a human rank primitive saint weapon bow. You really don't want to get that?" Guali asked again to be certain. Duanling Tian shook his head. What a joke. The sun-shooting bow he possessed was a lot more superior than the human rank primitive saint weapon. It was unnecessary for him to waste his merit points to exchange for an inferior weapon. Since he did not plan to exchange anything, Duanling Tian took the lead to leave the third level and head straight to the fourth level of the merit pavilion. Guali followed close behind him. The second level of the merit pavilion was where they borrowed Saint Grace martial tactics with their merit points.
The third level was where they exchanged for saint weapons with their merit points. Meanwhile, the fourth level was where they exchanged for saint grade pills with their merit points, just like Duanling Tian had speculated. 1-star saint grade pills? 2-star saint grade pills. Duanling Tian learned about saint grade pills when he arrived at the fourth level of the merit pavilion. He learned that saint grade pills had 9 grades, starting from 1 star and ending at 9 stars. Naturally, 1 star was the lowest and 9 star was the highest. They could exchange for 1-star saint grade pills and 2-star saint grade pills on the fourth level of the merit pavilion. It's really more powerful than royal grade medicinal pills. It was not difficult for him to see that the 1-star saint grade pills' medicinal efficacy was far better than the royal grade medicinal pills when he used his spiritual energy. Naturally, they were not called royal grade medicinal pills at the Dao Martial Saint Land. The same medicinal pills were called innate medicinal pill at the Dao Martial Saint Land.
20 merit points for a 1-star saint grade pill and 100 merit points for a 2-star saint grade pill. Such an astronomical figure. Duanling Tian thought to himself, his lips slightly twitching.
No matter if it were the 1-star saint grade pills or 2-star saint grade pills, they had healing medicinal pills and sensory pills that could elevate one's sensitivity toward heaven and earth spirit energy within a short period of time. The former was for healing, while the latter was to assist in one's cultivation.
11 2-star healing medicinal pills and 10 2-star sensory pills, Duanling Tian said to the other old man patrolling the fourth level of the merit pavilion.
When he had just arrived on the fourth level, he had used Divine Eye to check on the old man. He discovered he was at the paramount mortal shedding stage similar to the old men on the previous 2 levels. Duanling Tian picked 2-star saint grade pills that cost 100 merit points each. 21 pills amounted to 2,100 merit points.
Duanling Tian transferred all of the merit points he had left in his crystal card into the old man's card and successfully obtained the saint grade pills he desired.
2-star saint grade pills. That's 2 grades higher than royal grade medicinal pills. I wonder how's the medicinal efficacy like? Duanling Tian put the 21 medicinal pills away. He could not wait to test them out. The only thing he wanted to do now was to return so he could test the 2-star saint grade pills' medicinal efficacy. Guoli's lips subtly twitched when she saw him spending so extravagantly. Meanwhile, she had used her remaining 100 merit points to exchange for 5 1-star saint grade pills. She obtained 3 1-star healing medicinal pills and 2 1-star sensory pills. Since they had completed their objectives here, they prepared to leave. They began to make their descent from the fourth level, but they stopped when they were on the stairs of the third level of the merit pavilion. This was because they encountered someone they knew.
Sister Gua, congratulations. It's a surprise that you gained Master City Governor's protection. The person they bumped into was Zheng Jian, who was ranked number 5 in the 13 gangsters. He congratulated Guoli with a smile on his face. However, Guoli ignored him.
Her behavior caused the smile on Zheng Jian's face to freeze.
As the smile on Zheng Jian's face faded completely, he shifted his eyes from Guoli to Duanling Tian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed like he could not wait to kill Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, on the other hand, was fearless as he locked eyes with Zheng Jian.
Duanling Tian, if you're a man, challenge me when you return to the latent dragon camp and take cottage number 5. Zheng Jian glared coldly at Duanling Tian. His voice entered Duanling Tian's ears through true energy voice transmission, provoking him. Judging by Zheng Jian's words, it was obvious he was unaware that the city governor of Mound Hill City had made an exception and accepted Duanling Tian as his pupil. Zheng Jian did not step out of his cottage since he returned to the latent dragon camp 3 days ago. He only left the latent dragon camp today with the purpose of coming to the merit pavilion. During his journey here, he heard about the city governor of Mound Hill City's order to protect Guoli. However, the news of Duanling Tian becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City had yet to spread out. This was why he was unaware of it. Otherwise, he definitely would not have the guts to provoke Duanling Tian.
I'll be waiting for you at the latent dragon camp. Duanling Tian's expression remained the same, but there was a raging fire in the depth of his eyes that revealed his current emotion.
Even the nicest person has his or her limits.
This Zheng Jian had been provoking him over and over again. Did Zhang Jian really think he could treat him like a rotten persimmon, that he could do whatever he wanted to?
I hope you remember your words. Don't you hide in your cottage when I return. Zhang Jian smiled slyly when he thought of his plan coming to fruition. Duan Tian stared at Zhang Jian before he left the merit pavilion. Meanwhile, Guoli turned back to look at Zhang Jian's back. There was a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Even Jin Yuanbao, who was ranked number 3 in the 13 gangsters, addressed Duan Tian as senior brother. However, Zhang Jian dared to provoke him?
She admired Zhang Jian's courage. Naturally, she did not advise Zhang Jian since she did not like him at all.
After leaving the merit pavilion, Duan Tian and Guoli returned to the latent dragon camp. However, they were not in a rush to return to their cottage. Instead, they stood in front of the cottages. It seemed like they were waiting for something.
Naturally, their actions caught many people's attention.
What are Duan Tian and Guoli doing? I've no idea. They should have just returned from the merit pavilion. I'm sure they exchanged many items. Shouldn't they be studying the items obtained? The latent dragon camp's members staying in the dilapidated cottage were confused.
They only regained their senses when they heard a voice coming from the camp's entrance 15 minutes later.
Duan Tian, you kept your promise. Zhang Jian smirked as he walked into the latent dragon camp. Subsequently, he hopped onto the high platform and stood across Duan Tian as they locked eyes.
Battle intent rose slowly from his body. Intention to fight was rising on his body. However, Duan Tian did not intend to respond to him. He only looked at him calmly.
Meanwhile, Guoli stood at the side as she calmly watched both of them staring at each other.
I was wondering who Duan Tian was waiting for. As it turns out, he was waiting for Zhang Jian. When did both of them get into a conflict?
A lot of people were surprised. However, there were more people who were excited. They were waiting to watch a good show.
Duan Tian, soon you'll see that your insignificant ability is nothing in my Zhang Jian eyes.
Don't you dare think that you can look down on everyone at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage just because you defeated a few fellows who had just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Zhang Jian's face turned completely solemn when he saw Duan Tian ignoring him. I'm not sure about other people at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but you, Zhang Jian, is someone I really look down on, Duan Tian finally said. His tone was calm, as though he was talking about something trivial. An uproar broke out among the crowd as soon as Duan Tian finished speaking.
Apart from Guili, who knew Duan Tian was stating the truth, everyone else thought he had gone insane.
Has Duan Tian gone insane? Zhang Jian has broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage quite a while ago. Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, who have just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, can't compare to him at all. He's making the biggest mistake in his life if he thinks Zhang Jian's as easy to defeat as Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong.
I would love to see him embarrass himself. The latent dragon camp's members at the dilapidated cottages discussed among themselves. More than 90% of them bet Duan Tian would lose.
Zhu Lang, I know you're quite close with Duan Tian. However, he'll definitely have bad luck for picking a fight with my cousin, Zhang Jian. I suggest you return to your cottage so that you won't be upset when he gets hurt. Hu Jie mocked as he arrived at Zhu Lang's dilapidated cottage.
The victory isn't certain yet. Zhu Lang smirked. He knew Duan Tian's strength very well.
Other factors aside, if he and Guoli were not a burden to Duan Tian in the test the city governor had prepared for them 3 days ago, Duan Tian would have definitely ranked number 1.
This was why he was so confident. He believed Zhang Jian was no match for Duan Tian.
What? Don't tell me you think Duan Tian can defeat my cousin Zhang Jian. Hu Jie smiled mockingly. I'm not sure about other people at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but you, Zhang Jian, is someone I really look down on. On the high platform, Duan Tian's words echoed in Zhang Jian's ears. His body was trembling in fury. His eyes turned blood red as his stomach was filled with a raging fire. He was on the edge of snapping. Eventually, he managed to calm down his overwhelming anger. Duan Tian, I'll show everyone how someone you look down on is going to toss you into the manure pit, Zhang Jian shouted angrily. He pounced at Duan Tian as though he had turned into an agile cheetah. The air seemed to compress in his wake. Some of the spectators held their breaths as they watched the scene before them unblinkingly.
However, what happened next made their jaws drop. Oh God! What did they just witness? Bang!
A loud thud came from the high platform, followed by a groan of pain. Subsequently, everyone saw Zhang Jian shot out of the high platform like an arrow leaving its bow from just one blow and a collision.
At this moment, Zhang Jian lost control of his body as he arrived above the manure pit.
Just as he was about to fall into the manure pit next to the dilapidated cottages, a purple silhouette suddenly appeared next to him.
Bang!
Another loud explosion sounded in the air. Apart from Guoli, nobody in the crowd saw what had happened clearly as Zhang Jian fell. As the purple silhouette disappeared, Zhang Jian's body fell into the manure pit as disgusting matter covered him. The latent dragon camp's members stepped back one after another at this moment.
What? Everyone was shocked. They were shocked as they looked at the scene before their eyes. They did not regain their sense for a long time.
Zhang Jian passed out just like Ho Lin did previously? Many of them were puzzled when they saw Zhang Jian lay unmoving in the manure pit.
Meanwhile, some of them looked at the purple silhouette above the high platform in shock. Duanling Tian's so powerful now?
Could he have broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage? Could his ability be on par with a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse? The news of Duanling Tian defeating Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, despite only being at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, had spread to the latent dragon camp. Every latent dragon camp's member knew Duanling Tian was capable of defeating people at a higher level. When they saw Zhang Jian was thrown out in one blow and passed out from the second blow, they thought Duanling Tian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage and possessed strength on par with a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse.
After all, Zhang Jian was different from Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong. He had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage much earlier.
There were only 3 people who were not surprised by this in the crowd. They were Guali Zhulang and the Heavenly Harm Guardian who stood at the pavilion at some point.
This Duanling Tian is really merciless. The Heavenly Harm Guardian shook his head. However, Zhang Jian brought this upon himself for offending this terrifying person.
Cousin Zhang Jian, Hu Jie exclaimed loudly when he regained his senses. His expression was terrible. He quickly charged forward and carried Zhang Jian out of the manure pit. Pooh! At the moment when Hu Jie laid Zhang Jian down on the ground, he began to regain consciousness and spat out a mouthful of disgusting matter that landed on Hu Jie's face. Blurg! At this moment, Hu Jie vomited out of disgust on Zhang Jian's face. Zhang Jian, who had just regained his consciousness, did not know where to vent his anger when he realized he had fallen into the manure pit. When Hu Jie vomited on his face, he instinctively slapped Hu Jie as his expression changed drastically. Hu Jie was thrown back from his slap. Bang! Hu Jie was thrown quite far back before he landed on the ground. He lost his breath as blood continued to stream down from his mouth, shot out far away and landed hard on the ground. Whoosh! Everyone was still thinking about how Hu Jie was wrongfully slapped. A silhouette appeared next to him suddenly. The person's expression changed drastically after he checked Hu Jie's pulse and breath.
Heavenly Harm Guardian, many people's hearts were pumping quickly as they watched the scene unfolding before them.
Zhang Jian, you killed Hu Jie. The Heavenly Harm Guardian said coldly as he looked at Zhang Jian solemnly.
Hu Jie's dead. Zhang Jian regained his senses and his expression changed drastically when he heard the Heavenly Harm Guardian's words.
This was not because he killed his cousin, Hu Jie. It was because he had violated the latent dragon camp's rules. There was a rule in the latent dragon camp that stated members were not allowed to kill or cripple one another. Failure to comply would result in punishment. Murderers would be given a heavy penalty and expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate.
Before everyone had time to react, the Heavenly Harm Guardian picked Hu Jie's body up and flew to Zhang Jian. He extended his arm and picked up Zhang Jian like he was an eagle carrying its chick.
Zhang Jian, you're guilty of killing Hu Jie, a latent dragon camp's member. You'll be going to the punishment camp. The Heavenly Harm Guardian left with Hu Jie's body and Zhang Jian.
The people in the latent dragon camp only regained their senses after a while.
Hu Jie is dead?
I think Hu Jie is Zhang Jian's distant cousin. This Zhang Jian is really cruel. He actually killed his distant cousin.
I supposed he had yet to come to his senses when he did that.
Hu Jia's strength is far lacking compared to him. It's only natural that Hu Jia could not withstand his attack.
The latent dragon camp's members discussed among themselves.
All of them knew Zheng Jian was in trouble now. There's a rule in the latent dragon camp that prohibits members from killing each other. One would be heavily punished if one were to violate the rule.
One would also be expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate. Do you think Zheng Jian will really be expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate? I think so. Maybe not. Zheng Jian's one of the 13 gangsters after all. He's extraordinarily talented and strong. I don't think he'll be expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate.
What's the point of having rules in the latent dragon camp if Zheng Jian's not expelled?
Who will obey the rules in the future? The latent dragon camp's members were divided into two sides as they argued. At this moment, nobody cared about Duan Ling Tian. Even Duan Ling Tian did not expect that to happen.
He deserves this for his wrongdoing, Guoli said with a scoff.
Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched subtly when he heard Guoli's words. Many people said that women like to hold grudges. He discovered that to be true today. Zheng Jian was brought away by the Heavenly Harm Guardian to the punishment camp of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, and he never came back. The situation kept changing in the latent dragon camp. Li Han, the first person Duan Ling Tian had defeated among the 13 gangsters when he had just arrived at the latent dragon camp, had successfully broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. He had intended to look for Duan Ling Tian to seek revenge the minute he came out of his closed-door cultivation. However, he completely dispelled that notion once he heard Zheng Jian had been defeated by Duan Ling Tian.
Nevertheless, he became one of the 13 gangsters again with his strength, and the 13 gangsters' rankings changed again. Apart from the top 4 that remained unchanged, Duan Ling Tian had replaced Zheng Jian and moved into cottage number 5. Zhang Ji-long moved into cottage number 6 while Guoli moved into cottage number 7.
The owner of cottage number 8 wooden was Ho Lin, and cottage number 9 belonged to Li Han. As for the owner of cottage number 10, it had changed ownership a few times within the month. It was only confirmed after another latent dragon camp's member broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. At the same time, news of Duan Ling Tian becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City began to spread.
As it turns out, Duan Ling Tian had already become a disciple of Lord City Governor. Since Duan Ling Tian has become the disciple of Lord City Governor after Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao, this indicates his strength has surpassed Sun Gu, who's ranked number 4 among the 13 gangsters.
If Zheng Jian knew Duan Ling Tian has become Lord City Governor's disciple, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Duan Ling Tian, even if he was more courageous. Things change. Perhaps even Zheng Jian did not expect that he would be expelled from the latent dragon camp and evicted from the city governor's estate for killing his distant cousin. I heard that Zheng Jian was only half alive when he was evicted from the city governor's estate. The punishment camp's way of doing things is so vicious. In my opinion, he's lucky to be alive.
The area of the dilapidated cottages in the latent dragon camp was as lively as ever.
Since Duan Ling Tian had defeated Zheng Jian in one move, Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong became much warier of Duan Ling Tian. When they heard that Duan Ling Tian had become Lord City Governor's disciple, they had completely dispelled the notion of making an enemy out of Duan Ling Tian, especially Ho Lin. Although Duan Ling Tian had thrown him into the manure pit once and humiliated him, he did not harbor the slightest intention of avenging himself when faced with the current Duan Ling Tian. After Zheng Jian was chased out of the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate, 1 month passed by quickly. On this day, the person ranked number 1 among the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun, left cottage number 1. Everyone knew what he was going to do.
Ling Yun returned an hour later. Although his face remained cold, there was a hint of excitement in the depth of his eyes.
Duan Ling Tian walked out of the pavilion at the side of the high platform just in time to see the joy in Ling Yun's eyes. He thought to himself, it seems like Ling Yun passed teacher's test.
He went to the pavilion to collect saint stones.
Now that he was ranked number 5 among the 13 gangsters, he would be able to collect 900 grade 8 saint stones every month. When Duan Ling Tian was looking at Ling Yun was also looking at him. He sent him a message through true energy voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian, although you're older than I am and became master's disciple before I did, you'll have to defeat me first if you want me to address you as my senior brother. Duan Ling Tian just smiled faintly before he returned to cottage number 5. After returning to the cottage, he retrieved the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and entered it with just a thought and headed straight to the 2nd level. He continued cultivating after arriving there. A layer of silver luster shrouded his body as though he was wearing a silver coat. My cultivation progress for the upgraded version of the copper shirt, the silver shirt, has been smooth sailing. I'm currently at the competent stage. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. A month had passed in the outside world even though 3 months had passed inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Within 3 months, Duan Ling Tian had successfully cultivated the silver shirt to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of a saint-grade martial tactic. The silver shirt that was cultivated to the competent stage was as strong as the copper shirt that had already been cultivated to the 5th stage, which is also the impeccable stage. I feel that once I exert the silver shirt, the strength of my physical body will be strengthened as well, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In another month's time it'll be half a year since I came to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel sentimental when he thought of this. Naturally, the half a year he meant was the time that had passed in the outside world. According to the time in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it would be even longer. Right? Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something. He withdrew the silver shirt and descended from the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to the 1st level. Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Hua who was seated cross-legged and called out, "Elder Hua." "Yes," Elder Hua said as he opened his eyes. "Elder Hua, I'd like to ask, will my growth rings grow according to the flow of time in the outside world or the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda?" This was what Duan Ling Tian had thought of earlier. If his growth rings grew according to the flow of time inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he would be 36 years old now. If it grew according to the flow of time in the outside world, he would still be 35 years old. When he first met Lin Qinrong and Guo Li, he had just turned 35. Your growth rings grow according to the flow of time in the outside world. The time outside is the default time. You can think of it this way, the extra time in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is equivalent to the time you've stolen. It won't affect your growth rings, Elder Hua said. Stolen? Elder Hua, you mean that my growth rings stay stagnant when I'm in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotion. Yes, Elder Hua nodded. Ever since you've arrived at the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, your growth rings have merely grown for half a month. That's the time you spent in the outside world for the past 6 months. I've been in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City for half a year now. During this time, apart from the 10 days when I went out, I've only gone out for 5 days. Indeed, I only spent half a month in the outside world. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he muttered, "If that's the case, does this mean my growth rings will be growing very slowly?" That's right, Elder Hua nodded. Your growth rings grow according to the flow of time in the outside world. When you're in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, your growth rings will be stagnant. Based on the fact that you've only spent 15 days in the outside world during the past 6 months, at this rate, it'll take 12 years outside for your growth ring to grow a complete ring and grow a year older. Elder Hua continued saying. Boom! Elder Hua's words struck Duan Ling Tian like a bolt of lightning. It took him a while before he regained his senses. Based on the time he spent in the outside world during the past 6 months, his growth ring would take 12 years to grow another ring? That's outrageous, Duan Ling Tian muttered woodenly. If we calculate it that way, my growth rings will only grow 5 rings after 60 years have passed in the outside world. At that time, I'll only be 40 years old. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he thought of that. It should be noted that people below the age of 40 were considered young at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Based on the time he had spent in the outside world during the past 6 months, he would need another 60 years to shed his youth? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian deeply felt how extraordinary the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was. No wonder the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was a top celestial supreme treasure.
It really had the good fortune of the heaven and earth, so much so that it could steal time. In the past 6 months, I've consumed 10 2-star sensory pills to enhance my sense toward the heaven and earth spirit energy to help with my cultivation. The egg-sized Qi is almost full now. Although I don't have any more 2-star sensory pills, I should still be able to fill my Qi and break through within a month with the help of the 32 saint veins in my body to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy for cultivation. Duanling Tian continued muttering to himself. The next step was to break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Once he broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, his Qi would undergo another transformation and increase in size. At that time, the transformed and enlarged Qi would be able to accumulate even more true energy. Apart from that, after his Qi had transformed and increased in size, he would be able to open up more saint veins. The increment of saint veins would affect the speed of transportation of true energy in his body, and in turn it would affect his strength as well. With the true energy in my Qi now, if I fully unleash my strength with the 32 saint veins, I'm confident I can defeat any martial or Dao cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage without utilizing the silver shirt. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Currently, he was merely a martial cultivator at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Once I break through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, even if I've just broken through, I'm still confident in defeating most of the martial and Dao cultivators at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage with the silver shirt. Duanling Tian was filled with confidence. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged in the air and began to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, 9 Dragons Form. As he circulated it along his body per the cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and heaven and earth spirit energy in the saint stones were constantly absorbed into his body. After the heaven and earth spirit energy entered his body, it was transported by the 9 dragons before it transformed into true energy and integrated with his Qi after circulating a great Qi circuit. The amount of true energy in his Qi kept increasing as he kept circulating it. 1 month inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda passed quickly. At this time, true energy finally filled the Qi deep between Duanling Tian's brows. It's filled with true energy now. I can finally try to expand my Qi. Duanling Tian's eyes glinted when he opened them. After that, he closed his eyes again and continued cultivating. At the same time, the Qi deep between his eyebrows was held up by the continuous influx of true energy, and it continued expanding like a balloon. Boom! When the Qi expanded like a balloon to its capacity and exploded, Duanling Tian felt a wave of dizziness. However, joy was apparent on his face when he regained his senses. The Qi became so big, Duanling Tian realized the Qi had completely changed. It was outrageous. Previously the Qi was merely the size of an egg, but now it was as big as a basketball court on Earth in his past life. The true energy that expanded the egg-sized Qi seemed insignificant now. It only occupied a corner of the basketball court-sized Qi. However, Duanling Tian knew that he had taken another step forward. He had broken through half of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. The other half was to open up more saint veins. At the early Mortal Shedding stage, I managed to open up 15 saint veins. At the intermediate stage, I opened up another 17 saint veins. Now that I've broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, I should be able to open up at least 18 saint veins. Duanling Tian took a deep breath when he thought of that. I hope a miracle occurs. The miracle he meant was to open up more than 18 saint veins, similar to when he opened up more than 16 saint veins when he was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Since Duanling Tian had experienced this twice, the process of opening up saint veins progressed smoothly. However, it still required some time even though everything was smooth sailing. Half a month later, Duanling Tian, who had been opening up one saint veins after another, finally stopped when he felt that he could longer open up another one. How many saint veins did I open? Duanling Tian was suddenly reminded of this matter and began to check the number of saint veins he had opened. After counting it, Duanling Tian began to tremble in excitement. I didn't count wrongly, did I? Duanling Tian took a deep breath and began to excitedly study the saint veins he had opened after he broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. After counting several times, Duanling Tian was finally certain. He was not mistaken.
20. I actually opened 20 more Saint Veins. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited. He had expected he would be able to open up 19 Saint Veins at the most even if a miracle did occur. Who knew he would actually open 20 Saint Veins? This was beyond his expectation. In addition to the original 32 Saint Veins I had, my body has a total of 52 Saint Veins now. It should be noted that ordinary people at the paramount mortal shedding stage that could open up more than 50 Saint Veins were considered as having a high potential to break through to the Saint stage and become a Saint stage powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was only at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but he had opened up 52 Saint Veins. In the future, even if there are no more miracles, I'll still be able to open up at least 21 Saint Veins when I reach the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. At the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage, I'll be able to open up 22 Saint Veins at the very least. When Duan Ling Tian thought about that, his emotions that had just calmed down began to stir again. This also means that I'll be able to open 94 Saint Veins at least even if there are no more miracles? I still remember, Elder Hua said even Sun Wukong, the great sage and heaven's equal, in the ancient myths and legends from Earth, had only opened up 93 Saint Veins. I'll be able to open up more Saint Veins than him? Duan Ling Tian gasped in surprise. Although it did not mean that people who could open up more Saint Veins would definitely defeat those who opened up less, Duan Ling Tian still felt good he could win Sun Wukong in that aspect. At this point, Duan Ling Tian became more and more excited. It was only natural. Currently, he was merely at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but the number of Saint Veins in his body was more than a lot of the other martial and Dao cultivators at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Currently, it would only take him a moment to transport the true energy from his Qi to the surface of his body. With just a thought, true energy appeared instantly. Silver shirt. With just a thought, the true energy in Duan Ling Tian's Qi instantly passed through all 52 Saint Veins in his body, as though he was wearing a silver coat. In the next moment, he casually threw out a punch and true energy shot out like a dragon. It smashed onto the wall in the distance, setting off a series of explosions. Throughout the entire process, the air seemed to compress in the wake of the great dragon. So powerful! Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. With my current strength, not many martial and Dao cultivators at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage are my match even if I don't utilize Strange Pupil. I'm not afraid even if I have to battle Su Qi. The disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, Su Qi's cultivation base was at the peak of the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. More than a month ago, he had defeated the person who was ranked number 1 among the Latent Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters, Ling Yun, in just 3 moves. His strength was obvious. After the breakthrough, Duan Ling Tian cultivated for another half a month. In addition to stabilizing his cultivation base at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, he had also stored more true energy in his basketball court-sized Qi. There are 10 more days in the outside world until the day I can collect Saint Stones. 10 more days in the outside world are equivalent to a month in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's just enough for me to cultivate my martial tactics and moves. In that subsequent month, Duan Ling Tian began cultivating the move in the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. He mainly cultivated the offensive move, Aerolite Strike, and the movement technique, Body and Arrow Synchronization. Aerolite Strike was almost the strongest offensive move Duan Ling Tian had in his arsenal right now. On the other hand, the Body and Arrow Synchronization was the foundation to maximizing his speed. Finally broke through. 1 month later, Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating. Joy was apparent on his face. His hard work had paid off. Due to his continuous effort, the offensive move from the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, the Aerolite Strike, had finally reached the Competence stage. The Competence stage was the 3rd stage of a Saint-grade martial tactic. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow is a human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic. The strength of the offensive move, the Aerolite Strike, is far superior compared to the offensive move of a human-rank mediocre or prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Accordingly, the Aerolite Strike at its 3rd stage, the Competence stage, is comparable to the offensive move of a human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic at its 5th stage, which is also the Impeccable stage. In Mound Hill City, I'm afraid that no one, apart from Teacher, would be able to encounter a human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic.
It's highly likely that even Su Qi didn't cultivate a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Tian's eyes were gleaming as he thought to himself. I'm confident I can defeat Su Qi unless he breaks through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. The breakthrough of the offensive move in the colossal aerolite arrow, the aerolite strike, had given Duan Tian a tremendous amount of confidence. Unless it's those perfection mortal shedding stage saint beasts or wild beasts with insanely strong physical bodies, there shouldn't be any humans at the perfection mortal shedding stage who are a match for me, Duan Tian murmured to himself as his confidence grew. Unfortunately, the body and arrow synchronization did not have any breakthrough. Otherwise, my strength will improve to another level. Duan Tian thought to himself. The saying, one's eyes are bigger than one's stomach, described Duan Tian perfectly at this moment. I'll go collect my saint stones now. With just a thought, Duan Tian left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and walked out of the cottage, feeling refreshed, as he headed to the pavilion beside the high platform to collect his saint stones. After receiving the saint stones from the heavenly harm guardian, Duan Tian thanked him before he turned to leave. This Duan Tian seems a little different compared to last month. However, I can't tell what the difference is. The heavenly harm guardian shook his head as he looked at Duan Tian's back. Oh right, I almost forgot. The heavenly harm guardian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes glinted as he sent a true energy voice transmission out of the pavilion into Duan Tian's ears. Duan Tian, Lord City Governor, has given an order for you to cultivate at his side after you come out of your closed-door cultivation. Currently, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao are cultivating at the Lord City Governor's side. The heavenly harm guardian reminded him. Cultivating beside teacher? Duan Tian was stunned. He turned around to look at the heavenly harm guardian in the pavilion as he asked through true energy voice transmission. You mean, I can go in and out of the latent dragon camp as I wish? Yes. The heavenly harm guardian nodded. Half a month ago, Lord City Governor passed down an order so that you, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao can enter and leave the latent dragon camp at will to go the city governor's estate. I didn't expect that accepting this teacher will grant me this benefit. Duan Tian smiled faintly before he left the latent dragon camp to look for his teacher, the city governor of Mound Hill City. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had a large independent mansion with a front yard and a backyard that were as large as a standard-sized football field in the city governor's estate. Duan Tian bowed and greeted the city governor of Mound Hill City when he saw him again. Teacher. The three people standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City changed their expression slightly when they heard the way Duan Tian addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City. It should be noted that all of them addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City as master. Master and teacher generally had the same meaning. However, they could be very different if one were to look into it. Generally, only disciples in name would use the term teacher. However, as far as they knew, Duan Tian's treatment in the city governor's estate was no different from theirs. He did not seem like a disciple in name. When the city governor of Mound Hill City responded with a smile, Duan Tian finally noticed the three people standing behind him. They were the top three people in the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao. I'm just telling them about martial tactics and moves. You came just in time. The city governor of Mound Hill City said. Yes. Duan Tian nodded. Following that, Duan Tian and the other three listened to the city governor of Mound Hill City as he explained the types of saint-grade martial tactics moves. It must be said that as a saint rudiment stage powerhouse, the city governor of Mound Hill City had a unique insight in that regard. After Duan Tian listened to the city governor of Mound Hill City's explanation, he gained a new understanding of saint-grade martial tactics moves. It should be noted that the saint-grade martial tactic he learned in the past was through saint tokens. The things he learned was rigid and far less vivid compared to what the city governor of Mound Hill City had described. No wonder so many people still want to find a master even though there are saint tokens in the Tao martial saint land. Finding a master is more than just looking for protection. It's also to enhance their strength, Duan Tian thought to himself. Duan Tian was not in a rush to return to the latent dragon camp.
He stayed at the city governor of Mound Hill City's manor instead. There was nothing lacking in the city governor of Mound Hill City's manor. Moreover, it had a better cultivation environment compared to the Leighton Dragon Camp.
According to Jin Yuan Bao's words, he did not want to return to the Leighton Dragon Camp anymore after staying here for a few days.
One day, the city governor of Mound Hill City summoned Duanling Tian and the other 3 before him and said, "Today, the 4 of you will spar in front of me. The strong are revered in the Tao Martial Saint Land. So your seniority will be ranked according to your strength." Among them, apart from Jin Yuan Bao, who had addressed Duanling Tian and Ling Yun as senior brother, the others did not address anyone as senior brother, nor did they refer to themselves as junior brother. The city governor of Mound Hill City had discovered this and planned to rank their seniority today. "Master, let me go first. If Xiong who can defeat me, I'm willing to be the youngest junior brother." Jin Yuan Bao took the lead and volunteered.
Very well. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded and stood at the side with Duanling Tian and Ling Yun as they watched Jin Yuan Bao and Xiong who were about to fight.
"Jin Yuan Bao, you're still the same. Always unwilling to submit to me." Xiong, who was not surprised Jin Yuan Bao wanted to challenge him. He looked at Jin Yuan Bao with a dignified expression, ready to react if Jin Yuan Bao were to attack.
Although he ranked before Jin Yuan Bao in the Leighton Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters, he was not much stronger than him.
Every time, they would only know the outcome of the battle after 100 moves. After Duanling Tian had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, he discovered something. Even without utilizing the strange pupil, he could still clearly see Jin Yuan Bao and Xiong whose movements. "It seems that because I've broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, apart from my body becoming stronger, all my organs are also different from ordinary martial cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage," Duanling Tian speculated inwardly. Apart from that, Duanling Tian could not think of another explanation.
Jin Yuan Bao and Xiong who fought fiercely, going back and forth. Duanling Tian felt a little sleepy as he continued to watch the battle that was evenly matched.
Duanling Tian only woke up 100 moves later when Jin Yuan Bao fell to a disadvantageous position. Xiong who finally defeated Jin Yuan Bao after another 30 moves.
"It's about 130 moves again." Jin Yuan Bao wiped the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth as he frowned. 2 more moves compared to the previous time.
Xiong who smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Jin, shouldn't you address me as your senior brother now?" "Senior brother Xiong." Although Jin Yuan Bao was a bit reluctant, he was not shameless. He addressed Xiong who as senior brother before he stood to the side.
Regardless if it were Duanling Tian, Ling Yun, or the city governor of Mound Hill City, no one was surprised by the result.
After Xiong who consumed a 2-star healing medicinal pill that the city governor of Mound Hill City had thrown him, he quickly recovered to his top form. Then, his eyes immediately shifted to Duanling Tian. "Duanling Tian, I know I'm no match for Ling Yun. We'll spar now. If you win, I'll address you as senior brother. If I win, you..." Xiong who looked at Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. "If you win, I'll also address you as senior brother."
"Good.
How direct." Xiong who grinned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. "Come here then." Under the eyes of the city governor of Mound Hill City, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao, Duanling Tian stepped forward. Moments later, he stood unmoving like a mountain in front of Xiong, who as they prepared to battle. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Xiong who with a hint of pity in his eyes. In his opinion, Xiong who was merely a little bit stronger than he was, and he himself knew that he was not as strong as Duanling Tian. It was impossible for Xiong who to be a match for Duanling Tian. He could already envision the scene of Xiong who being defeated by Duanling Tian. However, what happened next was beyond his expectation. It was not just him. Even the city governor of Mound Hill City and Ling Yun were surprised as well. Under their watchful eyes, Duanling Tian stood still for a long time. Finally, Xiong who attacked first. Although Xiong who was ranked number 2 among the 13 gangsters, he did not dare to let his guard down around Duanling Tian, since even Jin Yuan Bao acknowledged he was not as good as him. When he attacked, he unleashed his strength without holding back.
However, he was still blasted away by Duan Ling Tian, who had suddenly disappeared from his sight even though he had unleashed his full strength. The moment before he was blasted away, he only saw a flash in front of his eyes before Duan Ling Tian appeared just a stone throw away in front of him. In just a split second, Duan Ling Tian's fist landed on his body. That punch made his body tremble and he flew out like a shot arrow. Duan Ling Tian's fist felt like a sledgehammer falling on his chest and internal organs. After the clouds and mist drifted across the sky, Xiong finally fell to the ground in an embarrassing manner. It was an obvious defeat. Silence. The entire place was deadly silent. Xionghu's dull breathing was the only thing that was audible. Impressive. When Jin Yuanbao regained his senses, he gave a thumbs up to Duan Ling Tian. No wonder senior brother Duan is a prodigious martial cultivator from the mortal continent. He's so strong that he's comparable to an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although Jin Yuanbao remained calm outwardly, he was deeply shocked in his heart. Although he had confidence in Duan Ling Tian, he thought he would need a few more moves to defeat Xionghu. Who would have thought that Xionghu would be defeated in just one move? This granted him insight into Duan Ling Tian's strength. This matter really shocked him. Is he really just a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Jin Yuanbao exclaimed inwardly in disbelief. Ling Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. Earlier, he saw everything clearly when Duan Ling Tian had attacked. At this moment, he even thought that Duan Ling Tian's speed was not much slower than his. He knew Duan Ling Tian was able to defeat enemies with higher cultivation base than him even though he was only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. Even Xionghu, who was at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage, could not endure more than one move. Mastery mortal shedding stage? The city governor of Mount Hill City had checked Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base with the spiritual secret tactic. He could not help but gasp inwardly. It was like tens of thousands of horses were running through his mind. It took him a while before he finally recovered. It had not been that long, but Duan Ling Tian had made another breakthrough again. The city governor of Mount Hill City only managed to gradually calm himself down after he took a few deep breaths. Although he was shocked, he did not say anything. As the city governor of Mount Hill City, naturally he knew what should be said and what should be done. He did not doubt that if news of Duan Ling Tian's consecutive breakthroughs within such a short span of time spread out, he would definitely become a prime target. If the matter reached that point, it would not be good for Duan Ling Tian. This was because everyone, including him, thought Duan Ling Tian was hiding some huge secret since he managed to break through 2 levels in such a short time. Naturally, there might be other reasons, but others would not think so. People would rather err on the side of caution. They would rather kill than to let someone go. That was the rule of conduct for greedy people. Therefore, in order to protect Duan Ling Tian, he kept quiet even though he was extremely shocked. As long as he remained silent, Ling Yun and the others would not find out that Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was still a terrifying martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. When he was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he was already able to defeat most of the martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Now that he has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, I'm afraid that even Ling Yun won't be able to contend with him, the city governor of Mount Hill City thought to himself. At the same time, he was in a good mood because he felt that he had obtained a treasure. Senior brother Duan. After Xionghu consumed a healing medicinal pill and caught his breath, he stood up slowly. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with respect and admiration in his eyes. He submitted to Duan Ling Tian from the bottom of his heart. The purple-clad young man had sent him flying and defeated him in just a move. Since the other party had addressed him as senior brother, naturally Duan Ling Tian had to show a bit of concern. He asked with a smile, "Are you all right?" His eyes fell on Ling Yun after he ascertained that Xionghu was fine. "You're very strong." Ling Yun stepped forward and looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. "Previously, I didn't think I would be wary of facing a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator." "You're not weak either," Duan Ling Tian replied calmly. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment,
The city governor of Mount Hill City's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears, in a timely manner through true energy voice transmission. Don't expose your cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage so easily. Duanling Tian was not surprised the city governor of Mount Hill City knew about his breakthrough, since he had sensed his spiritual energy sweeping over him. It made him feel like he was completely seen through when he was defeating Xianxia. It was then he knew the city governor of Mount Hill City had doubts about his cultivation base and had used the spiritual secret tactic to check his cultivation base. However, Duanling Tian could hear a trace of anxiousness in the city governor of Mount Hill City's voice. This surprised him. It seems like teacher does care for me. It's obvious he gave me a reminder because he didn't want too many people to know I've broken through again. Truth be told, it hasn't been that long since I've broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. If news of my current breakthrough to the mastery mortal shedding stage spreads out, it might cause unnecessary trouble. After all, the speed of my breakthroughs is just too outrageous. Duanling Tian understood the city governor of Mount Hill City's good intention. He felt a sense of warmth. If he was a bit insincere when he addressed the city governor of Mount Hill City as teacher earlier, then now, he truly treated the city governor of Mount Hill City as his teacher. The city governor of Mount Hill City was the second person whom Duanling Tian sincerely regarded as his teacher ever since his arrival in this world. As for the first person, it was Cloud Continent's Sima Changfeng. Sima Changfeng used to be the dean of Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. Duanling Tian had relocated it to the Ling Tian sect before he left the overseas Saint Islands. Duanling Tian had always regarded Sima Changfeng as his teacher even though he was currently millions of times stronger than Sima Changfeng. This was not because he had taught him a lot of things. On the contrary, he barely taught him anything. He respected Sima Changfeng because he had helped him many times previously. He would never forget his kindness. Currently, the city governor of Mount Hill City's position in Duanling Tian's heart had risen substantially even though it was still not comparable to Sima Changfeng. Duanling Tian, you're an honorable opponent. Ling Yun stared at Duanling Tian and said solemnly, if you're an ordinary martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, I wouldn't bother using my sword. In fact, most martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage are not even worthy of me using my sword. I'll have to use my sword in our battle. However, I'll allow you to attack first. I'll give you a head start since you're just a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, Ling Yun said, as his face heated up from embarrassment. With his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage, even if he did not make the first move during the battle against a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he still had the unfair advantage when he used his sword. Therefore, he felt a little embarrassed. However, he had no choice but to do that. He would not have cared if it was just an ordinary martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, this Duanling Tian had defeated Xiong, who was ranked number 2 among the 13 gangsters in just one move. He was strong enough that Ling Yun had to treat him with caution. Are you certain you want me to make the first move? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Ling Yun calmly. Yes. Ling Yun nodded. Was that a joke? He already had an unfair advantage of fighting a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, even though his own cultivation base was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. How embarrassing would it be if he insisted on making the first move? You'll regret this, Duanling Tian said as he stared intently at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, never regret anything, Ling Yun said slowly as his eyes glinted. Duanling Tian smiled so widely that he managed to creep Ling Yun out. Following that, under the watchful eyes of Ling Yun and the others, a layer of silver luster shone on Duanling Tian's body. It was as though he was wearing a silver coat. Silver shirt. The city governor of Mount Hill City's eyes lit up when he saw the silver luster on the surface of Duanling Tian's skin. It was obvious he recognized the defensive move Duanling Tian was using. Then again, the human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic that contained the silver shirt was one of the Saint-grade martial tactics available in the merit pavilion of the city governor's estate. As the city governor of Mount Hill City, he naturally knew that. After Duanling Tian cast the silver shirt, he raised his left hand, and the sun-shooting bow appeared.
Subsequently, true energy shot out from his right hand and condensed into an arrow, and he knocked it on the sun shooting bow. Duanling Tian slightly drew the bowstring that was made from the tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon and instantly released it. Xiao! In just a split second, a solid arrow ray shot out like a meteor shooting across the sky. Following that, Duanling Tian flew out along with it, standing firmly on the arrow ray. The air compressed before it exploded in their wake. Body and arrow synchronization. Duanling Tian was so fast that Xianxia and Jin Yuanbao, who were standing at the side, could not catch his movements at all. So fast! The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes widened in shock. Although he knew Duanling Tian's cultivation base had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage and was not weaker than a martial or Dao cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage, he did not expect his arrow to be so fast. Even an arrow shot by a martial cultivator at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage with his full strength wouldn't be so fast. The city governor of Mound Hill City's heart skipped a beat. So fast. As the party involved, Ling Yun regretted his choice as soon as Duanling Tian shot the arrow. Unfortunately, there was no use in crying over spilled milk. Just as he was about to move to the side, his hands touching the hilt of the sword on his back, he discovered the figure that was still quite a distance away earlier had arrived before him. Bang! Before he could even react, Ling Yun was sent flying away by Duanling Tian's punch, similar to Xianxia. Unlike Xianxia, who had fallen to the ground in an embarrassing manner, Ling Yun managed to land on his feet even though his body swayed and he was pale. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked as though he had seen a ghost when he looked at Duanling Tian again. Although he had expected Duanling Tian's strength to be comparable to an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage, he did not expect him to be so strong. Once he made the first move, Ling Yun did not even have the chance to avoid it or draw his sword. Is he really a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? At this moment, Ling Yun truly felt skeptical. However, he dismissed the thought when he recalled Duanling Tian had just broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage 3 months ago. It was even confirmed by 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses using the spiritual secret tactic. It's impossible for Duanling Tian to break through again in just 3 months. Ling Yun was very certain on that. What a joke! To break through from the intermediate mortal shedding stage to the mastery mortal shedding stage in just 3 months. Even the top prodigy in the Dao martial Saint Land was not capable of that. Even if they had the best resources and cultivation environment, it was just not possible to break through within such a short period of time. Good. The city governor of Mound Hill City stared at Duanling Tian with sparkling eyes as the fat on his cheeks jiggled due to his excitement. Although he had guessed that Duanling Tian might defeat Ling Yun after he discovered he had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, he did not expect him to defeat him in just one move. Duanling Tian's current strength had surpassed the old Su Qi. Xianxia and Jin Yuanbao were simply dumbfounded. They stood rooted to their spots, and it took them a while before they regained their senses. Although they knew Duanling Tian was strong, they did not expect him to be so strong. He had the advantage by striking first, and he defeated Ling Yun before he even had time to react. He defeated senior brother Ling Yun with one move. Does this mean Duanling Tian's stronger than senior brother Su Qi? Jin Yuanbao muttered after gasping. Yes. Even senior brother Su Qi needed 3 moves to defeat senior brother Ling Yun. Xianxia nodded. Both Xianxia and Jin Yuanbao genuinely submitted to Su Qi's strength. Sure enough, if I use the silver shirt, along with the strength of my physical body, and I fully unleash my strength, it'll surpass someone at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Earlier, Duanling Tian managed to defeat Ling Yun instantly because he had the advantage of striking first and had unleashed almost all his strength. With my current strength, I might be able to fight a martial or Dao cultivator who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Naturally, it'll still be quite difficult for me to win. Duanling Tian was aware of his own strength in this regard. The perfection mortal shedding stage was not comparable to the paramount shedding stage. If it's the old Su Qi, he wouldn't be a match for Duanling Tian indeed. However, Su Qi has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage just half a month ago. The city governor of Mound Hill City said with a smile when he heard Jin Yuanbao and Xianxia's words.
The city governor of Mound Hill City's words froze Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao. Senior brother Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? He broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage before he turned 40. Oh God! What kind of innate talent is that?
Having such innate talent, he can be considered as a first-rate monstrous prodigy even in the Moon Illumination sect. He'll be valued by the top official in the Moon Illumination sect, and they'll even train him vigorously.
Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao felt a little envious as they discussed this.
Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian was surprised.
Similar to him, Su Qi was also a martial cultivator from the mortal continent. As a martial cultivator from the mortal continent, even if he had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, his strength was not comparable to an ordinary person at the paramount mortal shedding stage who was native to the Dao martial saint land.
Duan Lingtian thought about it and honestly felt he was not confident fighting Su Qi, who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage.
Speaking of the Moon Illumination sect, in 6 months' time, the Moon Illumination sect will open its doors to recruit new disciples. At that time, the 18 cities, including us, will send our best disciples there.
The city governor of Mound Hill City said, among the 4 of you, Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun will definitely pass the Moon Illumination sect's test and join them. Xionghu, Jin Yuan Bao, it's not impossible for both of you if you manage to improve within the next 6 months. Moon Illumination sect was a powerful sect that controlled the 18 cities, including Mound Hill City. It was a 7th-rate force that also controlled a Grade 7 Saint Stones reserve. Even the city governor of Mound Hill City was a known disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. In order to amaze the world with a single feat during the entrance exam of the Moon Illumination sect, Su Qi has gone into closed-door cultivation recently.
He's preparing to cultivate 3 moves from a human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic to the impeccable stage, the city governor of Mound Hill City said as he looked at the 4 of them.
Duan Lingtian and his companions were shocked after listening to the city governor of Mound Hill City's words.
Would he be able to cultivate 3 different moves from a human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic to the impeccable stage? It was important to note that the impeccable stage was the 5th and highest stage of a move in saint-grade martial tactics. Su Qi wanted to cultivate all 3 different moves to the highest stage.
All 3 of them knew without a doubt that the 3 moves were the offensive move, defensive move, and movement move. However, they did not think Su Qi would be so ambitious.
Only Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. This was because Duan Lingtian was also cultivating a human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic art. Furthermore, the human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic he was cultivating was not a run-of-the-mill human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. The human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic he was cultivating had a very powerful defensive move that was comparable to the defensive move of an earth-rank saint-grade martial tactic. Only saint-stage powerhouses were able to cultivate earth-rank saint-grade martial tactics. Therefore, as long as he was able to successfully cultivate that defensive move, his defense would be impenetrable to anyone beneath the saint stage. As long as he used his true energy and that defensive move, no one among his peers, regardless if they were a martial cultivator or a Dao cultivator, could penetrate his defense. One could imagine how powerful a move it was to be able to compare to an earth-rank saint-grade martial move. As long as one cultivated any one of the moves in the colossal aerolite arrow until the competent stage, it would be comparable to a move at the impeccable stage of a human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic. That was the difference between the saint-grade martial tactics. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was not surprised Su Qi planned to cultivate 3 different human-rank mediocre moves to the impeccable stage. Who would have thought that the Moon Illumination sect's entrance exam will be held in half a year's time? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He had heard Gua Li talked about the Moon Illumination sect previously. She also mentioned the relations between the Moon Illumination sect and the 18 cities. Therefore, he was only surprised the entrance exam would be held in 6 months' time. Duan Lingtian, you're even more talented than Su Qi. Work hard.
I believe you'll achieve amazing things in the Moon Illumination sect in the future. The city governor of Mound Hill City communicated with Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission. He was very confident about Duan Lingtian's ability.
Yes, teacher.
I will work even harder. Duan Lingtian nodded.
Duan Ling Tian was more sincere now when he addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City as teacher. Okay. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded with a smile. He was very confident and optimistic about Duan Ling Tian. I wish to leave the city governor's estate for some personal matters, teacher. Duan Ling Tian said to the city governor of Mound Hill City when he was about to return to his chambers in the evening. The city governor of Mound Hill City approved his request wordlessly. Duan Ling Tian left the estate as the sun slowly set in the horizon, holding a small jade tablet that was just given to him by the city governor of Mound Hill City. The city governor of Mound Hill City gathered Ling Yun and the other two people after Duan Ling Tian left the estate. Three of you, don't spread the news about Duan Ling Tian's strength. Do you understand? The city governor of Mound Hill City said solemnly to Ling Yun and the other two people. If a tree was taller than the canopy, strong winds would definitely destroy it. He did not dare to be careless since there was still more than half a year before the entrance exam of Moon Illumination Sect. Naturally, he was not worried that anyone would give Duan Ling Tian a hard time in Mound Hill City. That would be the joke of the century. If any accident happened to the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City in Mound Hill City, then he should just find tofu and use it to kill himself. The competition between the 18 cities managed by the Moon Illumination Sect was extremely fierce. He was worried about the 17 cities. If they knew another genius, apart from Su Qi, had appeared, it was very likely the 17 cities would try and sabotage them. He had to take precaution. It was easy to avoid a direct attack, but it was hard to defend against schemes. Yes. Although three of them were unaware of the city governor of Mound Hill City's worries, all of them still agreed without any hesitation. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded in satisfaction. After Ling Yun and the other two returned to their rooms, the city governor of Mound Hill City smiled. I didn't expect to meet another peerless genius after Su Qi. Peerless genius. This was his appraisal of Duan Ling Tian. He did not even say that about Su Qi. It was obvious he thought Duan Ling Tian was even more talented than Su Qi. After Duan Ling Tian showed the jade tablet at the entrance of the city governor's estate, the guards respectfully saluted him. They were only at ease after he left the gates of the city governor's estate. The jade tablet was given to him by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Mound Hill Order. He's young Master Su Qi, the pride of the city governor? One of the guards mumbled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's silhouette. Mound Hill Order was a representation of the city governor. There was only two Mound Hill Order in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. One of it was in the city governor's possession, and the other was awarded to his favorite disciple, Su Qi. I've seen Lord Su Qi. That's not him. The other guard shook his head. He's one of the 4 new disciples that Lord City Governor recruited, Duan Ling Tian. However, he shouldn't be stronger than Ling Yun, the leader of the 13 gangster in the Latent Dragon camp. How come Lord City Governor gave him the precious Mound Hill Order instead of giving it to Ling Yun? I don't understand. I don't understand. One of the guards who recognized Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I heard he's from the Mortal Continent. I remember young Master Su Qi is also from the Mortal Continent. It seems Lord City Governor loves to assist genius martial cultivators from the Mortal Continents. Another guard speculated. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the commotion the jade tablet in his hand had caused. Although he received the jade tablet from the city governor of Mound Hill City, he did not know the significance of the jade tablet. All the city governor told him was he could move freely through the gates of the city governor's estate as long as he wore the jade tablet. Duan Ling Tian went to the captain of the city guards, Hong Yu's home immediately after leaving the city governor's estate to look for the little girl, ZZ. Big brother. Big brother? The little girl immediately leaped on Duan Ling Tian when she saw him. She looked very cute with her rosy cheeks. Duan Ling Tian looked at the little girl dotingly and asked, ZZ, did you miss your big brother? Yes. The little girl nodded like a chick pecking on grains. ZZ misses big brother very much. I even dreamed of big brother yesterday. Really? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile, what was I doing in your dream? I dreamed big brother brought ZZ flying in the sky. We flew very high, far higher than the time big brother Hong Yu brought me flying, the little girl said as she tried to demonstrate the height with her hands. Big brother Hong Yu brought you flying? Duan Ling Tian laughed and said, You haven't been naughty, have you, ZZ?
No, ZZ's very obedient. If you don't believe me, you can ask big sister, the little girl said as she looked at the beautiful woman standing at the side. She was Hong Yu's wife.
Yes, ZZ's very obedient, Hong Yu's wife said as she looked at the little girl dotingly. Sorry for troubling you during this period of time, sister-in-law. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Yu's wife and smiled. He retrieved a spatial ring before passing it to her. He said, This is for you, sister-in-law. This is. However, Hong Yu's wife did not accept it. There are 1,000 8th grade saint stones in there for you and big brother Hong Yu to use, Duan Ling Tian said. 1,000 8th grade saint stones. Hong Yu's wife was shocked when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although Hong Yu was the captain of the city guards, his salary was merely 40 grade 8 saint stones. Hong Yu needed to save 2 years of salary before he would be able to save 1,000 grade 8 saint stones. Please put it away, brother Ling Tian. Please. When Hong Yu's wife finally understood Duan Ling Tian's intention, she refused the spatial ring he had given her.
Take it, sister-in-law.
Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. This is a little thank you gift. Brother Ling Tian, since you are my husband's brother, then you're not an outsider. You don't need to regard yourself as an outsider. If I accept your saint stones, my husband will definitely be upset. Hong Yu's wife continued to refuse.
She was extremely unwilling to accept Duan Ling Tian's saint stones.
If you really insist on giving it, please give it directly to Hong Yu, Hong Yu's wife said after seeing how insistent Duan Ling Tian was.
Duan Ling Tian forced a smile on his face. He knew that was the only way.
After ZZ went to play with Hong Yu's son, Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Yu's wife and asked, Sister-in-law, did Big Brother Hong discover anything regarding ZZ's background? No. Hong Yu's wife shook her head and said, He went to investigate based on what you said and managed to confirm that the people that trafficked ZZ are outsiders. They stayed in Mound Hill City for just a day before disappearing.
Duan Ling Tian sighed after listening to Hong Yu's wife. Although Duan Ling Tian knew it was almost impossible to find out the little girl's background, he still felt disappointed when he heard the news.
On the second floor of an insignificant inn in Mound Hill City, 3 men were gathered in a corner room. A youth, a middle-aged man, and an old man.
Both the middle-aged man and the old man was focused on the young man standing before them.
Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, Duan Ling Tian finally left the city governor's estate, the young said excitedly to the other 2 people as his eyes gleamed with killing intent. If Duan Ling Tian was around, he would definitely recognize this young man. It was none other than Zheng Jian, who was thrown into the manure pit after he was defeated.
Zheng Jian was ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, but he was expelled from both the city governor's estate and the latent dragon camp due to him accidentally killing his distant cousin, Hu Jie.
That night, Hong Yu was also surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian the moment he returned home.
Brother Ling Tian, it has been quite some time since we last met up. I heard you've become the disciple of Lord City Governor. As your older brother, I'd like to congratulate you. Tonight, let's not return until we're drunk. Hong Yu was smiling widely.
He dragged Duan Ling Tian along, and they drank till late at night until they were completely drunk. Naturally, only Hong Yu was drunk. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use his true energy to expel the alcohol from his body was currently even stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon at his level. It was difficult for him to get drunk even if he wanted to.
On the second day, Duan Ling Tian passed the 1,000 8th grade saint stones that were rejected yesterday to Hong Yu, who was finally sober. It caused Hong Yu to turn glum immediately. Brother Ling Tian, what do you mean by this?
Big brother Hong, I'm indebted to you and your wife for taking care of ZZ during this period of time. Just take these saint stones as the living expenses for ZZ. Duan Ling Tian smiled.
Brother Ling Tian, what do you take me for?
Since I've acknowledged you as my brother, I naturally regard ZZ as my own younger sister as well. Hurry up and keep that saint stones. Otherwise, don't blame me for severing our relationship. Hong Yu's face turned even glummer. One could clearly see how displeased he was. Big brother Hong, please don't be angry. I've spoken out of turn. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Hong Yu to react this way. He smiled awkwardly. In this case, just take these 1,000 8th grade Saint Stones as the cultivation fees for my 2 nephews and ZZ. Big brother Hong, your salary each month is not high. After subtracting the cultivation expenses, daily expenses for you and your wife as a beast tamer, you'll still need to spend a number of Saint Stones on taming wild beasts.
Duan Ling Tian said earnestly when he reached this point, Big brother Hong, I don't care what you think, but the kids are at the time when they should be strengthening their foundations now. We shouldn't slack when it comes to this.
Hong Yu turned silent after listening to Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, his 2 kids would start their cultivation soon. If there was an endless supply of Saint Stones, they could definitely rise to the top in a short time. Previously, he had no Saint Stones, so he could only absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate.
Although he was the captain of the city guards, his monthly salary was only several dozens of 8th grade Saint Stones. If he was not a beast tamer, it might have been enough for his family to survive. Since he was a beast tamer, the money he spent on food for the fierce beasts was quite a lot.
Big brother Hong, just accept it. You're my brother, so why do you need to calculate so much with me? Besides, you know that apart from being one of the 13 gangsters, I've also become Lord City Governor's disciple now. I'm not lacking in Saint Stones at all. When Duan Ling Tian saw Hong Yu had remained silent, he knew he was considering the matter now. He seized the opportunity and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu remained silent for a while more before he gritted his teeth. Brother Ling Tian, in that case, I won't reject your offer anymore. However, I hope this is only a one-time thing, and it won't happen again. He had a solemn expression on his face. Sure. Duan Ling Tian agreed without any hesitation. As long as Hong Yu agreed to it, everything would be fine. He could just pass the Saint Stones to ZZ next time and ask her to give it to his 2 little nephews. Somehow, Duan Ling Tian and Hong Yu's conversation shifted to ZZ's background. Brother Ling Tian, if we can't obtain any clue about ZZ's background, let her stay with me. My wife and I like her a lot. On top of that, my 2 little boys seem unwilling to part with her as well. Hong Yu suggested.
All right, Duan Ling Tian agreed. He knew very well that this was the best option. The little girl ZZ could not constantly remain by his side. If she stayed in Hong Yu's house, she would at least have a home. At that time, when she had finally grown up and got married, it could be considered as her having a good life. If she followed him, not only would it be inconvenient, she would encounter danger as well. After all, his objective was to become a powerhouse who stood at the summit of the Tao Martial Saint Land, who knew how much danger was waiting for him on this journey. He could not let her risk her life along with him. In the next few days, Duan Ling Tian did not go anywhere. He only remained in Hong Yu's house. During the day, he would accompany the little girl ZZ. During the night, he would cultivate in his room. I'll have to leave Mound Hill City 6 months later to go to the Moon Illumination sect. Once I leave, I don't know how long it'll be before I return. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian decided to accompany the little girl ZZ. Tonight, Duan Ling Tian cultivated quietly in his room. To be more precise, he was cultivating on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had transformed into dust and was lying quietly on the bed. It's a success. It was the 6th day of his stay in Hong Yu's house, but he had spent 9 days on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. During these 9 days, he finally managed to cultivate the move from the Saint Grade Martial Tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow, the body and arrow synchronization, to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint Grade Martial Tactic. It was equivalent to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage, of a move from a human rank mediocre Saint Grade Martial Tactic. Now, my speed is finally up to par. I'm confident I can kill a native of the Tao Martial Saint Land who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was brimming with confidence as his eyes shone. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the entire 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda shook without warning. It was as though there was an earthquake. Before Duan Ling Tian realized what was happening, he was already expelled from the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by an irresistible force. After he was expelled from the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda,
Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of dizziness. This terrible feeling crept up on his body and caused his face to turn extremely grave. Who's that? There was no need to think about it. He knew some movement must have disturbed the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Otherwise, it would not expel him for no reason. Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, it's him. He's Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave and a murderous intent gleamed in his eyes when a deep voice entered his ears. The voice sounded kind of familiar. When Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the source of the voice, he immediately saw a familiar figure. Zhang Jian. It was none other than Zhang Jian, who was thrown into the manure pit by him and expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate for accidentally killing Wuxia. He used to rank 5th among the 13 gangsters, and he was also a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also saw another two people. It was a middle-aged man and an old man.
These two were obviously here to support Zhang Jian. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian instantly activated his divine eye. With just one look, he could see through the cultivation base of these two people. One of them was at the perfection mortal shedding stage, and the other was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Paramount mortal shedding stage? Duan Ling Tian's face turned glum. Wait a minute. He seemed to have noticed something. This old man's cultivation base seems unstable. He has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage.
Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed this. If he had just made a breakthrough to the paramount mortal shedding stage, Duan Ling Tian was not completely robbed of the chance to win the battle.
Duan Ling Tian, it's your fault that I'm expelled from the latent dragon camp. You actually destroyed my future.
You'll definitely die today. Glaring deadly at Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Jian's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he itched to just swallow Duan Ling Tian alive. Judging by the rage in his eyes, one would think Duan Ling Tian had killed his father or stole his wife away. Duan Ling Tian had already made up his mind after he confirmed the two people's cultivation base. He smirked when he heard Zhang Jian's words. Is my fault you're expelled from the latent dragon camp?
I'm the one who destroyed your future?
It seems like you're expelled from the latent dragon camp because you killed your distant cousin. No?
You're blaming this incident on me?
What a joke. He stared at Zhang Jian when he finished speaking.
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made such a mistake. The moment Zhang Jian recalled the previous incident, he gnashed his teeth even harder. However, he was embarrassed to recount the incident out loud. It was just too humiliating.
If I didn't throw you into the manure pit, you wouldn't have made that mistake? Duan Ling Tian said mockingly. Although Zhang Jian tried to be vague with his words, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of complying. Manure pit. Whether it was the middle-aged man or the old man, they were both stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. They turned to look at Jin Jian in unison. Although they were both from New Southtown's Zhang clan, and they knew the purple-clad young man was the cause of Zhang Jian's expulsion from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, they did not hear anything about a manure pit before. Zhang Jian had been thrown into a manure pit? Just thinking about it made them feel disgusted, as though they had just swallowed a fly. There was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at Zhang Jian now. Naturally, they did all these subconsciously. Why don't you think about it yourself? If you did not constantly provoke me and issued a challenge, would you be thrown into a manure pit by me and accidentally killed Wuxia? Duan Ling Tian continued to mock him. Zhang Jian's body was trembling violently from anger. Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, kill him. Kill him. Zhang Jian roared, his eyes were bloodshot.
Zhang Chong, it's his fault that the strongest person among the youngest generation of the Zhang clan from New South Town is expelled from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Due to this reason, he has committed an unforgivable crime. If you kill him, you'll be considered as successfully avenging our clan considered, the old man said coldly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian with an equally cold gaze. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not intend to personally make a move. Perhaps he did not think the purple-clad young man was not worthy of him personally making a move. Yes, Elder Lin. Zhang Chong, the middle-aged man, nodded and glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Boy, atone for your actions in your next life, okay?
Not everyone can afford to pick a fight with the Zhang clan of New South Town.
I'm the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Aren't you afraid the city governor of Mound Hill City will annihilate the Zheng clan if you kill me? Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp as he glanced at Zheng Chong, Zhang Lin, and Zheng Jian. Duan Lingtian, who will know Zheng clan killed you if you die here? Aren't you strong? I'd like to see how many moves you can evade from Uncle Chong, who's a powerhouse at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Zheng Jian mocked arrogantly. In this case, is your Zheng clan trying to seek death? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he narrowed his eyes. From the very beginning, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. Although he was just told that the person who was going to attack him was a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage, his expression remained calm. This caused Zhang Lin's heart to sink. For a moment, he even felt that there had to be someone protecting Duan Lingtian in the dark for him to be so daring. However, he soon dismissed this thought. According to Zheng Jian, there was nobody next to Duan Lingtian ever since he left Mound Hill City. On top of that, the reason they did not make their move for so long was so they could observe him for a few days. They only decided to make a move after they ascertained that no one was protecting him in the dark. After all, if the news of them killing the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City spread out, a calamity would fall on the entire Zheng clan of New Southtown. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City Estate was an 8th-rate force. It was easy for them to annihilate a 9th-rate force like the Zheng clan. Unless he has a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse protecting him and he's hiding in the sky, that's why we didn't notice him. However, this is highly unlikely. Zheng Lin made up his mind when he thought of this. There were not many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses even in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, it was not enough for the city governor to dispatch a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse just to protect him in the dark. Duan Lingtian, stop deceiving us. Today, no matter how calm your facade is and no matter what you say, you're still going to die. Zheng Jian smirked. From the moment you became my enemy, your destiny's already set in stones. You'll die without a doubt. Even after you've become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, you still can't change your fate. When he reached the end of his sentence, jealousy and hatred could be seen in his eyes. He was jealous and hated Duan Lingtian for being able to become a disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. On the other hand, not only did Zheng Jian fail to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he was actually expelled from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He wanted Duan Lingtian to die. Only then would he be able to vent his anger and regain the balance in his mind. So what if you're the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City? You'll still die in my New Southtown's Zheng clan's hands anyway. Zheng Jian's eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. You look down on me? Duan Lingtian smiled brilliantly when he saw Zheng Jian's gaze. Zheng Jian, you've suffered a defeat at my hands, and yet you still have the audacity to look at me like that? Looks like the lesson you were taught previously is not enough, huh? The moment his words left his mouth, he was already charging toward Zheng Jian, without giving Zhang Qian time to react. Zheng Jian did not expect Duan Lingtian to make a move on him. His expression immediately turned horrified. You're looking for death. Zheng Chong snarled loudly. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning when he charged at Duan Lingtian at a speed that was much faster than Duan Lingtian. With the speed that Duan Lingtian was currently using, by the time he arrived before Zheng Jian, Zheng Chong had arrived in a timely manner to block his attack. This was why Zheng Lin, the martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage, did not make a move at all and merely watched coldly from the sidelines. Is he really just a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Based on his speed, he's on par with most martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. However, he's still a little too inexperienced to try and kill someone in front of Zheng Chong. Zheng Lin smirked inwardly as he watched coldly from the side. When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of Zheng Jian, Zheng Chong had indeed made it in time. He positioned himself between Duan Lingtian and Zheng Jian and blocked his attack. Zheng Jian, who was so shocked to the point that he began to break out in cold sweat, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Uncle Chong! Kill him! Idiot!" A smile crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw Zheng Chong had appeared in front of Zheng Jian. It was a smile that indicated his plan had succeeded. When Zheng Chong saw the smile, his heart jolted and was filled with an ominous feeling.
He was about to dismiss the ominous feeling when he noticed Duanling Tian, who was standing before him, had taken out a tattered bow with just a raise of his hand. Sound of death, along with the loud and cacophonous clang that resonated in the air. A solidified true energy light blade swept out. It looked like a death scepter when it forcibly beheaded Zheng Chong. Zheng Chong's eyes were still wide open, watching as he was severed from the other half of his body before his consciousness began to fade.
From the beginning until the end, he did not even have a chance to make his move at all.
However, this was not the end. After the true energy light blade that was similar to a death scepter beheaded Zheng Chong, it continued to sweep out and beheaded Zheng Jian as well.
With just one move, he managed to kill 2 people.
All of these happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that even Zheng Lin could not react in time. In Zheng Lin's view, when Zheng Chong appeared in front of Duanling Tian, his big head had already left his body in just a blink of an eye. It was the same for Zheng Jian.
"You're seeking death," Zheng Lin snarled as soon as he regained his senses. His robes began to flutter even though there was no wind. His hairband had also snapped, causing it to flutter as well, looking like snakes writhing in the air.
Meanwhile, a powerful aura rose from his body. It was as though he had transformed into a mountain as he charged at Duanling Tian.
He has only broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage and is still unstable. This is a good chance for me to practice my skills. Duanling Tian was not afraid of Zheng Lin, who was charging at him in a frenzy. Instead, his eyes had immediately brightened.
At the same time, the 52 saint veins in his body guided the true energy in his qi and covered his entire body in just a second, activating the silver shirt immediately. At this instant, Duanling Tian's entire body seemed as though it was covered with a silver shirt, and his aura began to change as well. Duanling Tian did not intend to take advantage of the furious Zheng Lin, who had thrown a punch over. Good timing! Duanling Tian charged toward him excitedly. He punched out as well to gain an advantage by striking only after the enemy had struck. It was as though it had transformed into a cannonball, guided by true energy, as it clashed violently with Zheng Lin's punch. This punch had contained Duanling Tian's full strength. After casting the silver shirt, his brute strength became even more appalling, and the true energy that was carried by the 52 saint veins completely exploded at this moment.
A punch against a punch. Before the punches even met, a series of ear-piercing sounds of air detonation reverberated thunderously in the air. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's punch finally collided with Zheng Lin's punch.
Do you think that you can fight with me, Zheng Lin, just because you're able to kill Zheng Chong? You overestimate yourself too much. At that instant when their punches met, a smile-filled disdain bloomed on Zheng Lin's face.
However, the smile on his face immediately froze in the next moment.
As the 2 punches collided, a loud bang suddenly resonated in the air. A strong airwave swept out and turned many of the accessories in the room into powder. Even the door and windows were blasted open.
"Brother Ling Tian." Naturally, the huge commotion had drawn Hongyu over. When he arrived, he saw Duanling Tian locked in a stalemate with an old man.
Although Duanling Tian's face was pale, the old man looked even more wretched. He was vomiting blood non-stop.
Impossible. Impossible. Zheng Lin raised his head and looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief.
He did not use any saint weapon and neither did his opponent. Yet, in such a condition, he was thwarted by his opponent even though he was the one who had struck first to gain the upper hand. Moreover, he noticed his opponent had only suffered minor injuries even though he was grievously injured. He could not accept this. Was Duanling Tian not martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage?
Did he not only have strength on par with a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage? Not only did he manage to kill Zheng Chong, who was at the perfection mortal shedding stage, but he was even able to suppress him.
Nothing's impossible. Duanling Tian smirked. A hint of excitement gleamed in the depth of his eyes. It did not cross his mind that he could really defeat a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage heads-on when he unleashed his full strength. Although it was obvious his opponent had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage recently, it was still the paramount mortal shedding stage. Its strength was not something even people at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage could compare to. Don't be so happy yet. I didn't use any saint weapon earlier. Zhang Lin had recovered a little after consuming a healing medicinal pill. His aura instantly changed when he raised a full moon machete in his hand. A sharp aura rose on his body immediately. You didn't use any saint weapon? But I did? Duan Ling Tian snorted before he lifted the sun-shooting bow in his hand. A man who had been defeated by him without the use of any saint weapon was trying to defeat him using a saint weapon? Did that person really think the sun-shooting bow in his hand was just a decoration? Zhang Lin's face turned extremely grave when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words and saw the sun-shooting bow in his hand. He finally remembered Duan Ling Tian did not use any saint weapon as well earlier. A sense of helplessness rose in his heart at this moment. Duan Ling Tian, since you're fine, and there are already 2 casualties in my New South Town's Zheng clan, let's just call it a draw between you and my New South Town's Zheng clan. From today onward, let's not interfere with each other. What do you think? Zhang Lin asked with a sudden change of expression on his face when he realized it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. Let's call it a draw? Let's not interfere with each other anymore. Duan Ling Tian laughed mockingly. Do you think this is possible? Today, if I were a little weaker, would you have been willing to call it a draw and left me alone? Bang! With a speed as fast as a bolt of lightning. Even Duan Ling Tian did not expect this to happen too. Zhang Lin stomped on the ground and relied on the force to fly away instantly. His speed was so fast that he was not inferior to Duan Ling Tian, who had yet to make a breakthrough in his movement technique. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, Zhang Lin had already swept out of the window, and his figure was already disappearing in the night sky. Trying to flee? Duan Ling Tian smirked. With a raise of his hand, he took out an arrow and shot it out, ready to give chase using his movement technique, body and arrow synchronization. With the help of the body and arrow synchronization, which he had recently broken through, he was confident he could catch up to Zhang Lin. However, an afterimage appeared in his left eye and entered the house. His attention immediately shifted to that person. The newcomer showed himself, and Duan Ling Tian saw a handsome middle-aged man with an impressive bearing. At this moment, the middle-aged man was holding Zhang Lin in his hand as though he was an eagle holding on to a little chick. Who are you? Being held by the middle-aged man, Zhang Lin's soul was almost trembling with fright. He did not manage to flee for long before he was powerlessly seized by this person. This person's strength far surpassed his. He must be at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage at least. However, the middle-aged man did not bother with him. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled. Duan Ling Tian, I'll leave this person for you to deal with. The moment his words left his mouth, the middle-aged man casually threw Zhang Lin toward Duan Ling Tian. When Zhang Lin was thrown by the middle-aged man, he tried to use the same tactic to escape again when he was momentarily freed from the restraint. However, would he be able to do that? Swish! A horrifying sound reverberated in the sky as a solidified true energy light blade swept out and sliced Zhang Lin's neck powerfully, instantly beheading him. The martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage, who was brimming with energy just a moment ago, had died without any chance of resurrection. Zhang Lin's head rolled to the side of the wall as blood trailed after it. It stopped by the wall. Its eyes were still laced with panic. Gasp! This scene made Hong Yu gasp in shock. At the same time, he saw the remains of another 2 bodies that had also been severed into 2. Brother Ling Tian, are you okay? Hong Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. If something happened to his brother in his house, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. I'm okay. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled at Hong Yu before looking at the middle-aged man who was smiling as he stared at him. Thank you for lending me a hand, Senior. I wonder, who are you? No wonder Lord City Governor thinks so highly of you. You're indeed remarkable. The middle-aged man smiled. Why, your teacher's follower? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when the light bulb came on in his mind. Curious, he asked. Could it be that you're actually one of the 36 guardians under teacher's command, Senior? Duan Ling Tian did not activate his divine eye in front of this middle-aged man. This was because the feeling he had facing the middle-aged man was more or less the same feeling he had when he was faced with his teacher and the heavenly leader guardian. Whether it was his teacher or the heavenly leader guardian, both were Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. You're smart. The middle-aged man smiled. I'm ranked second among the 36 guardians under Lord City Governor's command.
Heavenly Strength Guardian? Duan Tian gasped. He did not think his guess would be correct. This person was indeed one of the 36 guardians under his teacher's command. Moreover, he was actually the Heavenly Strength Guardian who was ranked second.
In the 36 heavenly stars, the heavenly leader was the first while the heavenly strength was second. I've already sent a report to Lord City Governor regarding the incident tonight. The New South Town's Zhang clan will not be able to escape this time. Heavenly Strength Guardian said nonchalantly as though he was talking about some unimportant matter. To him, annihilating the entire Zhang clan was easy. Only him alone was enough to raise havoc in the Zhang clan and cut off all their chances to turn things around. I think even Lord City Governor doesn't know you're capable of forcing a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse to flee, right? The Heavenly Strength Guardian studied Duan Tian from top to bottom curiously. When Duan Tian had just entered the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, he had already heard of Duan Tian. Initially, he did not give it much thought, but ultimately he had no choice but to pay attention to him. Just a few days ago, Lord City Governor even ordered him to personally protect Duan Tian in the dark when he left the city governor's estate. At this moment, he realized how highly Lord City Governor regarded Duan Tian. He was protecting Duan Tian in the dark from the sky, so he had already seen the movement of the 3 Zhang clan's members. Originally, he thought he would have to make the move, but it did not cross his mind that Duan Tian would be able to kill 2 of the Zhang clan's members with his own power and even force the Zhang clan's martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage to flee. He knew very well that Duan Tian would definitely be able to catch up to Zhang Lin. He had made his move because he wanted to get to know Duan Tian, this young genius who would enter the Moon Illumination sect in 6 months' time. This young man was officially even more dazzling than Su Qi. Paramount Immortal Shedding Stage? Hong Yu, who was in a daze, exclaimed out loud when he heard the Heavenly Strength Guardian's words. His gaze instantly shifted to Zhang Lin's head. This is a martial cultivator at the Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage? Hong Yu was completely bewildered. Disbelief was written on his face when he turned to look at Duan Tian again. He was merely a martial cultivator who had just broken through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage, so his foundation was not very stable. If it wasn't because of this, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him, Duan Tian said as he shook his head. His words, naturally, were regarded as humble by Hong Yu and the Heavenly Strength Guardian. I'm Hong Yu, the captain of the city guards. My respect to you, Lord Heavenly Strength Guardian. Hong Yu paid his respect to the Heavenly Strength Guardian as he suppressed the astonishment in his heart. You're Hong Yu, the captain of the city guards? I've heard of you. Indeed, you're not bad. After protecting Duan Tian for a few days in the dark, the Heavenly Strength Guardian also found out Duan Tian had quite a good relationship with Hong Yu. Due to this reason, he was courteous toward Hong Yu as well. He knew Duan Tian was a man who was destined to leave Mound Hill City. His achievements in the future would definitely not be inferior to Lord City Governor. Due to this reason, he did not dare to be discourteous toward Duan Tian's friend. Whoosh! The Heavenly Strength Guardian raised his hand and the remains of the 3 bodies on the floor were taken away by him. After bidding goodbye to Duan Tian and nodding his head to Hong Yu, he left. There were only Duan Tian and Hong Yu left in the bloody room with its shattered door and windows. Hong Yu's gaze was complicated when he looked at Duan Tian. Although he knew Duan Tian was a one-of-a-kind genius martial cultivator, he did not expect him to be so heaven-defying. As it turned out, even a martial cultivator at the Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage was no match for him at all. Big Brother Hong, I'm sorry I'll have to trouble you to clean this mess up, Duan Tian said awkwardly as he glanced at the room. It's all right, I'll bring you to the other guest room first. As for this place, I'll ask some servants to clean it up. After he regained his senses, Hong Yu shook his head and quickly led Duan Tian to another guest room. From the beginning until the end, his feelings had remained complicated. What good deed had he done to deserve such a brother? A bizarre idea suddenly rose in his mind. Should he go to his ancestral graves and check if there was green smoke or not? Otherwise, why would he have such a fortuitous encounter?
The incident today was only a small matter to Duan Lingtian. He knew very well if the New South Town's Zheng clan succeeded in killing him, everything would be fine. However, if things did not go well, they would have to face the threat of annihilation.
Duan Lingtian was not affected by this. This was the law of this world where the strongest thrived. It was the law of the jungle, and it was the survival of the fittest. If one were a mouse, one should just stay quietly inside one's nest. One should not dream about pulling the cat's whiskers. It would only result in one's death. In the midnight sky above the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, two figures flashed across the sky. After leaving the city governor's estate, they continued to fly out. 30 minutes later, they came to a halt in the sky above a vast town. The New South Town? As two figures descended, a bloody commotion erupted in the big mansion at the corner of this town. The Zheng clan of the New South Town was completely annihilated just like this. Before the day dawned, everybody in New South Town was awakened from their dreams. More than half of New South Town was permeated with the stench of blood.
My goodness!
Who the hell did the Zheng clan offend? The entire clan was annihilated in just a night. After the New South townspeople learned that there was not even one survivor from the Zheng clan, all of them gasped. After staying a few more days in Hong Yu's house, Duan Lingtian finally left and returned to the city governor's estate.
After returning to the city governor's estate, he did not return to the huge mansion where the city governor of Mound Hill City resided. Instead, he returned to the latent dragon camp to greet Guili.
He had decided to stay in the city governor of Mound Hill City's place to cultivate in the next period of time as he waited for the entrance exam for Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian heard somebody calling him as soon as he entered the latent dragon camp.
Zhu Lang. It was none other than Zhu Lang. Haha. Duan Lingtian, did you hear about it?
The New South Town's Zheng clan has been annihilated. What good news? Zhu Lang announced happily. He appeared to be very delighted.
New South Town's Zheng clan? Zhang Jian's clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Although he had already predicted this, he was still taken aback. His teacher was a little too efficient.
Duan Lingtian did not know his teacher was furious upon learning that the New South Town's Zheng clan's members tried to kill him. He had immediately ordered the Heavenly Leader Guardian and another Saint Rudiment Stage revered elder to head to New South Town to annihilate the entire Zheng clan.
The people from the surrounding region of Mound Hill City from a ninth-rate force dared to provoke the almighty city governor of Mound Hill City. How could he possibly suppress his anger?
Duan Lingtian, with your innate talent, it's basically a given that you'll enter the Moon Illumination sect after 6 months. I wonder when we will meet again after you leave. Guili sighed.
She had learned he would not be staying in the latent dragon camp during the 6 months when Duan Lingtian called her out.
She had come to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City together with Duan Lingtian.
However, Duan Lingtian was about to enter a 7th-rate force, but she had to stay behind and work hard in this 8th-rate force. If I have time, I'll come back and visit you and teach her. Besides, it's not like you won't get the opportunity to enter Moon Illumination sect in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled.
He had come here to bid farewell to Guili. After all, he would definitely be leaving in a haste after 6 months. At that time, who knew if Guili had entered closed-door cultivation? Due to this reason, he thought it was better to bid her farewell now. Today, Duan Lingtian was only trying his luck. He did not know if she was in closed-door cultivation. If she was, he would have no choice but to come back again.
After all, he was not here to challenge Guili. If he was here to challenge her, it would not matter if she was in closed-door cultivation or not.
Staring at Duan Lingtian's disappearing silhouette, Guili's gaze was extremely complicated. She thought to herself, Guili, a man like that is beyond your reach.
It was apparent Guili had already fallen for Duan Lingtian, whom she had only spent several months with.
However, she had hidden her love away. She could tell Duan Lingtian only treated her as a good friend. If she crossed this line between them, who knew, they might not even be able to remain friends. She appreciated this friendship a lot after all. During this time, apart from listening to the city governor of Mound Hill City's explanation about the martial Dao, Duanling Tian spent the remaining time cultivating by himself in his room. Naturally, he had cultivated in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He did not waste a single second at all. What was worth mentioning was Su Qi had also moved into the city governor of Mound Hill City's mansion as well. When Su Qi just moved in, Xiong, who was eager to stir up trouble, he tried to create a conflict between Duanling Tian and Su Qi, goading them to fight to see who was more suitable to become great senior brother. However, his plan was quickly thwarted due to the city governor of Mound Hill City's interference. Su Qi is the oldest among all of you. On top of that, he's also the first one to follow me by my side. Theoretically, he should be the great senior brother. The city governor of Mound Hill City said that because he was worried Su Qi would be defeated by Duanling Tian and would not be able to get back up after the fall. Su Qi had followed him for many years, so, naturally, he knew his character very well. He was wild, intractable, and prideful among his peers. Sometimes, standing at the top was not necessarily a good thing. If one were to fall from so high up, one's bones might shatter completely. He was worried Su Qi would be defeated by Duanling Tian because he had also learned that Duanling Tian had killed a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zhang clan. Although the city governor of Mound Hill City managed to put a stop to this, Su Qi still managed to catch on to some clues. Duanling Tian. After Su Qi discovered his master had deliberately prevented him from having a match, Duanling Tian and even talked to him personally about it. His pride received a great blow. Due to this reason, he directly went and looked for Duanling Tian. Senior brother Su Qi, is there anything I can help you with? When Duanling Tian walked out after opening his room door, he saw Su Qi standing there with a grave expression. He was instantly confused. He did not offend Su Qi, did he? Duanling Tian, I know Master came to you and told you not to have a match with me. Due to this reason, I want to challenge you and prove that my title as Great Senior Brother is not for nothing. Su Qi announced solemnly. Initially, when he had met Duanling Tian, he did not even enter his eyes. It was only recently he learned that Duanling Tian actually defeated Ling Yun in just one blow. Moreover, his master, even though he might not be a match for Duanling Tian, even though he had already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. This utterly angered him. The other party was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, and he was already a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage. What was the basis of their comparison? Naturally, Su Qi did not know Duanling Tian had already broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Even if he knew, he would not be able to come to terms with it at all. Senior brother Su Qi, did you misunderstand anything? Teacher didn't come and talk to me. I was the one who acknowledged I'm inferior to you. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. Naturally, he would not reveal the things the city governor of Mound Hill City had told him when he came looking for him. Although he did not interact much with Su Qi, he could tell that he was a prideful person and he might not be able to endure the blow of being defeated by him. In Su Qi's opinion, he was merely a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage after all. No matter what, you and I will have to fight it out today. Su Qi's determination was out of Duanling Tian's expectation. In the end, they even alerted the city governor of Mound Hill City, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao. Duanling Tian just have a match with him. He'll need to face the truth eventually. The city governor of Mound Hill City told Duanling Tian through voice transmission, sighing, remember, don't show any mercy. He knew very well if Duanling Tian had shown mercy, and was seen through by Su Qi, a demon would be planted in Su Qi's heart even if he managed to win. Although this demon was only figurative, it would still exist in real life. Once the demon was planted, it would be hard for Su Qi to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, let alone the Saint stage. Yes, teacher. Since the city governor of Mound Hill City had already made his intention clear, Duanling Tian had no reason to refuse anymore. To be honest, he also wanted to know just how strong Su Qi really was. Although he was able to defeat the martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage from the New Southtown's Zhang clan, it was only because the other party had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage not long ago, and he was a native of the Dao martial saint land. As for Su Qi, Duanling Tian could see clearly through his divine eye that although his cultivation base at the paramount mortal shedding stage had not completely stabilized yet, he was still much stronger than that Zheng Lin. Most importantly, Su Qi was also a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. That means he had a solid foundation. Since they were going to have a match, Duan Lingtian naturally would not show any mercy. Even without the city governor of Mound Hill City's reminder, he would still give his all. Now that Duan Lingtian and Su Qi was finally going to fight, the person who was the most excited was none other than Xiong Hu. Haha! Finally, senior brother Su Qi and Duan Lingtian are going to fight. This combat between a dragon and a tiger is definitely going to be interesting. Although Ling Yun and Jin Yuan Bao remained silent, a hint of anticipation could be seen in their eyes. Standing at the side of the vast mansion, the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the two men locked in stalemate and announced, "Let's begin." Duan Lingtian and Su Qi, who were the main characters of this event, made their moves at almost the same time. Both of them were like leopards that charged out at lightning speed when they clashed directly with each other. Bang! A thunderous noise reverberated in the air as Duan Lingtian and Su Qi's punches collided. A rolling wave swept out tyrannically through the entire place. It was a good thing the gravitational force in the Tao Martial Saint Land was strong, and the space was stable. Otherwise, these two people's collision would have created an impact wave that was strong enough to sweep out a few hundred meters away, at least if they were on Cloud Continent. Even so, the tyrannical airwave that swept out made the plants in the front courtyard sway violently. As expected of a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent, Duan Lingtian was forced to retreat 7 steps by the force of Su Qi's punch. He looked solemnly at Su Qi, who was forced to retreat 5 steps. He had unleashed all his strength when he punched earlier. Moreover, he had also cast the silver shirt. All 52 Saint Veins carried the true energy out in a flash, and his brute strength had completely exploded. Even then, he fell to a disadvantageous position, although Su Qi did not use any Saint-grade martial tactic yet. It might not be obvious, but he had clearly fallen into a disadvantageous position. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to admit that Su Qi, this disciple who was trained by the city governor of Mound Hill City, was indeed not a simple person. At the very least, he was on a completely different level compared to that man at the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zheng clan. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Su Qi's strength, but Su Qi was even more taken aback. Is this Duan Lingtian really a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Just a mere martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, and he's already this strong? If I didn't break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I wouldn't have been able to endure his blow. Su Qi's feelings were in turmoil, and he could not calm down for a very long time. Duan Lingtian's strength had completely baffled him. None of them used any saint weapons or saint-grade martial tactics, but his unreserved punch only managed to gain him a slight upper hand. He was a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage, for goodness sake. The person standing in front of him, on the other hand, was only a mere martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, I heard you possess a bow that's not inferior to a human rank prominent saint weapon. Take it out, and let us fight without any reservation using our saint-grade martial tactic. A narrow saber had already appeared in Su Qi's hand. It was his saint weapon that he carried everywhere. As the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, naturally, the things he had was not shabby. This narrow saber saint weapon was also a human rank prominent saint weapon. Its entire body was sparkling with light as though it was a bright moon. That's how it should be. Duan Lingtian had also taken out his sun shooting bow. With the sun shooting bow in his hand, his entire aura seemed to have undergone a transformation. He seemed like a vicious tiger that was baring its fangs. Come. As Su Qi's eyes narrowed, the narrow saber slashed through the sky. Green waves appeared in its wake and charged at Duan Lingtian. This slash seemed simple, but it contained a fearsome force. If this slash is a technique in the human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic, then it must have been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage. Duan Lingtian could see that Su Qi's slash was not simple. This simple-looking slash that was crisp and neat seemed as though it was capable of shattering the sky.
The technique of this human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage, possessed a force so powerful that it was comparable to the aerolite strike that Duan Ling Tian had cultivated. Although the aerolite strike was only at the 3rd stage, the competent stage, its difficulty was high, and its force was much stronger because it was a technique from a human-rank prominent stage saint-grade martial tactic. Body and arrow synchronization. In the face of Su Qi's strike that he launched first to gain the upper hand, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to make any mistake. As an arrow soared through the sky, he flew out along with the arrow. He sailed in the air as though he was riding a bird. Whoosh! 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 However, Su Qi was not somebody that was easily dealt with. When he saw Duan Ling Tian had dodged his attack, he quickly gave chase as the saber ray that was released by his saber split into 3. It was hard to tell whether the saber ray was real or not. Each of them emitted a piercing aura. Ha! A sneer appeared on the corner of Su Qi's mouth when he thought he would overpower Duan Ling Tian using the 3 saber rays. Suddenly, he noticed Duan Ling Tian had come to a halt and was looking at the sky in the distant blankly. What are you doing? Su Qi's expression turned grave. His expression was extremely glum as he put away his saber. Could it be this Duan Ling Tian was trying to deliberately lose to him? This made him feel humiliated. However, Duan Ling Tian did not bother with Su Qi at all. Through his strange eye, he saw a figure charging toward the city governor's estate at a horrifying speed. An intruder! Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted immediately. He could instantly smell the scent of danger. The second person who noticed something was wrong was the city governor of Mound Hill City. However, when he realized what was happening, the figure had already appeared in the sky above the city governor's estate and above Duan Ling Tian and the others. It's a death penalty for those who trespass into the city governor's estate. At this moment, 2 figures rose up from the 2 sides of the large mansion and pounced toward the intruder menacingly like 2 flashes of lightning. Watch out! Horror dawned on the city governor of Mound Hill City. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian and the others' expressions turned horrified as well. Before the 2 people who had risen in the air managed to get close to the intruder, they were already pressed down by invisible energy. They turned lifeless as soon as they violently crashed on the ground. They're dead. Duan Ling Tian gasped as he looked at the 2 bodies on the ground. He was familiar with one of the men. It was none other than the leader of the 36 Guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City's command, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. He was also one of the few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in Mound Hill City. The other man was an old man. Although he did not know who he was, he knew he was a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse as well. The fact that he was able to fly inside Mound Hill City was more than enough to prove his cultivation base. However, the 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were killed by this intruder with just a blow. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with dread when he looked at the intruder again. He finally had a good look at the intruder. It was a young man wearing a white robe with silver edges. He was handsome, but he had a disdainful smirk on his face as he looked down at them from the sky above. Gasp! 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 Su Qi, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao also gasped when they regained their senses. They were filled with dread as well when they looked at the white-robed young man. The 2 great Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City could not even defeat this man. Just how powerful was this person? When this person made his move earlier, they could not catch his movement at all. It seemed as though he had appeared out of thin air in the sky and suppressed the 2 great Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses before killing them. Naturally, they knew it was not this simple. This person must have made a move. However, they were unable to catch his movement due to their low cultivation base. Zhou Qi. At this moment, a thunderous snarl snapped Duan Ling Tian and the other 4 back to reality. In the next instant, they saw the city governor of Mound Hill City's face was filled with a murderous hatred. He stomped loudly on the ground before he shot up into the air. Trenches appeared on the spot where he stood earlier and spread to the ground beneath Duan Ling Tian and the other 4. Before they even realized what was happening, they saw the city governor of Mound Hill City and that Zhou Qi was already locked in a battle. However, their speed was too fast so none of them could really capture their movements.
Even when Duanling Tian activated his strange pupil, he could only see two afterimages fighting with each other. What's that? A gust of true energy had appeared above his teacher and Zhou Qi and transformed into a gigantic hammer when they were battling with their saint weapons. The hammer was solidified from true energy. When Duanling Tian was still puzzling over how the opponent could split part of his true energy to do this, the gigantic hammer smashed down toward his teacher. The sky trembled immediately, and a dull thud sounded. The city governor of Mound Hill City spat out a mouthful of blood and fell in a wretched manner. Teacher! Master! Duanling Tian and the other four immediately went to hold the city governor of Mound Hill City who had fallen down. One could see the city governor of Mound Hill City's face was completely pale and fresh blood continued to flow from his mouth. A faint dripping noise could be heard as it dripped on the ground non-stop.
T-True Energy Consolidated Weapon.
YUV broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes were filled with dread when he looked at Zhou Qi. The Mastery Saint Rudiment stage?
The moment these words left the city governor of Mound Hill City's mouth, Duanling Tian and the other four were stunned.
The white-clad young man, Zhou Qi, was actually so powerful, and he was at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage? TSK. Feng Hui, you still didn't improve much just like last time. Looks like you're destined to remain like this for your entire life. Zhou Qi looked down at the city governor of Mound Hill City. His eyes gleamed with condescension and revealed a pure and unconcealed disdain. You! Not only did Zhou Qi grievously injure the city governor of Mound Hill City, but he even publicly humiliated him. This caused Duanling Tian and the other four to become angry.
Although they knew this person was powerful, it was difficult for them to suppress their anger.
The city governor of Mound Hill City was their respected teacher and master. When Duanling Tian and the other four were about to make their moves, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, anxiously stopped them. All of you are no match for him. Feng Hui, why are you stopping them? Are you afraid I'll kill them? Zhou Qi laughed mockingly. Zhou Qi, did you come here just to flaunt your prowess?
If it's so, you can leave now. You've completed what you came to do, Feng Hui said in his deep voice after he took a deep breath to suppress his anger and humiliation.
When it comes to seniority, by right, I should call you junior uncle. However, with the gap between our cultivation base, I'm afraid you'll just be embarrassed if I address you as junior uncle, right? The smile on Zhou Qi's face widened. His words were all mocking Feng Hui. Junior uncle? Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Duanling Tian and the other four were stunned. What? You guys are surprised. When Zhou Qi saw Duanling Tian and the other four's expressions, he laughed. Your master is my master's junior brother. However, compared to my master, your master is useless. He's already this old, and yet, he's still only an outer court deacon of the sect and was sent to manage this tiny Mound Hill City.
TSK. The Intermediate Saint Rudiment Stage. My dear junior uncle, if my memory serves me right, when we first met 10 years ago, you were already at the Intermediate Saint Rudiment Stage, and I was merely at the Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage.
Currently, I've already broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage, and you're still at the Intermediate Saint Rudiment Stage.
When Zhou Qi reached the end of his sentence, the disdain in his eyes became even more apparent.
Are you here to humiliate me? Feng Hui asked in his deep voice as he glared at Zhou Qi coldly. If he was not severely injured to the point he had lost his ability to fight, he would have made a move. He would rather die than be humiliated. However, Zhou Qi completely ignored him as he replied indifferently. I heard you have a disciple from the mortal continent, and he's quite amazing, junior uncle Feng Hui. I think he's called Su Qi or something.
I wonder who's that? Zhou Qi asked curiously as his eyes swept past Duanling Tian and the others.
Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Duanling Tian and the other three could not help but turn to look at Su Qi.
This Zhou Qi who came here with ill intention was actually here to look for Su Qi?
What was going on? Humph! Su Qi snorted coldly. His gaze was unfriendly when he looked at Zhou Qi. After confirming Su Qi's identity, Zhou Qi looked at him. You're Su Qi? Not bad. You look like a prodigy.
No wonder, master, that old man is interested in you.
He nodded his head in satisfaction when he reached the end of his sentence. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian and the other four were stunned.
Based on Zhou Qi's words, he was here to steal him away?
Zhou Qi, what do you mean? Fang Hui asked solemnly.
However, Zhou Qi ignored Fang Hui completely as he smiled at Su Qi. Su Qi, I, Zhou Qi, am the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination sect. My master, Elder Lu Huan, is interested in taking you as his direct disciple.
He'll let you enter the inner court of the sect directly and become an inner court disciple. You'll get to enjoy a rich cultivation environment and resources. Moon Illumination sect.
An inner court disciple. Zhou Qi's words were like a stone that set off 1,000 ripples. It shocked Duan Ling Tian and the others.
Since Duan Ling Tian and the others were going to the Moon Illumination sect in 5 months to participate in the assessment, they knew a little about the Moon Illumination sect's rules.
The people who passed the assessment and entered the Moon Illumination sect would only become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect.
To become an inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, one would need to undergo a series of tests and possess a cultivation base at the early Saint Rudiment stage at least. Naturally, some exceptions were made.
It was said that some of the young geniuses who were highly regarded by the Moon Illumination sect's senior officials would be able to enter the inner court and become an inner court disciple regardless of his cultivation base as long as there was a recommendation from a Moon Illumination sect's senior official. Naturally, it had to be a Moon Illumination sect's senior official who held real power.
For example, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, was an outer court deacon who was sent outside. Although he could also be considered as a Moon Illumination sect's senior official, he did not hold much clout in the Moon Illumination sect.
In the Moon Illumination sect, his identity was even considered inferior to many of the inner court disciples.
At this moment, this Zhou Qi actually said his master Elder Lu Huan or something, intended to take Su Qi as his direct disciple. On top of that, he was going to let Su Qi enter the inner court of Moon Illumination sect directly. Duan Ling Tian, Xiong Hu, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao looked at Su Qi instantly, trying to gauge his reaction. Would he choose to betray and follow another master? Or would he reject this? However, if he rejected this, it was highly likely that his outcome would be bad. Based on how Zhou Qi killed the 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses the moment he arrived at the city governor's estate, one could easily see he was not a kind person.
It's that traitor, Lu Huan, who asked you to come? Fang Hui asked through gritted teeth. His eyes were as wide as saucers as he glared at Zhou Qi. His body began to tremble from anger. He was so angry that he was on the verge of snapping. Slap!
A crisp sound resonated in the air. Zhou Qi had slapped him at lightning speed, leaving a palm print on the side of Fang Hui's face. Teacher! Horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian. He instantly raised the sun-shooting bow in his hand and true energy shot out of his right hand after he solidified it into an arrow. He was trying to attack Zhou Qi using the aerolite strike. Right now, he did not even have the time to care whether he was Zhou Qi's match or not. He had long sincerely regarded Fang Hui as his teacher. His teacher was being humiliated. How could he as a disciple sit and watch at the side? Humph! However, a cold snort sounded just as his arrow was knocked on the bow. The horrifying sound wave that was contained in the voice caused his body to tremble right away. Before he even realized what was happening, he felt vast energy surging out before it slammed on his body, sending him flying with a blast. Barf! Duan Ling Tian crashed on the ground violently. He felt his throat constrict before he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian had also heard the sounds of blood spurting out at the side. He saw that Xiong Hu, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao were also sent flying back a blast with saint weapons in their hands. It was apparent they had intended to avenge Fang Hui, just like Duan Ling Tian. You 3 little ants actually dare to be so rude in front of me. Zhou Qi? Zhou Qi did not make any visible movement, but he had already arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 in just a blink of an eye. With his nose high up in the air, he looked down at Duan Ling Tian and the other 2.
Damn it! When Duan Ling Tian noticed Zhou Qi's gaze on the sun-shooting bow in his hands, horror dawned on him immediately.
How shabby! Look at that tattered bow.
I think it's not even a human-rank primitive saint weapon. Looks like you're not valued by junior Uncle Feng Hui at all. Shou Qi smirked mockingly when his gaze landed on the sun-shooting bow in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He smirked and glanced at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully. After that, he no longer had the mood to bother with Duan Ling Tian and the other three. He turned around and looked at Su Qi instead. Su Qi, have you thought about it? Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief inwardly. For a moment he thought Shou Qi had seen through the sun-shooting bow in his hand and wanted to snatch it away from him. His heart at that moment was beating rapidly. It was only now that it was finally relaxed. A martial cultivator at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage is actually this strong? I feel like a powerless kid in front of him. Even if I activate the strange pupil, I'm still no match for him at all. Duan Ling Tian felt bitter. This Zhou Qi was absolutely the strongest enemy he had encountered thus far. However, his gaze quickly shifted toward Su Qi again. He was not the only one. Even Xionghu, Jin Yuanbao, Ling Yun, and Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, had their eyes trained on Su Qi as well. It was apparent they wanted to see what kind of decision Su Qi would make. Su Qi, as the saying goes, a man who can recognize the realities of a situation is a paragon of men. I believe you're a wise man. As though he could sense Su Qi's hesitation, Zhou Qi continued to say, besides, water flows downward while men endeavor to rise. This is a famous dictum that's applicable to almost everything. If you follow Feng Hui, you won't have a bright future. Feng Hui's cultivation base is not even comparable to me, let alone my master, Elder Lu Huan. My master, Elder Lu Huan, is someone at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He's merely half a step away from entering the Saint stage. Zhou Qi finished speaking in one breath. Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The moment these words left Zhou Qi's mouth, Duan Ling Tian, Xionghu, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao were completely shocked. It did not cross their minds that Zhou Qi's master would actually be at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Such a powerful elder would most likely have a high position in the Moon Illumination sect. The fact was, although the Moon Illumination sect was a seventh-rate force, there were only a few Saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Zhou Qi's master, Lu Huan, could be considered as being in the second echelon in Moon Illumination sect. As for those in the first echelon, there was no doubt they were the few Saint stage powerhouses in Moon Illumination sect. I agree. Su Qi finally came to a decision. Haha. Good. Good. From now on, I'll call you Junior Brother Su Qi then. Upon hearing Su Qi's assent, Zhou Qi laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with delight. Junior Brother Su Qi, congratulations. You've made the best decision. Senior Brother Zhou Qi. Su Qi bowed politely to pay his respect to Zhou Qi. Su Qi, you ungrateful bastard. You're so treacherous. Xionghu growled. He was infuriated when he saw how Su Qi had agreed to it. Oh! Upon hearing that, the smile on Zhou Qi's face disappeared immediately as he glared at Xionghu murderously. True energy could be faintly seen on his body. He's just like an ant. Why do you bother with him, Senior Brother Zhou Qi? Su Qi smiled at Zhou Qi after he cast an indifferent glance at Xionghu. That's right. He's just an ant. Zhou Qi smiled as well. You? Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Xionghu became even more enraged. He was going to continue with his insults when his mouth was covered by Jin Yuanbao, who was next to him. Xionghu, don't drag us down if you want to seek death. Jin Yuanbao growled in his deep voice as he glared at Xionghu. Duan Ling Tian's face had also turned glum when he looked at Su Qi. He was very clear how his teacher, the city governor of Mount Hill City, doted on this Su Qi. For Su Qi's sake, he even secretly looked for Duan Ling Tian to ask him to not fight with Su Qi. However, this Su Qi actually chose to betray his own master at this moment. Duan Ling Tian could only feel rage creeping up in his chest. Senior Brother Zhou Qi, let's go back to the sect. I wish to pay respect to my master as soon as I can, Su Qi said to Zhou Qi. His tone was polite and respectful. It was very pleasing to Zhou Qi's ears. There's no rush. Zhou Qi shook his head and smiled before turning to look at Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City. Feng Hui was now staring at Su Qi in disbelief, as though it did not cross his mind that he would betray him. A hint of rage was beginning to appear on his face. However, his rage quickly dissipated before he sighed. His entire person seemed to have become older by several years.
Feng Hui, if I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. Zhou Qi glanced coldly at Feng Hui with a mocking smile on his face. Not only is your innate talent bad, but you can't even protect your own woman. Now, the disciple that you've wholeheartedly trained has also betrayed you. Zhou Qi's words stabbed his heart one by one.
When he finished speaking, Feng Hui was angered to the point that his body began to tremble violently and his eyes were so wide it was almost bulging out. He could not help but throw up a few mouthfuls of blood, looking extremely wretched.
However, I still need to thank you on behalf of my master, Elder Lu Huan, who's also your senior brother. Thank you for finding such an outstanding disciple for him. Zhou Qi continued to add. Feng Hui was so angry that his eyes turned white. As it turned out, he had passed out.
Trash. Zhou Qi spat out before he looked at Su Qi with a smile. Junior brother Su Qi, let's go. Let's go back to the sect so you can meet and pay respect to master.
Sure, I'll do as you say, senior brother Zhou Qi, Su Qi answered politely after he glanced at Feng Hui who had fainted. Let's go, Zhou Qi said in a deep voice. With a raise of his hand, he took hold of Su Qi's shoulder and brought him flying to the distance before disappearing in the horizon back to the Moon Illumination sect. Lord City Governor. Big Brother.
Elder Huang.
After Zhou Qi left, many people appeared immediately. They were the members of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Some of them were revered elders.
As for the maids and servants who came after hearing the news, they were stopped outside.
This was not a glorious occasion after all. At this moment, the medicinal efficacy of the healing medicinal pill demonstrated its effectiveness. Duan Ling Tian, Xiong Hu, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao were finally able to stand again. After they stood up, they immediately ran toward Feng Hui who had passed out. Worries were clearly etched on their faces. More than 10 of the 36 guardians and several revered elders had come. Each of them was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a horrified expression as they asked, "What happened actually?" The moment they heard the commotion, they instantly made their way here. However, when they entered the gate, they saw the city governor of their Mound Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian, and another revered elder lying on the ground. This scene shocked them so much, and they were frightened out of their wits. These three people were all at the Saint Rudiment stage. In fact, their city governor of Mound Hill City was at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Just one more step and he would be able to break through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. At that time, he would be able to master True Energy Consolidated Weapons technique. The True Energy Consolidated Weapon was a technique that could only be mastered when one entered the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. One would be able to yield an amazing result when consolidating true energy into a relic phenomenon and attacking the enemy by taking them by surprise. It was similar to the technique Zhou Qi had used to defeat Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. It was called the True Energy Consolidated Weapon. His relic phenomenon was a gigantic hammer. When the hammer slammed down, it was with the force of a mountain. That ungrateful bastard Su Qi. Xiong Hu gnashed his teeth furiously. The moment he recalled Su Qi's betrayal, he was instantly filled with rage.
Jin Yuan Bao recounted the incident with a bitter expression on his face.
Upon hearing about Zhou Qi's strength and how powerful Zhou Qi described Elder Lu Huan from the Moon Illumination sect was, everybody turned silent right away. Whether it was those tens of people from the 36 guardians or the several revered elders, all of their rage was turned into a bitter smile. They knew very well it was destined they would be unable to seek revenge. The other party was an inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, the seventh-rate force above the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Casting aside the fact that the inner court disciple was already much stronger than their city governor, just the elder behind that inner court disciple alone was enough to stop them from revolting. Soon after, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, finally woke up. Hi's face was horribly pale. After he had consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered a little, he ordered, "Bury the heavenly leader guardian and Elder Huang properly. Other than Duan Ling Tian, Xiong Hu, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao, the rest of you can retreat." After Feng Hui had given out his order, Only 4 of them were left in the huge courtyard.
I think all of you must have a lot of questions, right? Feng Hui sighed. Duan Lingtian and the other 3 nodded. They did indeed have questions in their heart.
Based on Zhou Qi's tone, it seemed like he deliberately looked for trouble with Feng Hui, as though he had some deep enmity between them. What do you think? Feng Hui asked again. Master, that Zhou Qi must have some enmity with you, right? Jin Yuanbao asked. Zhou Qi. Feng Hui shook his head as his eyes gleamed coldly. I have no enmity with Zhou Qi. He's merely a dog Lu Han feeds that goes around randomly biting people. The person I have bad blood with is Lu Huan. Lu Huan. Prior to Zhou Qi's arrival, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 would not have recognized this name even if they heard it. Lu Huan was an elder in the Moon Illumination sect. His cultivation base was very powerful and had entered the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage.
Master, that Lu Huan is at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Why is there enmity between both of you? Xianxia asked. About this matter, I'll have to start from when I was young. Feng Hui gradually opened his mouth and recounted the story of when he was young to Duan Lingtian and the 3 others. As it turned out, Feng Hui and Lu Huan had entered the Moon Illumination sect in the same year. Initially, they did not bother with each other. However, they became mortal enemies in the end.
The reason they became mortal enemies was due to Feng Hui's wife. Feng Hui's wife entered the Moon Illumination sect a few years later, and both Feng Hui and Lu Huan had instantly fallen for her. In the end, Feng Hui was the one who managed to win her heart.
At that time, Lu Huan, who was already an inner court disciple, became furious over the matter. Relying on the fact that he was a disciple of an elder in the sect, he kidnapped Feng Hui's wife on the night of their wedding.
After Feng Hui's wife was raped by him, she had chosen to commit suicide.
Ever since then, Feng Hui and Lu Huan became sworn enemies and swore their enmity would not disappear until the day they died. Unfortunately, Feng Hui's innate talent was not as good as Lu Huan, and he did not have a powerful patron like Lu Huan. Due to despair, a demon formed in his heart and caused the progress in his cultivation to slow down.
Although Lu Huan itched to kill Feng Hui, he preferred to humiliate Feng Hui and let him live under his shadow forever. In the end, Feng Hui knew it was hopeless for him to seek revenge. After he became an inner court disciple, he had requested to be dispatched as an outer court deacon to manage Mound Hill City and become the city governor of Mound Hill City.
10 years ago, Lu Huan had brought Zhou Qi here and refreshed his memory that was already covered in dust, causing him to be overwhelmed with grief and rage. However, what could he do? He could not even defeat the other party.
His status was far from comparable to the other party. Due to this reason, he could only swallow the humiliation and endure it. I know I don't have a chance in seeking revenge, and I've even thought about committing suicide. However, in the end, I still decided to live on.
My life is destined to be incomparable to Lu Huan, but it doesn't mean the disciples I train will be incomparable to the disciples Lu Huan trains. Feng Hui said through clenched teeth.
His eyes were red with hatred. Naturally, there was one thing he left unsaid. That was he wished his disciples would seek revenge for him. Even if Lu Huan was not killed, he would be satisfied as long as he was taught a lesson.
It was because of this obsession that he managed to drag out his ignoble existence until now.
It must be said that Feng Hui's words struck Duan Lingtian and the other 3 like a bolt of lightning when they heard it. It did not cross their minds that their teacher and master would have such an unbearable past. They could feel the pain, anger, helplessness, exasperation, and other emotions in his voice. They could understand all of these feelings he felt.
The reason I disclose this to all of you is mainly to tell you one thing. Even after all of you have entered the Moon Illumination sect and become an outer court disciple, you will most likely be oppressed by Lu Huan's people. Feng Hui looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 3 solemnly.
Right now, you can consider if you still want to join the entrance assessment for Moon Illumination sect and enter the sect or not. The moment Feng Hui's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 frowned immediately. Don't tell me they even dare to kill us? Duan Lingtian asked. They won't dare to kill you in the sect no matter. Although there are several secluded places, they are enveloped by several saint stage powerhouses' divine consciousness. Anybody who kills will be severely punished by the sect. Feng Hui explained. Naturally, if there are people who have unresolvable enmity with each other in the sect,
They can apply for a death duel. That way, they won't be considered as breaking the sect's rule and won't be punished for killing too.
in other words, they'll only look for trouble with us at most and won't dare to kill us? Xionghu asked.
Yes, you can say that. Feng Hui nodded.
Teacher, what's divine consciousness? Duan Tian asked curiously. The divine consciousness can only be formed by saint stage powerhouses.
It can be considered as a type of spiritual energy. The saint stage powerhouse's divine consciousness can envelop and monitor a vast area, Feng Hui said. You'll eventually learn about this when you break through to the saint stage later. Saint stage?
Upon hearing Feng Hui's words, Duan Tian did not have any thoughts. But Ling Yun, Xionghu, and Jin Yuan Bao were taken aback. From Master's words, was he implying this senior brother Duan had the potential to break through to the saint stage? With your senior brother Duan's innate talent, it's just a matter of time before he breaks through to the saint stage if he doesn't suddenly die. Feng Hui explained as though he could see through Ling Yun and the other two's shock. His confidence toward Duan Tian could be heard from his words.
I'll give you 1 month to consider. I won't blame you if you decide not to enter the Moon Illumination sect.
However, all of you need to be mentally prepared if you decide to enter, Feng Hui continued to add. Since all of you will be entering the sect through my recommendation, it'll be equivalent to having the label of Mount Hill City, my label on you. When Feng Hui reached the end of his sentence, his face was solemn.
Apart from Duan Tian, Ling Yun, Xionghu, and Jin Yuan Bao nodded their heads solemnly.
As for Duan Tian, when he heard from Feng Hui that Lu Huan and his disciples were not allowed to kill anybody within the sect's estate, he had already made up his mind. He would enter the Moon Illumination sect. Although he would be oppressed, it was not to the point of death. Motivation came from pressure.
Duan Tian had always believed in this.
I'll make that Lu Huan and his disciple my touchstone then. Duan Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. As though recalling something, Feng Hui gave a long sigh before he turned to leave the front courtyard. Duan Tian at him and found his silhouette shrouded in despair. Looks like Su Qi's betrayal has dealt a big impact on teacher. Su Qi's betrayal was out of Duan Tian's expectation too.
Although he did not interact much with Su Qi, he did not think he was someone who was afraid of death and preferred to live a life of dishonor.
It appears that I'm wrong in my judgment this time. Duan Tian sighed, but his eyes gleamed coldly. Su Qi, I'll show you that even though you've decided to rely on Lu Huan, you'll still be beneath me. Duan Tian had genuinely regarded Feng Hui as his teacher, so he could also feel his humiliation. That Lu Huan and his disciple. The moment Duan Tian thought of this, the cold gleam in his eyes shone even brighter. After taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Duan Tian returned to his room to cultivate. He took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and entered the 2nd level. It was less than 6 months before he would enter the Moon Illumination sect. I hope I'll successfully break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before I enter the Moon Illumination sect, Duan Tian thought to himself. When he was cultivating in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda on the 3rd day, he was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. Only 1 day had gone by outside. Teacher. Opening the room door, Duan Tian was surprised when he saw Feng Hui. Duan Tian, have you thought about whether you'll enter the Moon Illumination sect or not? Feng Hui asked. Duan Tian was shocked.
Although he had already made up his mind, he could not help but feel astonished that Feng Hui would come to his door to inquire about it the next day. Did he not say he would give them 1 month to consider?
Since there's no life or death danger, there's nothing that I need to be afraid of. Duan Tian smiled. He confirmed his intention of joining the Moon Illumination sect with his words. It's only in the sect's estate that there's no life or death danger, Feng Hui said solemnly. If it's outside the sect's estate, there's no guarantee at all. You must think carefully about this. If someone was killed outside the sect's estate, there was no guarantee they could find the culprit. If I'm killed outside the sect's estate, then that just means I'm the useless one. Duan Tian smiled nonchalantly as his eyes flashed. I didn't misjudge your strength. Feng Hui looked at Duanling Tian intently before he took out a spatial ring and passed it to him. Do your best in cultivating before you head to the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance exam.
This is the... Duanling Tian was stunned by Feng Hui's action. There's the Saint Grade pill, the sensory pills inside it. Not only that, but it also contains some saint stones that will be helpful to your cultivation. After Feng Hui had finished his sentence without waiting for Duanling Tian's assent, he pushed the ring into Duanling Tian's hand. Then, he turned around to leave so he could leave him to his cultivation. Looking at Feng Hui's bleak silhouette that was slowly disappearing, a surge of flame rose up in Duanling Tian's heart. He made a promise as he muttered to himself, Teacher, one day, I'll make sure justice is served, and they'll pay for what they have done to you. This was his promise to Feng Hui. Although his voice was not loud, it's still clearly heard by Feng Hui. Justice. Feng Hui's body paused for a moment. After a slight tremble, he continued to walk forward. I believe in you, Feng Hui said hoarsely. His words were filled with emotions. The reason he, Feng Hui, dragged out his ignoble existence until today was to make sure justice would be served. At that time, he could not make Lu Huan pay for it when he kidnapped his newlywed wife and caused her death.
Until now, justice was still not served. He had mass-recruited young talents because he had pinned his hope on these young talents, hoping they could help him get the justice that he deserved.
Now that someone told him that they would get him his justice, how could he not feel moved?
Especially when that person had a very high likelihood of keeping his promise. However, Feng Hui's mood was still complicated.
When he had taken Su Qi in as his disciple, he had pinned all of his hopes on Su Qi.
As he watched Su Qi grow day by day, he had even seen a sliver of hope. In his opinion, with Su Qi's talent after he entered the Moon Illumination sect, as long as he continued to grow, he would definitely be able to fulfill his wish and seek justice for him so that his wife could finally smile in the netherworld. However, who would have thought the person whom he had pinned his hopes on would actually betray him? He was happy that Duanling Tian was here. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was like a light in the dark, guiding him to move forward. In other words, Duanling Tian was his last hope. Duanling Tian did not let him down either. Don't tell me it's true that I can't sell the cow and drink the milk too? Feng Hui's heart was filled with bitterness. Whether it was Duanling Tian or Su Qi, he had hoped both of them would help him get justice when they get stronger. However, it seemed like he could not have both the cow and the milk. He had lost Su Qi.
Closing the door properly, Duanling Tian re-entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
Sensory pill. He did not lack saint stones, but he did indeed lack the saint grade pills, sensory pills.
This is a 2-star sensory pill. Wait. This is a 3-star sensory pill. Duanling Tian performed ownership claim on the spatial ring that Feng Hui had given him.
When he was about to take the sensory pill to aid him in his cultivation, he noticed not only were there 2-star sensory pills inside, but some of them were 3-star sensory pills. Although they were both saint grade pills, just the effectiveness of the 3-star sensory pill alone was far greater than a 2-star sensory pill.
It's time for me to change my spatial ring too. The moment he remembered his spatial ring was the one he made for himself previously, Duanling Tian proceeded to use the spatial ring Feng Hui had given him after he compared both of them. Currently, he could not upgrade his spatial ring because he could no longer form the weapon fire.
The spatial ring Feng Hui had given him had a higher grade than all of the spatial rings he had. It had already reached the human rank prominent saint weapon, so he changed his ring without any hesitation.
The 2-star sensory pill is already so effective.
I'm sure the 3-star sensory pill is even more powerful. Duanling Tian had experienced the 2-star sensory pill's benefits previously when he was in the process of breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, so he was looking forward to using the 3-star sensory pill. After Duanling Tian experienced that incident that day, he felt a greater sense of pressure now. In Dao Martial Saint Land, the law of the jungle was even more apparent compared to the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. Shou Qi, the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan from the Moon Illumination sect, had barged into the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City by himself and killed the 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses of the estate on the spot. Besides that, he even inflicted severe damage on the city governor of Mound Hill City.
Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao were completely powerless to do anything in front of Zhou Qi, who was swollen with arrogance, all because the latter was very powerful. The famous dictum, "the strong ruled," would always apply everywhere. Today, Zhou Qi had further proven this to Duan Lingtian. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate after consuming a 3-star sensory pill. With the 3-star sensory pill, I'd have more faith in breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before I enter the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Somehow a Saint Stone had also appeared in his hand. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the 9 Dragons form. As he started to operate his mental cultivation technique, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and the energy from the Saint Stone continued to gush into Duan Lingtian's body endlessly, allowing the 9 dragons to carry them as they completed the Great Qi circulatory cycle. After the Great Qi circulatory cycle was completed, the heaven and earth spirit energy transformed to become true energy and merged into the Qi Sea that was as huge as a basketball at the depth of the center between Duan Lingtian's brows. The true energy in the Qi Sea was increasing by the second. "It's so fast now." Duan Lingtian noticed that after the 3-star sensory pill's medicinal efficacy started to activate, the heaven and earth spirit energy that he sensed was much richer than before. His cultivation speed had also become much faster now. Under such cultivation circumstances, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was increasing rapidly. Of course, it was impossible for him to keep cultivating like that. He would leave the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and the room to relax sometimes. A month quickly went by. This time, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao had already made their decision as well. Ling Yun and Xiong Hu decided to enter the Moon Illumination sect, while Jin Yuan Bao chose to give up. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu, Jin Yuan Bao voiced out the reason he chose to give up. "I'm sorry, Master. I can't enter the Moon Illumination sect. I'm not afraid of them, but I'm worried that they will find trouble with my clan." Even though he decided to throw the towel in, Fang Hui did not blame him at all. It was normal for Jin Yuan Bao to dread Lu Huan and his disciples. "Master, I'll help you teach Su Qi, that traitor, a lesson in the future. And Zhou Qi too. I'll eventually catch up with him and even surpass him." Xiong Hu pledged in all sincerity and seriousness. His tone was filled with resolute determination. Seeing this, Fang Hui was, without a doubt, touched. Although Ling Yun did not say anything, his sharp gaze was already more than enough to express everything he felt. Duan Lingtian would sometimes leave the city governor's estate to catch his breath, but most of the time, he would go to Hong Yu's house to visit the little girl, Zizi, and play with her. Compared to before, Zizi seemed to have transformed into a whole other person. She was much more cheerful than before. "Big brother, let me perform a show for you." The little girl waved her fists around excitedly as she danced around Duan Lingtian while blinking her huge eyes. "What do you want to show me?" Duan Lingtian asked interestedly. Then he saw a scene that took him by utter surprise. With a whistle from the little girl, many figures swiftly came from all around the big mansion right away. In just the blink of an eye, these few figures appeared around the little girl. Upon closer scrutiny, Duan Lingtian saw that they were mainly domesticated pets like cats and dogs. However, because Dao Martial Saint Land was a different environment, the cats and dogs there were different from those in the mortal continents. The cats were as huge as the adult dogs in the mortal continents, while the dogs were as great as the tigers in the mortal continents. However, these cats and dogs appeared to be particularly docile around the little girl. Lying there, they allowed the little girl to ride on them before taking her for a joyride. "See this?" Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was bewildered. Somehow, Hong Yu now stood beside Duan Lingtian, looking at the little girl who was riding an enormous dog as it lumbered across the huge courtyard. He said with a complicated look, "Zizi's innate talent in beast taming far surpasses mine. So it turns out that she's actually gifted in beast taming." Duan Lingtian finally understood. It was no wonder that a little girl like Zizi would actually be able to make these few cats and dogs turn to become so docile. She actually possessed the innate talent of a beast tamer after all. At first, he even thought that the cats and dogs were raised by Hong Yu's household.
but now he realized that these were all wild animals.
Brother Ling Tian, I want to make ZZ a beast tamer, Hong Yu told Duan Ling Tian solemnly. She really has this innate talent and I don't want her talent to be buried just like that.
Big brother Hong, I have no objections. I'm okay with anything as long as she's happy, Duan Ling Tian replied. I just hope that she can stay carefree without a single worry like this forever. Everything else doesn't matter to me. Yeah, Hong Yu agreed. Big brother Hong, I'll leave in 3 months. Before I leave Mound Hill City, I'll pay a visit to all of you again to bid farewell. In this period, I'll put my heart and soul into cultivating. Duan Ling Tian told Hong Yu, who displayed his understanding too. He knew that 3 months later, Duan Ling Tian would leave Mound Hill City to take part in the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. As Duan Ling Tian's brother, he, of course, hoped that he would have a bright future. After Duan Ling Tian had returned to the city governor's estate, he immersed himself in cultivating more. I've kinda underestimated the perfection mortal shedding stage. The difficulty of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage from the mastery stage seems to be more than twice as difficult as breaking through to the mastery stage from the intermediate stage. Originally,
Duan Ling Tian had planned to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before he entered the Moon Illumination sect. However, he soon noticed that making a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage was not something simple. At the very least, he had underestimated the difficulty in breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage.
As time continued to pass by, he had already cultivated for a year on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda but had yet to make a breakthrough. Not only that, the true energy in the chi seed deep in between his brows had now accumulated to become 2/3 full. He still needed a third more before filling the chi si with true energy completely. 1 year inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda second level was equivalent to 4 months outside.
There was only 1 more month to go before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect took place.
Desperation permeated the space of time. Somehow another 20-odd days had gone by. Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, and Xiong, who had finally reached the day when they were supposed to depart to the Moon Illumination sect.
In the morning, Feng Hui called for Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu and told them briefly, "Get prepared. We'll leave early morning tomorrow."
Duan Ling Tian did not have much to prepare. Since he was going to leave the next day, he left the city governor's estate and went to Hong Yu's house before spending the day accompanying ZZ. It was only until the evening came that he finally got ready to go back. ZZ, I'll travel somewhere far away tomorrow and will only come back to see you after a while. Okay? Duan Ling Tian told the little girl. Please come back earlier, big brother. She was already now much more mature than before. Had it still been her younger self, she would have already long cried and thrown a tantrum.
All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. After patting ZZ's head, he looked at Hong Yu and his wife. Big brother Hong, sister-in-law, I'll leave ZZ in your care then.
Don't worry. Hong Yu and his wife nodded. Brother, have a safe journey. I believe that with your innate talent, it wouldn't take you long for you to carve your own path in the Moon Illumination sect. Hong Yu called out. The next morning, with the dew blanketing the dawn, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, led Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu to fly out of the city. After they left Mound Hill City, they were no longer restricted by the flight prohibiting formation, so they were able to fly by themselves. They tailed behind Feng Hui as they headed towards the Moon Illumination sect. Soon, Duan Ling Tian noticed that even though he relied on his brute strength and true energy in his body to fly, Xiong Hu was still able to chase up to him and Ling Yun. Xiong Hu, since when have Yu made a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage? Just a month ago. Xiong Hu chuckled brilliantly.
Feng Hui and Ling Yun did not seem to be surprised by this. It was apparent that they already knew about this.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
If you told me earlier, we could have had a little battle with each other, Duan Ling Tian teased. Senior brother Duan, I can't even defeat senior brother Ling Yun, let alone you, Xiong Hu replied with a dejected expression. Now that Su Qi had left, Duan Ling Tian had already become the great senior brother.
Of course, even if Su Qi had not left, Ling Yun and Xiong Hu still regarded Duan Ling Tian as their great senior brother. They knew how Feng Hui would not allow the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Su Qi to take place either. They comprehended that it was because their master was worried that Su Qi was no match for Duanling Tian.
Since he needed to take care of Duanling Tian and the other two, Feng Hui deliberately slowed down. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the Moon Illumination sect.
After we've crossed the mountain range in front, we'll be able to see the Moon Illumination sect, Feng Hui told them as they peered out at the mountain range that stretched out like a long, crawling dragon. The trio snapped back to reality as they awoke from their flying stupor.
Upon hearing that, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes towards the front.
In just one glance, he could not see much, but when he started to operate his left eye, the strange pupil, he quickly saw a huge monastery gate not far behind the mountain range that appeared to be incredibly majestic.
Above the monastery gate was a carving of exquisite calligraphy of 3 words, Moon Illumination Sect.
Just when Duanling Tian was about to take a closer look at the Moon Illumination sect, a delighted exclamation rang by his ears. "I've succeeded!" He could tell that this was Elder Hua's voice.
"Elder Hua, what have you succeeded in?" Duanling Tian was stunned. "I've successfully refined the dragon blood of that little devil dragon," Elder Hua replied ecstatically.
Upon hearing Elder Hua's words, Duanling Tian seemed to remember something as his eyes lit up and his breathing turned rapid due to his excitement. "Elder Hua, have you really successfully refined it?" Duanling Tian's voice was filled with enthusiasm as well.
Of course, he would be excited.
Elder Hua had told him 3 months ago what was refining the 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon blood implied. The divine dragon phenomenon. Duanling Tian's heart jolted.
3 months ago, Duanling Tian had deliberately asked Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, about the martial and Dao cultivators on the Saint Rudiment stage.
According to Feng Hui, only true energy alone would improve in the early and intermediate stages of the Saint Rudiment stage. The actual transformation would only take place when one had reached the mastery stage.
A person on the mastery Saint Rudiment stage would be able to cast the true energy consolidated weapon technique, and when he was battling other people, he would be able to consolidate the relic phenomenon using part of his true energy to attack the other party, just like Shou Qi,
the inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, who had come to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City 6 months ago. At that time, he had solidified his true energy into a giant hammer, which was a relic phenomenon. If he had not used his relic phenomenon, Feng Hui, who was at the Saint Rudiment stage intermediate stage, would most likely still have been able to hold it out for a while.
The moment the relic phenomenon was unleashed, Feng Hui became completely powerless right away.
That scene was still deeply etched in Duanling Tian's mind. When that relic gigantic hammer phenomenon slammed downwards, it was like a huge mountain that crushed down and could suppress everything.
The true energy consolidated weapon was a technique from the mastery Saint Rudiment stage.
Once one had entered the perfection Saint Rudiment stage, one would be able to master another new technique, the true energy consolidated beast. When a person had merged with the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast, one would be able to consolidate the phenomenon of the ferocity of the saint beast using his true energy after he had broken through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage.
That phenomenon was known as the variant beast phenomenon.
If one managed to merge with the blood essence of a powerful fierce beast or a saint beast, the variant beast phenomenon that one merged would be just as mighty.
Only a live fierce beast or saint beast would have blood essence. If it was already dead, the blood essence would evaporate and vanish without a trace.
That time, when Duanling Tian had killed the 5-clawed devil dragon, he did not know that there was such a thing pertaining to the Saint Rudiment stage, so he did not think of getting its blood essence at all. Of course, it did not mean that he would definitely be able to get it even if he wanted to.
After all, it was all thanks to the Devil Seal tablet that he was able to kill the 5-clawed devil dragon at that very critical moment. He did not have the chance to take the blood essence from the 5-clawed devil dragon at all.
Fortunately, Elder Hua has a method of refining the regular blood in the 5-clawed devil dragon into blood essence. Otherwise, I'd have missed this opportunity already. Duanling Tian secretly felt grateful. Even though Elder Hua was a 3-legged golden crow, the divine sunbird of the ancient mythology from Duanling Tian's past life, he did not know about this true energy consolidated beast technique in this world, since every mundane planet had their own cultivation methods. Once he knew about this, he informed Duanling Tian that he would refine the ordinary blood of the 5-clawed devil dragon into the blood essence. In fact, after Duanling Tian learned that the technique of a perfection saint rudiment stage powerhouse was related to the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast, he felt a little depressed. This was because although he had the five-clawed devil dragon's body in his possession, he did not have its blood essence at all. If he merged with the blood essence of the five-clawed devil dragon, he would be able to consolidate the divine dragon phenomenon to battle with his enemy when he entered the perfection saint rudiment stage. On top of that, it was a five-clawed divine dragon for goodness sake. He could not help but get excited just thinking about it. It was a good thing that Elder Hua had a way of salvaging the situation. Otherwise, Duanling Tian did not know how discouraged he would get. Right now, the moment he heard that Elder Hua had successfully refined it, he could not help but feel overwhelmed with excitement. This was no doubt thrilling news. It would affect how far his strength would reach in the future. It was as though he could already see how he was going to consolidate the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon to battle with his enemy. According to Teacher, in addition to having a shape and spirit, the variant beast phenomenon that's consolidated by a perfection saint rudiment stage powerhouse would even have force. If I can consolidate a five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon, wouldn't the other ordinary variant beasts scatter the moment they see the prowess of the dragon? The second Duanling Tian thought of this, he practically trembled with excitement. Elder Hua, please keep the blood essence of the five-clawed devil dragon first. I'll only take it from you after I've landed in the Moon Illumination sect. Although he was itching to merge with the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence immediately, he still suppressed the desire in his heart since there was no use for him to be that desperate for now. He was still far away from accessing the perfection saint rudiment stage. When he snapped back to reality, he noticed that he was already in the proximity of the monastery gate of the Moon Illumination sect. He could see that the scene behind the gate was completely painted by mist and fog, which allowed them to see nothing at all. After reaching the front of the monastery gate of the Moon Illumination sect, Feng Hui motioned to Duanling Tian and the two others solemnly before descending. We'll have to walk through the monastery gate. Duanling Tian and the two others followed suit and descended as well. Under Feng Hui's guidance, the three of them reached the monastery gate of the Moon Illumination sect but were blocked by the two Moon Illumination sect disciples who were guarding the gate. Taking out an order token and waving it around in front of the two Moon Illumination sect disciples, Feng Hui announced, I, the city governor of Mount Hill City, am here with these young talents from Mount Hill City to join the entrance assessment that the sect will hold tomorrow. Other than the words City Governor of Mount Hill City and Outer Court Deacon written on the order token, Feng Hui's name was printed on it too. Oh, it's Deacon Feng. When the two Moon Illumination sect disciples saw the order token, they smiled and welcomed Feng Hui right away. Although the Outer Court Deacon did not have much power within the sect, they were still only two Outer Court disciples, so they did not dare to act recklessly in front of an Outer Court Deacon. The entrance assessment will only take place tomorrow, so take a good rest today and have a good night's sleep to recuperate and build up your energy so that you'll be able to perform in the entrance assessment tomorrow. Leading Duanling Tian and the two others as they walked inside, Feng Hui told them, given the strength within the three of you, it's not difficult for you to pass the entrance assessment and become the Outer Court disciples of the sect. Soon, Feng Hui brought them to the peripheral area of the Moon Illumination sect estate. There were simple, shabby houses that were built specifically for those who came to join the entrance assessment to stay in. There was another row of houses that appeared to be more spacious and luxurious, but these houses were much fewer compared to those shabby houses. There were only 18 of them. After Feng Hui managed to find the person in charge and registered with him, he obtained 4 occupancy placards for 4 houses. The occupancy placard was to be hung on the door. The word inhabited was written on it, indicating that that particular house was occupied so that other people would not enter it by mistake. As a flash glimpsed across Xionghu's eyes, he asked in a deep voice, Master, will Su Qi join the entrance assessment tomorrow? Since he has already become Lu Huan's disciple, he doesn't need to join any assessment anymore. Besides that, he'll even be able to enter the Inner Court sect and become an Inner Court disciple under Lu Huan's recommendation. Even though it had already been 6 months since the incident of Su Qi's betrayal took place, some peculiar emotions could still be seen on Feng Hui's face. Traitor! Xionghu spat angrily. Xionghu! Feng Hui frowned. It's okay if you say these to yourself once you've entered the Moon Illumination sect. But remember, if you say it out loud, Lu Huan's people will never let you go that easily. The sect doesn't allow us to kill each other. So why would I, Xiong, have to be scared of them? Xiong snapped with his eyes as huge as saucers.
All in all, make sure to keep a low profile as much as possible after the three of you have entered the sect. If Lu Huan's people find you three to be unperturbed, or if they feel you guys are boring, they'd then leave you alone, Feng Hui told them solemnly.
I don't wish to create a huge problem for you because of my sake. Temporary tolerance is best for the sake of a better tomorrow. If we want to take revenge for our master, we'll first need to be more powerful. Otherwise, we'll just be bullied by the others. Ling Yun chimed in.
That's right, Feng Hui expressed full agreement with Ling Yun's words.
Standing by the side, Duan Ling Tian did not comment. The brilliance shining in his eyes were difficult to be interpreted. Tolerance?
A sneer slowly crept upon the corner of his mouth.
Duan Ling Tian placed the inhabited occupancy placard outside the room. Being the earliest to arrive, all of the houses were still vacant, so he chose a house that had the best position and the best airflow. The house that teacher stays in is different from ours. 18 houses. Could they actually correspond to the 18 city governors under the command of the Moon Illumination sect? After sweeping a glance across the 18 spacious houses, Duan Ling Tian's heart gave a jolt as he speculated to himself. At that moment, be it Feng Hui, Ling Yun, or Xiong Hu, all of them had entered their respective houses one by one and closed their doors. With the inhabited placard hung on their doors, they made it clear that the houses that they were in were already occupied. Duan Ling Tian also opened his door and entered his house.
The house was simple and worn. Other than a small bed that could barely fit him, there was nothing else in the room.
It was apparent that this house was even shabbier than the wooden houses that the 13 gangsters of the Latent Dragon Camp had stayed in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, Duan Ling Tian was not concerned by it at all. Compared to the extremely vile condition that he had stayed before in his past life, this was already like heaven.
After closing the door, Duan Ling Tian carefully inspected the house and noticed that the house was not completely airtight. Wind could blow in any time in every corner of the house. In this case, it'd be hard for me to set the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda up, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
As long as there was wind, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda would be affected and he would be expelled from it. Fine then. Since it's only for a day, I might as well cultivate outside, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As long as he passed the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect the next day, he would then become the outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. If he was capable, he would be able to stay in the standalone small yard in the outer court.
The reason if he was capable was used in that context was because the living conditions of the outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect was divided into various grades and ranks.
Feng Hui had told them about it during the journey before.
If one's ability was strong enough, then one would be able to stay in better conditions. Although I've yet to make a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage perfection stage, the true energy stored in my Qi Si is already more or less full now. With the help of my 52 saint veins, I can instantly mobilize all of my true energy. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. Even someone at the mortal shedding stage paramount stage wouldn't necessarily be able to surpass me when it comes to this.
On top of that, I've also cultivated my defense technique, the silver shirt, to the highest level, the impeccable level. With my strength now, although I've yet to enter the mortal shedding stage perfection stage,
I can already overpower many mortal shedding stage paramount stage martial and Dao cultivators.
Duan Ling Tian was confident about this.
Bang!
A loud explosion resonated and took him by surprise. At the same time, a gust of wind blew past and snapped him back to reality. His face turned grave right away. The loud bang came from somebody kicking the door while the wind was set off by the door being kicked open. Somebody had just kicked open the door of Duan Ling Tian's house. At the same time, an insolent voice boomed from outside. It was a particularly ear-jabbing voice. Boy, I've taken a fancy on this house, so you'd better scram now. As Duan Ling Tian walked out of the house solemnly, he saw an arrogant young man standing at his house entrance at first glance. He looked like he was the mightiest person in the world. Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, Ling Yun, and Xiong, who heard the commotion when Duan Ling Tian walked out of the house. So they came out to check out what the fuss was. A middle-aged man and 3 young men walked out the same time. They were undoubtedly strangers to Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian did not have his attention on them. He was looking at the arrogant young man before him. You feel a sense of achievement for kicking my house door to get me out, don't you? A cold gleam flashed through his eyes as he asked in his deep voice. So what if I do? Are you trying to go against my will?
I Xiao Zhui's will? The young man who called himself Xiao Zhui smirked while holding his head held like a king speaking to a peasant. He spoke in a condescending tone. If I were you, I'd get the hell out of here instead of speaking nonsense.
The way Xiao Zhui looked at Duan Ling Tian was filled with disdain as he spoke. It would be a disgrace for you to stay.
The other 3 young men whispered among themselves. It was clear that they came from the same city as Xiao Zhui did.
It seems like senior brother Xiao's lonely everywhere he goes.
That's right. Senior brother Xiao Zhui has always behaved like this even back when he was in Luojiang City. I didn't expect him to stay the same even when he's here at the Moon Illumination sect. Isn't he afraid that he'll put himself in an unfavorable situation for behaving like this? Put himself in an unfavorable situation? You're underestimating senior brother Xiao Zhui. He's the #1 genius among the younger generation around Luojiang City's borders. He broke through to paramount mortal shedding stage when he was only 38.
Luo Yi. Fang Hui looked at the middle-aged man nearby and said while frowning, Isn't this disciple of yours too much? I don't think that my disciple has offended him. Luo Yi was the city governor of Luojiang City.
Luojiang City was one of the 18 cities under the rule of the Moon Illumination sect and was on the same rank with Mount Hill City.
The city governor's estate of Luojiang City was also an 8th-rate force that owned an 8th-grade origin stone reserve. Fang Hui, I heard Elder Lu Huan has taken your most remarkable disciple, Su Qi, as his direct disciple.
Congratulations to you. With that extraordinary relationship, I suppose whatever misgivings you've had with Elder Lu Huan have been reconciled now. Luo said without holding back. As he grinned, he did not care about Fang Hui, whose face was turning solemn gradually.
Xiao Zhui's just interested in sparring with your disciple. Since people from both cities are here, isn't this the best thing to do to kill time? A grin remained on Luo Yi's face. He was totally hiding a dagger behind his smile. Fang Hui, don't tell me that you only have one disciple who's Su Qi? Fang Hui's face was turning more solemn as the way he looked at Luo Yi became fiercer and fiercer. However, Luo Yi, who had never gotten along with Fang Hui, ignored the look on his face. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian's attention was lingering on Luo Yi and the 3 other young men from Luojiang City, Xiao Zhui's face turned sour as he shouted, I'm speaking to you, you piece of trash. Didn't you hear me? Who's a piece of trash that you're calling? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly as soon as Xiao Zhui was done speaking. His tone was cold. Calling you? Xiao Zhui responded by instinct in rage. Ah, so a piece of trash is calling me. Duan Ling Tian took a hard look at Xiao Zhui and nodded in all seriousness. Haha, Senior Ling Yun, did you hear that? That brat just admitted that he's a piece of trash. Xiong Hu guffawed out loud. His maniacal laugh broke the silence. A smile appeared on the edge of Ling Yun's lips. The 3 young men from Luojiang City looked at Xiao Zhui a little awkwardly.
This kid's dead. However, there was sympathy in their eyes when they glanced at Duan Ling Tian. They seemed to be able to see him being tortured by Xiao Zhui.
Fang Hui, is this direct disciple of yours only good in twisting words? Luo Yi glanced at Fang Hui as he taunted.
I think your disciple's the one who's been talking nonstop since the beginning until now, Fang Hui mocked him back.
Luo Yi's face turned solemn and he subsequently looked at Xiao Zhui while speaking to him through true energy voice transmission. Xiao Zhui, teach this brat a lesson. From what I know, among Fang Hui's disciples, Su Qi's the only one who has broken through to paramount mortal shedding stage, but Elder Lu Huan took him away. This brat's definitely no match for you. Brat, you're bringing death upon yourself. Xiao Zhui, on the other hand, finally reacted after hearing Luo Yi's true energy voice transmission. He was furious as he dashed towards Duan Ling Tian in an instant.
At that moment, true energy spread all over Xiao Zhui's body as if he put on a layer of azure coat. Everywhere he passed by seemed to turn into sea waves beating at Duanling Tian. Facing Xiao Zhui who was coming at him ferociously, Duanling Tian did not have the intention to dodge. Instead, he stood where he was while his face was as composed as ever.
I'd love to see how long you'll be able to hold up with that face. Xiao Zhui looked threatening when he saw that Duanling Tian did not flinch. He slapped his palm towards him like the Five Fingers Mountain pressing down on him. The rumbling airwaves that came from Xiao Zhui's palm shook the flowers and plants even 10 meters away.
Humph! Duanling Tian finally moved as he scoffed coldly.
As the 52 saint veins in his body rotated, the true energy traveled from his qi to his arm in a destructive manner. He attacked with his palm with silver rays dazzling from it. Fighting back with his palm against a person on paramount mortal shedding stage?
He's digging his own grave. A smirk appeared on Luo Yi's lips as he witnessed that. He thought that this purple-clad brat from Mound Hill City overestimated himself. Did he really think he was Su Qi? Bang!
As a loud thud exploded, Duanling Tian's palm collided with Xiao Zhui's. A rampant airwave swept out with the two palms as its center point. Seeming like a gush, a strong wind was blown. Both of them stepped back in a flash at the same time.
Duanling Tian took 5 steps back while Xiao Zhui retreated 4 steps back.
No wonder he's so arrogant. So, he's quite powerful himself. Xiao Zhui glanced at Duanling Tian in surprise, but disdain soon appeared on his face. I'll prove to you that you people from Mound Hill City are destined to be under my Luojiang City's folks' feet. A sword appeared in Xiao Zhui's hand as soon as he was done speaking. It was obvious that he was going to use a saint weapon to get it over with. Ha! The 4 Luojiang City people were astonished by the minor impact the collision of Duanling Tian and Xiao Zhui's palms made. The 3 of them from Mound Hill City, on the other hand, seemed not to be surprised at all. Feng Hui, I didn't expect you to have such an outstanding genius martial cultivator with you since Su Qi left Mound Hill City. Luo Yi looked at Feng Hui and threw him a cold blanket, noticing the smirk on his face. But this meager ability's no match for Xiao Zhui. Xiao Zhui's best with his swordsmanship.
Best with his swordsmanship?
Feng Hui was secretly laughing.
Did this Luo Yi think that Duanling Tian was best with his palm skill? Although Xiao Zhui's arrogant, he's really quite powerful. He's an even match for Su Qi whom I met half a year ago. The attack containing 80% of my strength only caused a breeze. Duanling Tian was secretly shocked.
Through the collision of the palms earlier, he was sure that without using any weapons or performing any saint-grade martial tactic techniques, the best outcome he and Xiao Zhui would have was a fair match.
You're digging your own grave. However, he was glad to see Xiao Zhui bringing out a saint weapon in hopes of defeating him with that. One must know that his weapon was the major reason why he was confident of defeating many paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators. To be precise, his weapon was the Sun Shooting Bow.
Although the Sun Shooting Bow would not be performing at its peak, it could not be compared with a mere human rank saint weapon.
A swing of a sword is all I'll need to defeat you, trash of Mound Hill City. Xiao Zhui swung his sword at lightning speed as he shouted. As his body synchronized with the speed of his sword, he seemed ethereal. It was hard to determine if his existence was real at that moment.
Wherever the sword ray passed by, it seemed like blooming white flowers, seeming dazzling and beautiful.
Plum Blossom Sword. Xiao Zhui mumbled softly while sparks were emitted from the sword ray of the sword in his hand. The sparks looked like plum blossoms during the cold winter. They were racing at Duanling Tian like a sky full of stars toward his vulnerable body parts.
Body and arrow synchronization. Duanling Tian placed an arrow on a bow and shot the arrow. The body and arrow synchronization looked like it turned into a lightning bolt which allowed him to dodge Xiao Zhui's sword skill like a piece of cake. Synchronous Shadow Sword. Xiao Zhui proceeded to mutter as he chased Duanling Tian who dodged his attack. The sword in his hand was like an enemy that was impossible to shake off. It would never leave Duanling Tian alone. However, that was something that happened at the beginning. Soon, Duanling Tian managed to stay a distance away. Xiao Zhui lost him when it came to the speed of the body movement technique. Oh no! Witnessing that, Luo Yi, who was full of confidence, had a drastic change of expression. He initially thought that since Mound Hill City had lost Su Qi, nobody would be a match for this disciple of his. Never had he expected that Mound Hill City would have such a freak with them since they lost Su Qi. In the world of martial arts, there was almost no impregnable defense. Only swiftness was invincible. Swiftness shattered tens of thousands of techniques. As the city governor of Luojiang City, how would he not know the importance of speed? Xiao Zhui's in danger. Luo Yi looked at Feng Hui again. He could not help but have envy in his eyes. He wondered what had Feng Hui done to deserve Su Qi at first and for Su Qi to be taken away from him. Could Mount Hill City be in such insane luck? Clang. Humph. Luo Yi had a bad feeling and his expression changed hearing the sound of colliding weapons accompanied by a deep groan. When he snapped back to his senses, he realized that his disciple, Xiao Zhui, whom he was proud of, was defeated by that purple-clad young man. Duan Ling Tian shot the sword in Xiao Zhui's hand with an arrow. Not only that, the bowstring in Duan Ling Tian's hand was now placed right in front of Xiao Zhui's neck. As soon as Duan Ling Tian plucked the bowstring, Xiao Zhui's head would definitely be detached from his body. Don't show off when you don't have the ability to. Do you think you can prove how powerful you are by provoking me to gain others' attention and then defeat me? Is that going to feed your pride? Duan Ling Tian looked disdainfully at Xiao Zhui, who seemed terrible, and said without holding back, "Actually, I have to thank you. Thank you for coming to me and giving me the opportunity to brag." The reason why Xiao Zhui was fighting over Duan Ling Tian's house was firstly due to the ideal location of the house. Secondly, his master did not get along with the city governor of Mound Hill City. He was eyeing Duan Ling Tian's house when he realized that the people from Mound Hill City were the only ones who had come earlier than they had. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Never had he thought the Mound Hill City disciple that he picked on was someone beyond his abilities. A person that he, Xiao Zhui, was no match against. "Get lost!" Duan Ling Tian shouted in his deep voice and kicked the sallow Xiao Zhui away without any mercy. Even the nicest person has their limits. It made sense that Xiao Zhui would have to pay the price for advancing toward him and provoking him. Otherwise, people would think that he was a pushover. Humph. Just when the three young men from Luojiang City changed their expressions, Luo Yi scoffed coldly and took a step forward. He was walking towards Duan Ling Tian. "Brat, how dare you hurt my man from Luojiang City?" "Luo Yi." Feng Hui stopped him as soon as Luo Yi took a step forward. "TSK. Are you, the city governor of Luojiang City, bullying a junior? If I remember correctly, I think you said earlier that they're sparring just to kill time. You agreed to that, didn't you?" Feng Hui's words sobered Luo Yi up. He really did say that earlier. "What? You said that earlier because you thought my Mound Hill City man is no match for your man from Luojiang City. Now that your man has lost, are you denying what you said?" Feng Hui mocked. He was not afraid of Luo Yi since they were both outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. "Feng Hui, I'd never thought you'd have such great luck to have picked up such a freak after losing Su Qi. I hope he won't be like Su Qi for parting ways with you and go to Elder Lu Huan after becoming your disciple." Luo Yi scoffed in his deep voice as he gazed deeply into Duan Ling Tian's eyes. "I suppose, if Elder Lu Huan knows that you have such a disciple, he'll definitely not let go of him." Luo Yi smirked as he spoke while Feng Hui's expression changed drastically. To be honest, he was really concerned about that. He turned to Duan Ling Tian by instinct and noticed that the latter was looking at him too. He was relieved when he saw the determination in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. "It depends if he's capable of doing that." Feng Hui glanced at Luo Yi and said while he smirked, "Why don't you pick a house to heal yourself? Do you still want to embarrass yourself here?" Luo Yi looked at Feng Hui coldly and subsequently looked at Xiao Zhui, who was in a terrible condition, as he said solemnly. Xiao Zhui took a deep breath in and glared at Duan Ling Tian ferociously before getting himself a vacant house. Xiong, who took pleasure in his misery and teased him as he did that. "So, this is all a Luojiang City genius has got," Xiong, who chuckled and said. What he said caused the people from Luojiang City to grow incredulous, but they were speechless. They could not fight back since the truth had been presented before their eyes.
unsure if Xiao Zhui embarrassed Luo Jiangcity, or if they embarrassed themselves, or if they were fearful of Duan Lingtian. The three young men from Luo Jiangcity returned to their houses respectively. Meanwhile, Luo Yi did not stay out for too long and he returned to his house too. However, he glanced at Duan Lingtian in all seriousness before he entered the house. A cold gleam with the will to kill flashed deep in his eyes. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the murderous intention in Luo Yi's eyes. However, he did not care. His name's Luo Yi and he's the city governor of Luo Jiangcity. At that moment, Fang Hui revealed Luo Yi's identity. He was Lu Hui's lackey in the sect back then. Because of Lu Huan, we've never gotten along. Duan Lingtian and the other two came to a realization upon hearing what Fang Hui said. It seems like that Xiao Zhui provoked Duan Lingtian on purpose. Unfortunately, he bit off more than he could chew. Xiong Hu snickered as he took pleasure in Xiao Zhui's misery. Ling Yun, on the other hand, said nothing but his expression was serious. Xiao Zhui was a young genius from Luojiang City and he was on paramount mortal shedding stage. The fact that Xiao Zhui had such a cultivation base pressured him to a certain extent. He was only on perfection mortal shedding stage after all. Ling Yun, don't stress about it. I heard that Xiao Zhui's 38 now while you're only in your early 30s. You'll definitely surpass him when you're 38. Fang Hui seemed to notice that Ling Yun was deep in thought, so he comforted him. Ling Yun's face relaxed after hearing Fang Hui's comforting words. That was right. Xiao Zhui was already 38 while he was only 31. In 7 years' time, paramount mortal shedding stage aside, he would even have the confidence to break through to Saint Rudiment stage. Luo Yi thought he could get his disciple to trample us just because we Mount Hill City don't have Su Qi anymore. It's liberating whenever I think of his expression that he had earlier. Fang Hui grinned, which was a rare phenomenon as he recalled what happened earlier. As time passed by, more and more people were coming. These people were either the city governors coming from the 16 cities under the rule of the Moon Illumination sect together with the young geniuses that they brought, or the young geniuses the outer court elders and deacons of Moon Illumination sect brought. At that moment, the housing area became crowded. Although Duan Lingtian heard the noise out there, he did not have any intention of joining the crowd. He lay on the bed quietly while thoughts were flying in his head. Out of the blue, he was thinking of his two fiancées and the children in their wombs that were yet to be born. He thought of his parents and wondered where they were right now. He thought of Han Xuanai and questioned if that girl was looking for him. At that same time, he thought of the three little fellas. He thought of Ling Tian sect, the overseas Saint Islands, and the Cloud Continent. As time went by, he recalled his past life. It seemed like his past life of blood and sweat was far away from him as he recollected it now. There's always someone better no matter where you are. I've always thought Martial Emperor ruled the world back then. I only found out that what I knew back then was just a joke when I came to the Cloud Continent. Martial Emperor's the equivalence of the innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. It's worth nothing when someone like that is placed on Dao Martial Saint Land. Also, the environment of Dao Martial Saint Land has a major difference compared to the mortal continents. It's hard to imagine that the two places are on the same planet. Duan Lingtian exclaimed secretly. The sky turned dark without him even realizing it. Duan Lingtian did not cultivate that night. Instead, he had a deep sleep. He slept all the way to the next morning until he heard Xiang Hu calling him outside. Senior brother Duan, it's time to leave. Duan Lingtian saw Xiang Hui waiting for him outside when he opened the door. Where are Teacher and Ling Yun? Teacher and Ling Yun are waiting for you over there, Xiang Hu said. Duan Lingtian left the house and noticed that many people had departed their houses one after another. They were going towards the Moon Illumination sect estate together. There were middle-aged and old people among the crowd. There were more young people, less than a tenth of whom were women. Duan Lingtian could understand that. No matter whether it was on the Cloud Continent or Dao Martial Saint Land, females were born to be weaker and were not as good as males in some aspects. Naturally, there were also female geniuses who were more powerful than many male geniuses. However, the number of female geniuses was far behind male geniuses when compared. After meeting Fang Hui and Ling Yun, Duan Lingtian realized they were the last batch to depart. Most of the people were already ahead of them, heading towards the Moon Illumination sect. Teacher,
Why aren't you guys flying? Xionghu asked curiously. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that nobody was flying. Everyone was walking on the ground like everyone else. He was not taking the young ones into account. They were not on the Saint Rudiment stage or above after all, so they were more or less limited by the moon illumination sect's flight prohibiting formation. Duan Ling Tian had found out about the flight prohibiting formation yesterday.
Entering the door of the moon illumination sect would mean entering the flight prohibiting formation.
The flight prohibiting formation in this sect's even more advanced than the one in our Mound Hill city. You have to be a saint stage powerhouse to be able to fly in the sect. Fang Hui explained. I see. Xionghu came to a realization as Duan Ling Tian got the answer to his question too. The flight prohibiting formation is magical. Saint stage?
There seems to be only a handful of them in the entire moon illumination sect. That means there's only a few of them who could fly in the moon illumination sect's air. Eventually, they arrived at a vast square after following the crowd. There was a high stone platform in the middle of the square. The stone platform was massive. It was as big as a football field from the planet where Duan Ling Tian lived in his past life. There were an old man and two middle-aged men standing on the stone platform at the moment.
The two middle-aged men stood behind the old man while the old man took the lead.
So many people? Duan Ling Tian looked around when he arrived near the stone platform. He noticed many people gathering around. There were close to 200 people.
Apart from the city governors from the 18 cities, the 180 or so people were the young geniuses who were there to participate in the entry assessment of the moon illumination sect. They were exuberant and confident. On average, each city brought 10 young geniuses. Master, did Mound Hill City bring too few people? Luojiang City too. They seem to have only brought 4 young geniuses. Xionghu commented while feeling a little puzzled.
Not all of these young geniuses come from the 18 cities, Fang Hui said while shaking his head. More than half of them are the young geniuses found by the sect's outer court elders and deacons. They sure worked very hard to have found so many young geniuses, Xionghu gushed after his jaw dropped.
The young geniuses that they found will be their outer court disciples as long as they pass the assessment. They'll be given a massive amount of merit points from the head count. Why wouldn't they work hard? Fang Hui did not find that surprising. Merit points.
Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing Fang Hui.
He had heard much earlier that the merit points in Mound Hill City could be used in the moon illumination sect too. Moreover, the items and the saint-grade martial tactics that were exchangeable in the moon illumination sect were even more advanced than those in Mound Hill City.
It made sense when one thought about it. Mound Hill City was only an 8th-rate force after all, while the moon illumination sect was a 7th-rate force. Not only that, it was a 7th-rate force that ruled Mound Hill City.
Look, it's the fellas from Luojiang City. Xionghu's eyes were sharp and he pointed out loudly when he noticed them. Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 of them looked towards Xionghu's line of sight and saw the 5 of them from Luojiang City standing far away. Their city governor Luo Yi was the leader of the pack. Luo Yi seemed to notice them watching him, so he turned around. He squinted when he noticed that it was them looking. Soon, a cunning grin appeared at the edge of his lips. Fang Hui saw that grin, which caused his heart to drop. He knew Luo Yi well enough that he was not someone to underestimate. He must be plotting against his 3 disciples to be grinning like this. Please be cautious when the 3 of you get into the sect. Although killing is prohibited in the sect, there are millions of ways for people to harm all of you. Fang Hui reminded Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 after inhaling a deep breath.
The 3 of them nodded.
Yo, isn't that Duan Ling Tian? Suddenly, a voice came from far away and was getting closer and closer. When Duan Ling Tian turned around skeptically, he realized that a young man had already arrived before him. It was a young man in black robes whose face seemed cool while an eerie aura lingered all over his body. His aura made people feel uncomfortable. After taking a good look at the young man before him for a while, Duan Ling Tian asked, feeling unsure, "Are you Yi Man?" The young man was vastly different from the young man from his memories. Therefore, he was not sure if he was the person he thought. It seems like your memory's not that shabby after all. For you to remember me, Yi Man. What? Isn't Gua Li here? Yi Man's lips curved into a spooky grin while a horrifying, cold gleam shone in his eyes. Yi-Man was one of the first human martial cultivators Duan Ling Tian had met when he arrived near Dao Martial Saint Land back then. He had been with Guoli and Lin Qingrong at that time. He was also the most outstanding disciple of the Yi clan in Fuyu Town, whereby his cultivation base only lost out to Guoli among the younger generation in the town. Initially, Lin Qingrong was going to bring Guoli and Yi-Man back to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, appearing halfway, Duan Ling Tian had gotten Yi-Man disqualified from Lin Qingrong's list since he had a limited quota and had to follow the rules of picking the winner over the loser. Never had Duan Ling Tian thought he would see Yi-Man here. One must know that Yi-Man's ability was lower than Guoli's. Where did he get his confidence from? Curiously, Duan Ling Tian activated his divine eye. One glance was all it took to make his heart pump fast. How is this possible? Yi-Man has already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was filled with shock and disbelief. He remembered that Guoli and Yi-Man were both martial cultivators on the intermediate mortal shedding stage when they had met a year ago. Today, even Guoli was only on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Meanwhile, how could Yi-Man, whose talent was below Guoli's, have broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? This Yi-Man doesn't seem like he's just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. I'm afraid his ability surpasses even Xiao Zhui from Luojiang City. Even Su Qi might not be a match for him. Truth be told, Duan Ling Tian was a little terrified. If he were to fight the current Yi-Man out of nowhere, he did not dare to say he had the confidence to do that. It was hard for Duan Ling Tian to imagine that the person who he had defeated in a single blow a year ago would have the ability to scare him a year later. What exactly happened to Yi-Man throughout the past year? Does he know Guoli? Xianghu was a little surprised. Duan Ling Tian, is he a friend of yours and Guoli's? Yes, we're old friends. Old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. Especially Duan Ling Tian. I've missed him a lot throughout the year that we parted ways. Yi-Man smiled a little eerily, giving one goosebumps. At that moment, even Xianghu noticed that something was off. Feng Hui looked at Yi-Man with the slightest fear and asked while frowning at the moment, "A devil cultivator? Devil cultivator?" What Feng Hui said made Ling Yun and Xianghu's expressions change slightly. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, only revealed a flash of surprise on his face. He realized that there was a commotion happening within the Devil Seal tablet when he exerted his conscious into his spatial ring. The tablet seemed to have detected something. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian was sure that Yi-Man had gone on the path of Devil Dao and become a devil cultivator. Everything made sense now. A devil cultivator's cultivation speed was beyond logic. At that very second, the fear Duan Ling Tian had for Yi-Man disappeared. It was no joke. With his current cultivation base, he might be able to put a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Devil Cultivator to an end with the help of the Devil Seal tablet, let alone a Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage Devil Cultivator. I suppose this is City Governor Fong from Mound Hill City? Yi-Man looked pointedly at Feng Hui and grinned. City Governor Fong, your underling Lin Qingrong let me go a year ago. I wouldn't be who I am today if Lin Qingrong hadn't let me go back then. That's why I've made up my mind to take good care of your Mound Hill City people after getting into the Moon Illumination sect. Yi-Man's eyes were observing Xianghu and Ling Yun in an amusing manner as he spoke. It caused Xianghu's expression to change while Ling Yun looked serious. Devil cultivators always had a rapid cultivation speed and they were known for their tyrannical character. Even they were afraid of him. Moreover, they could feel that the devil cultivator before them had a powerful ability that they were no match for. Feng Hui, on the other hand, was frowning. He felt Yi-Man's ill intentions at that moment. Since we know each other, I'll take good care of you too. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Yi-Man calmly and said with a wry smile. Feng Hui and the other two could not help but be stunned by Duan Ling Tian's response. You'll take care of me? Yi-Man was amazed at first and subsequently he smiled. His smile was even more frightful now. I'll be anticipating it then. Unfortunately, Guoli isn't here. It'd be perfect if she were. Yi-Man ignored Duan Ling Tian after he was done speaking and left, pivoting around. Although he could not wait to tear Duan Ling Tian into a million pieces, he knew it was not the best time to do anything to him. Otherwise, he might be disqualified from participating in the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Furthermore, the city governor of Mound Hill City was there. It was hard for him to kill Duan Tian at that moment.
Therefore, he did not rush things.
Would Duan Tian not be a piece of meat on his chopping board where he could cut him however he wanted when they got into the Moon Illumination sect? Xiong, who felt like a cloud of haze, had lifted when Yi Man left. He could not help but ask Duan Tian while looking at him, "Senior brother Duan, how do you and Guoli know this devil cultivator?" "It happened a year ago." Duan Tian told him everything about meeting Lin Qingrong, Guoli, and Yi Man a year ago. He even told him the details of their relationship without holding back.
You mean that Yi Man wasn't a devil cultivator back then? Feng Hui asked while frowning.
Definitely not. Duan Tian shook his head. He was like a completely different person compared to a year ago. I couldn't recognize him at first when I saw him just now. The changes are too drastic. It seems like he's gotten into Devil Dao, which caused his cultivation base to skyrocket. Xiong, who commented while looking petrified, "But does the Moon Illumination sect take devil cultivators?" At that moment, not only Xiong Hu but even Duan Tian and Ling Yun were also gawking at Feng Hui. They were curious about that too.
The sect doesn't usually reject devil cultivators as long as they aren't outrageous. There are actually quite a few devil cultivators in the sect, Feng Hui said.
Soon, Feng Hui snapped back to his senses and said through true energy voice transmission, "Duan Tian, although Yi Man was no match for you a year ago, since he's a devil cultivator now, you can't judge him using logic.
His abilities might have surpassed yours now.
If you see him again, avoid him as much as you can. Never fight him forcefully," Feng Hui reminded patiently. "I have a feeling that his abilities even more powerful than Xiao Zhui's from Luojiang City." Although he did not use the spiritual secret tactic to check Yi Man's cultivation base, Feng Hui could roughly estimate Yi Man's cultivation base judging from the aura on his body.
"He's on the Saint Rudiment stage?"
Xiong Hu exclaimed. "If he isn't on the Saint Rudiment stage, he should be on the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage."
However, if he's a devil cultivator, it's a piece of cake for him to get to the Saint Rudiment stage, Feng Hui said while shaking his head. His judgment and wisdom were revealed as he spoke. "But his abilities even more powerful than Xiao Zhui's from Luojiang City?" Feng Hui looked serious as he conversed further. "Is he that powerful?" Xiong Hu inhaled sharply while Ling Yun looked terrified.
Duan Tian was the only one who looked calm. It was as if he would behave the same even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him.
To him, whether Yi Man was a Paramount Mortal Shedding stage or a Saint Rudiment Devil Cultivator, there was no difference since he would be crushed to smithereens when Duan Tian activated the Devil Seal tablet.
"Duan Tian, please don't be reckless," reminded Feng Hui while frowning when he saw that Duan Tian was so calm. He thought that Duan Tian was underestimating his foe. "Everyone, please be quiet." Suddenly, an old voice rang out. It contained true energy which took over the noisy ambience. The scene regained its silence temporarily. It was so quiet that they could hear if a needle were to drop on the ground. At the same time, everyone including Duan Tian was looking at the old man standing on the vast stone platform.
He was surrounded by the two middle-aged men like a celebrity. "Welcome to all of you who are participating in our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment."
"I won't beat around the bush. I'll be announcing the assessment's rules. I'll make it short." The old man proceeded to speak after hushing the crowd. "Our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment is divided into two sections.
The first section will involve us performing the spiritual secret tactic to check on the participants' age and cultivation base. Geniuses below 40 with a cultivation base on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage and above will pass the first section of the assessment immediately.
Those below 40 who are on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage can skip the second section of the assessment and pass directly to become our outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Since we're done with the rules, I'll introduce myself now. My name's Dong Chong and I'm the outer court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. My main responsibility is to coordinate the transfer of the outer court members." The old man said slowly. "The rules." Hearing the rules Dong Chong listed, Duan Tian could not help but frown. "They'll be examining the participants with the spiritual secret tactic. Only those who are below 40 and on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage will pass the first section of the assessment. Although his current battling abilities could be compared to an ordinary Paramount Mortal Shedding stage cultivator, His cultivation base was only on the Mastery Mortal shedding stage. There was nowhere for him to conceal his cultivation base if he was being examined with the spiritual secret tactic. Senior Brother Duan, your cultivation base is only the Mastery Mortal shedding stage. According to the rules that Old Man shared, doesn't that mean that you won't even pass the first section? Xiong frowned and said in a condemning manner, "What kind of stupid rules does this Moon Illumination sect assessment have whereby they judge on just one's cultivation base and not one's battling abilities? Isn't that a ripoff?" Both Xiong and Ling Yu knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Mastery Mortal shedding stage. Naturally, they also knew that despite their senior brother Duan's cultivation base only being on the Mastery Mortal shedding stage, his battling ability was undefeatable if he were to fight anyone below the Paramount Mortal shedding stage. Even an ordinary Paramount Mortal shedding stage person might not be a match for their senior brother Duan. Ling Yun could not help but frown too. If their senior brother Duan could not even pass the entry assessment of the Moon Illumination sect, that would be the biggest joke anyone had ever heard. "Don't worry," Feng Hui reassured while smiling at Duan Lingtian and the other two who were frowning. Duan Lingtian might not be able to pass the first section of the assessment, but it isn't hard for him to pass the second section. The second section? Duan Lingtian and the other two looked at Feng Hui doubtfully upon hearing what he said. Since Dong Chong had yet to ascertain the exact contents of the second section of the assessment, they had no idea what it was going to be. In order not to stifle any talents, the sect gives young geniuses below the perfection mortal shedding stage a chance. Even if they fail the first section, they'll be able to enter the sect as long as they pass the second section of the assessment, Feng Hui said. Those who are on the Paramount Mortal shedding stage don't have to go for the second section. Meanwhile, those who are on the Perfection Mortal shedding stage will have to go to the second section as a target. Those who fail the first section will go to the second section to challenge the target. As long as they defeat the target, they'll pass the assessment and get into the sect directly, Feng Hui continued. Meanwhile, those on the Perfection Mortal shedding stage who are challenged and defeated will lose their opportunity to enter the sect. Feng Hui took the lead to explain the assessment rules to them before Dong Chong did. When Dong Chong was done speaking, the bunch of young geniuses gasped. Gasp! The 18 city governors, including Feng Hui, on the other hand, did not find it surprising as they knew the rules much earlier. That means that people on the Perfection Mortal shedding stage only stand one chance. Will they be disqualified when they're defeated and lose their opportunity to enter the Moon Illumination sect? That's incredibly cruel. There are no more chances for those who are defeated. That's understandable. A person who has a mediocre cultivation base and doesn't have the ability to defeat a Perfection Mortal shedding stage cultivator is proven to have a pathetic future. But it's quite impossible for such a situation to happen. It's usually impossible for a person below the Perfection Mortal shedding stage to defeat someone on the Perfection Mortal shedding stage. That's true. If the person's defeated by someone else below the Perfection Mortal shedding stage, that'd mean he lacks skills. He deserves to be disqualified. Everyone discussed among themselves, slowly coming to accept the rules. That's more reasonable. Duan Lingtian was relieved to find out about the second section of the assessment. To him, it was not difficult to defeat people on the Perfection Mortal shedding stage. Soon, the entry assessment of the Moon Illumination sect officially started the moment the Outer Court Elder Dong Chong officiated it. The young geniuses recommended by each of the city governors from the 18 cities under the ruling of the Moon Illumination sect, as well as those recommended by the Moon Illumination sect Outer Court elders and deacons, walked up to the stone platform one after another. They were divided into groups of 10 while being examined by the two middle-aged men behind Dong Chong. The two men were the Outer Court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, they looked like they were examining them on the surface. In reality, they were checking the young genius's age and cultivation base with their spiritual secret tactic. 36. Perfection Mortal shedding stage. Pass. 34. Perfection Mortal shedding stage. Pass. The first 10 young geniuses passed the first section of the assessment. Don't tell me that I'm the only martial cultivator who isn't above the Perfection Mortal shedding stage among these bunch of young people? Duan Lingtian could not help but force a smile facing the results. There should be quite a number of Mastery Mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. As a person who had been through this, Fang Hui knew much more than Duan Ling Tian did.
In Dao Martial Saint Land, there are many talented martial cultivators who can defeat people whose level are above theirs. But those mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators that I've seen before could only defeat ordinary perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators.
Fang Hui gazed deeply into Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he spoke. He seemed to be telling Duan Ling Tian that not every mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators were as freaky as Duan Ling Tian who could defeat people on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Just like what Fang Hui said. There were 2 people on the mastery mortal shedding stage among the second batch of young geniuses who did not pass the first section of the assessment. However, they did not give up hope. It was clear that they saw that coming.
Their goal was the challenge in the second section.
Only the participants who were disqualified in the first session would stand a chance to take the challenge in the second section.
There were more people on the mastery mortal shedding stage among the third batch of young geniuses which occupied half of them. There were even less in the fourth batch. Xianxia exclaimed absurdly when the fifth batch of young geniuses went up, "It's that fella."
Hearing Xianxia exclaim, Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 looked at the stone platform in front of them and noticed Yi Man among the 10 of them.
Yi Man stood there with an eerie aura lingering around his body which made him seem out of place compared to the other 9 young geniuses. The other 9 young geniuses deliberately kept a distance from him.
A devil cultivator? This young man's a devil cultivator. TSK. Devil cultivators' cultivation bases usually defy logic. I wonder how old he is and what's his cultivation base.
His age and cultivation base must be shocking. Let's see.
A lot of attention focused on Yi Man.
An uproar broke among the crowd as one of the middle-aged men following the outer court elder, Dong Chong, spoke. 30, paramount mortal shedding stage. The middle-aged man was talking about Yi Man.
He lives up to the devil cultivator's name. He's only 30 and he has already broken through to paramount mortal shedding stage. Marvelous. Simply marvelous.
He's even more powerful than I imagined.
The event came to its climax at the moment. Yi Man was the first paramount mortal shedding stage in the Moon Illumination Sect's entry assessment today. He was placed in the limelight as expected.
Besides the other 9 young geniuses who were standing with them, even the young geniuses who passed the first section of the assessment dimmed in his presence.
Yi Man looked smug and arrogant as he stood on the stone platform. He enjoyed being in the limelight.
At the same time, his condescending eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian. He was looking down on him.
Duan Ling Tian, you're destined to be under my feet throughout your life. Yi Man spoke through true energy voice transmission, as cocky as ever.
However, Duan Ling Tian did not bother as his expression remained the same. He only glanced at Yi Man lightly, unable to be bothered by him.
To him, Yi Man was just a man that he had defeated. He was just a man that he had defeated in the past, now and even in the future. Who was he to boast since he was just a man Duan Ling Tian had defeated? Duan Ling Tian's behavior caused Yi Man to look completely solemn. Never had he expected Duan Ling Tian to dare to ignore him even now. At that moment, Yi Man felt that the raging fire in him would explode any time. Duan Ling Tian, I swear I'm not a man if I don't kill you. A ferocious gleam filled Yi Man's eyes as he mumbled softly while clenching his teeth. Since Yi Man was on the paramount mortal shedding stage, he skipped the second section of the assessment directly. An outer court disciple brought him to the outer court area of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Yi Man was the first among the crowd of young geniuses to pass the entry assessment and become a disciple of the Moon Illumination Sect. Senior brother Duan, Yi Man was looking at you as if he couldn't wait to eat you. How huge of a rivalry are the both of you in exactly? Although Yi Man was not looking at him, Xianxia felt chills running up his spine anyway. To a petty person, even the smallest conflict could be treated as vengeance as though his father had been killed or his wife was being taken away. How big of a rivalry do you think we have? Duan Ling Tian asked him back. Xianxia was speechless. The murder of one's father and one's wife being taken away was the biggest vengeance in the world. Duan Ling Tian, be careful of Yi Man when you get into the sect. There are no kind souls among the devil cultivators, especially since he might have turned himself into a devil because of you. Fang Hui said in all seriousness. If martial cultivators and Dao cultivators are going into devil Dao for a certain obsession, then they only have 2 paths ahead of them.
The first path is to get rid of the obsession and go on with their lives. If they don't manage to get rid of the obsession, they'll either go into psychosis or, if the situation's serious, be engulfed by devil chi and killed.
Feng Hui had taken the effort to learn about devil cultivators back then.
He even had the thought of going into Devil Dao and becoming a devil cultivator for the sake of taking revenge when his wife died because of Lu Huan back then. He had that thought because that was the only way he could take revenge.
However, his wife seemed to have guessed what he had in mind, so she wrote him a note before committing suicide. She asked him to never go into Devil Dao, otherwise she would not die in peace.
No matter how much hatred Feng Hui had and how much he wanted to take revenge, he could not bring himself to go against her death wish since she had died in such a devastating way.
I've heard of that before.
Xionghu looked at Duan Lingtian. If his obsession of going into Devil Dao is to kill Senior Brother Duan, then Senior Brother Duan's his enemy for life. He would either kill Senior Brother Duan or kill himself if he doesn't achieve his goal. That's the insane part about devil cultivators. It's also the scariest thing about devil cultivators.
Xionghu was serious as he spoke.
Enemy for life? However, Duan Lingtian had disdain written all over his face when he heard what Xionghu said. He's not worth it.
Duan Lingtian had just expressed a genuine thought. He was a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator with a devil seal tablet.
As long as he did not encounter a powerful devil cultivator above the saint stage, given his current cultivation base, he could easily kill any devil cultivator by activating the devil seal tablet.
Even if it were a paramount saint rudiment stage devil cultivator, unless he lost the opportunity to use the devil seal tablet, he could definitely kill the latter as well.
The devil seal tablet was listed as one of the 10 super saint weapons among the 10 great saint weapon ranking. It gave Duan Lingtian undefeatable confidence.
However, since Feng Hui did not know about the existence of the devil seal tablet, he reminded Duan Lingtian immediately, seeing that he seemed to ignore Xionghu. Duan Lingtian? Please don't be reckless. Duan Lingtian was his sole hope. He did not want anything to happen to him as a result of underestimating Yiman.
Meanwhile, Ling Yun gazed deeply into Duan Lingtian's eyes. He saw a steadfast determination in his eyes. It was a tenacious kind of confidence.
I wonder what Senior Brother Duan has for him not to take Yiman seriously. Although Ling Yun noticed Duan Lingtian was up to something, he would never have expected Duan Lingtian to have the Devil Seal Tablet, which was one of the 10 great saint weapons in Dao Martial Saint Land. The first section of the assessment went on. There were many martial cultivators on the paramount mortal shedding stage since Yiman, but they were all above 35 years old and their talents were incomparable to Yiman's.
The fellas from Luojiang City are up too. Xionghu's sharp eyes noticed the 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City, including Xiao Zhui, go up the stone platform.
Duan Lingtian turned to look too.
It was a piece of cake for Duan Lingtian to find out the trio's cultivation base apart from Xiao Zhui's with the help of the Divine Eye. 2 of them were on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage while the other was on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage.
Xiao Zhui, on the other hand, was a martial cultivator on the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Not only did he pass the first section of the assessment, but he also did not even have to participate in the second section. He passed the assessment immediately and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect.
As for the other 3, the 2 on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage passed the first section while the 1 on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage failed. The city governor of Luojiang City, Luo Yi, saw that coming, so he was not surprised by the results.
At the moment, among the 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City, Xiao Zhui left with the outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, while the 2 on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage stayed on the stone platform. On the other hand, the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage cultivator returned to Luo Yi.
It's time for those who are from Mount Hill City to go up. A fierce gleam flashed through Luo Yi's eyes as he looked at the people from Mount Hill City, including Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian, Xionghu, and Ling Yun were among the people from the last batch to go up. They were the 19th batch, and there were only 7 people in that batch.
What?
He's only on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? How's that possible? Luo Yi's jaw dropped when the results of the examination for Duan Lingtian and the rest was announced. Apart from Luo Yi, the young genius from Luojiang City standing next to him was flabbergasted too. Was the young genius from Mount Hill City who defeated Xiao Zhui only a martial cultivator on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage just like him? Oh God, could they be dreaming? The two martial cultivators on the perfection mortal shedding stage from Luojiang City standing on the stone platform froze. The day before that, they had witnessed Duan Ling Tian defeat Xiao Zhui with their very own eyes. Xiao Zhui was the #1 genius among the younger generation in Luojiang City. His cultivation base had broken through the paramount mortal shedding stage, but he had been defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Before this, they were almost sure that Duan Ling Tian was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the truth gave them a tight slap.
Such a young genius from Mount Hill City was only a martial cultivator on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Apart from the few of them from Luojiang City, the rest did not find it odd. After all, there were 55 of them on the mastery mortal shedding stage among the 187 participants of the entrance assessment.
The remaining 132 of them were above the perfection mortal shedding stage, 12 of whom were on the paramount mortal shedding stage. The 120 people on the perfection mortal shedding stage stood on the stone platform while waiting for the second section of the assessment to take place. Most of the 55 mastery mortal shedding stage cultivators below the stone platform were ready to fight as they observed the 120 perfection mortal shedding stage cultivators on the stone platform one by one to pick the target that they wanted to challenge.
At that moment, they were determined to look for a target who they were confident to defeat.
After all, they were only given one chance for the challenge. Once they failed, they would have to bid farewell to the Moon Illumination sect. If they succeeded, they would pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect and become the outer court disciple of the sect. Their destiny depended on this fight. The atmosphere gradually became heavy.
Almost all of the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage who dared to go there had complete confidence in themselves.
Otherwise, they would not be there. Therefore, some of the 120 young people on the stone platform were anxious although they were on the perfection mortal shedding stage, especially because they had just broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage recently. They did not have much of an upper hand when it came to true energy, and they only had a slight advantage in terms of the amount of saint veins in their bodies. How is that possible?
How is it possible that he's only on the mastery mortal shedding stage?
There must be a mistake with the spiritual secret tactic. The four from Luojiang City thought to themselves again and again as their eyes lingered on Duan Ling Tian. They still could not believe that this young genius from Mount Hill City was only a martial cultivator on the mastery mortal shedding stage.
Now, everyone below the platform, please stand on the right. Please empty the left for the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who have to leave the stone platform after their defeat, instructed the outer court elder Dong Chong, loud and clear from the vast stone platform.
At that moment, everyone moved to their right, leaving a gaping, empty space on the left.
I'll be explaining the details of the second section of the assessment. The young geniuses who were disqualified in the first section can come up to the stone platform to pick your opponent. You'll pass our entrance assessment and become our outer court disciple as long as you defeat your opponent.
Of course, everyone who gets onto the stone platform isn't allowed to pick young geniuses from the same city that they come from. I hope everyone can understand that we do this to avoid participants from the same city giving in to each other. Also, those young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who are defeated will blow their chance with the Moon Illumination sect for the next 5 years. Unless you're still below 40 years old in 5 years, then you're welcome to participate in our Moon Illumination sect entrance assessment by then. Otherwise, you'll have no luck with our Moon Illumination sect for the rest of your life. Dong Chong's deafening voice spread out and was heard by everyone. The young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage standing on the stone platform would lose their chance with the Moon Illumination sect as soon as they were beaten. That unnerved many young geniuses on the stone platform. What is there to be afraid of? They're just a bunch of fellas who haven't even broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. So why are you guys worried that you'll be defeated by them?
That's right. If you can't even defeat those fellas below the stage, you're embarrassing those who are on the perfection mortal shedding stage.
No matter what, I have the confidence to crush anyone below the perfection mortal shedding stage. Many of the young geniuses on the stone platform were confident about themselves. They thought it was impossible that the young geniuses below the stone platform who were disqualified in the first section to be a match for them.
When the second section of the assessment commences, the young geniuses below the platform will come up one by one. If you win the challenge, someone will bring you to register as an outer court disciple of our moon illumination.
If you fail, please go to the area on the left. Dong Chong proceeded to speak. The area on the left was the space that was made vacant earlier. It was empty at the moment. It would be a clear differentiation for the losers to go there.
Now I shall announce that the second section of the assessment has officially begun. As soon as Dong Chong was done speaking, a young genius below the platform dashed onto the stone platform. He stood there and glanced at the 120 young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage.
I'll challenge you. Soon he picked his target. It was a young genius who was the same age as him.
However, he was overthrown in less than 10 hits. I'm in such bad luck. Can't believe I picked a tough one. The Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage young genius forced a smile after being defeated and subsequently admitted that he had lost. He jumped off the high platform and stood on the area on the left. One person stood in the disqualification zone on the left now.
Subsequently, more and more young geniuses dashed onto the stone platform. By activating his divine eye, Duan Ling Tian realized that all of these young geniuses were on the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage. There was nobody on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, let alone the early mortal shedding stage. It makes sense. It's almost impossible for people below the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage to pass this entrance assessment if they participated. Duan Ling Tian did not find that odd. As time passed by, high-spirited young geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage went up to the high platform one after another to challenge the young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage.
Soon, all 23 young geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage lost the challenge without any exception.
They're just on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. It'd be impossible if they could defeat us since we're on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. We'll defeat all of those who come to us no matter how many there are. The bunch of young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage who had yet to taste failure on the stone platform were still pumped up. At the moment, none of the young geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage below the stone platform had gone up the platform.
The failed attempts of the 23 people affected their will to a certain extent.
These people on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage are just tiny little ants. Ants that should be stomped under our feet without any hopes of getting up forever. A young man in green with a graceful face and a high-pitched voice glanced at the young geniuses below the platform.
In disdain while holding a hand fan.
Ants? Being stomped under your feet? Without any hopes of getting up forever. As the young geniuses below the platform flew into a rage, a cold gleam flashed through Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He smirked mockingly and subsequently raced onto the stone platform as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning. Duan Ling Tian was put in the limelight that very second. Come, stomp on me below your feet so that there's no hope for me to get up forever, taunted Duan Ling Tian as he stood on the stone platform, looking at the green-clad young man who had been boasting earlier. It was obvious that the young man who looked graceful did not expect anyone to get up onto the stone platform because of what he said. After a moment of seeming lost, he stepped forward while smirking arrogantly. Confidence is awesome, but if you have too much of it, that would turn into arrogance. Do you think you're that different from the other 23 who took the challenge earlier? Do you think you can defeat me and pass the Moon Illumination Sex entrance assessment? The young man in green ridiculed in his high-pitched voice. Brat, it's not that I look down on you. A Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator like you isn't even worth my attention at all.
I called you an ant as a favor. To me, you're just a piece of crap.
The green-clad young man teased Duan Ling Tian fearlessly, without holding back. Tiske. A Mastery Mortal Shedding stage cultivator attempting to defeat a Perfection Mortal Shedding stage cultivator. What nonsense is that? All of you are embarrassing yourself no matter how many of you come up to challenge us.
Do you think we Perfection Mortal Shedding stage cultivators are just clay that you can play with? The difference in cultivation base is an obvious proof of the difference in our abilities. The bunch of Perfection Mortal Shedding stage cultivators on the high platform stared at Duan Ling Tian in disdain. They did not think that there was a difference between him and the other 23 young geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage who had challenged them earlier. To them, this purple-clad young man would definitely turn out to be like the 23 young geniuses, whereby he would be destined to fail the challenge and miss his opportunity with the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, 4 of them among the perfection mortal shedding stage cultivators thought otherwise. They were Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and the 2 young geniuses from Luojiang City. Below the high platform, apart from the city governors of Mount Hill City and Luojiang City, as well as the mastery mortal shedding stage young genius from Luojiang City, the rest of them doubted Duan Ling Tian. The city governor of Mount Hill City knew about Duan Ling Tian very well. He was well versed with Duan Ling Tian's ability. Meanwhile, the city governor of Luojiang City and the young genius next to him had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's ability the day before. They knew about Duan Ling Tian's powerful ability, which was incomparable with anyone on the perfection mortal shedding stage at all. A piece of crap? Upon hearing what the young man said, instead of getting mad, Duan Ling Tian was grinning. I'm very curious. What kind of expression would you have when you're defeated by a piece of crap? What are you if you're worse than a piece of crap? Stop your foolish nonsense. What you said would never happen, mocked the young man with scorn on his face. A piece of crap like you. It'll take me 3 hits at the most to defeat you. Really? The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face was getting wider and wider. He subsequently took a step forward and initiated the attack without waiting for the young man to fight him. Silver shirt. At that moment, a layer of faint silver ray flashed on Duan Ling Tian's body, as if his body was covered by a silver armor. Due to the true energy carried by his 52 saint veins, everything happened in an instant. As soon as the silver ray flashed all over his body, Duan Ling Tian stomped and exploded towards the young man in green like a cannon. The boost in his strength that came from the silver shirt caused his true energy to be unleashed without him holding back. Even without having to perform any movement technique, Duan Ling Tian's speed was terrifying. He arrived inches away from the green-clad man in the blink of an eye. Witnessing Duan Ling Tian's speed, the young man was horrified. It was clear that he did not expect a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator to display such speed. His speed was similar to Duan Ling Tian's even if he gave all he had as well as performed a movement technique. Being swift doesn't mean that you have a powerful attack ability. I'll show you the difference between mastery mortal shedding stage and perfection mortal shedding stage now. How dare you compare your insignificant ability to mine? The young man growled in his deep voice and advanced towards Duan Ling Tian. He shook his hand fan, which was covered with a layer of true energy, in a flash and subsequently tossed it towards Duan Ling Tian. I'd love to see how you're going to take this attack from me. The air seemed to be rent like a piece of paper wherever the hand fan passed. A rapid fan ray was dashing towards Duan Ling Tian. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Ling Tian took out his sun shooting bow slowly and shot an arrow as he lifted his arm. As he performed the body and arrow synchronization, he disappeared from the young man's field of vision in the blink of an eye. That's impossible. The young man's pupils shrunk as shock and disbelief appeared on his face. The man on the mastery mortal shedding stage in purple seemed to vanish from his sight without a trace. He could not capture his trail at all. Nothing is impossible. Subsequently, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Although the voice was calm, he was so terrified that his soul seemed to escape his body. When did he get behind me? Just as he thought of that, he felt a gush of majestic energy pressing on his back like a giant hammer. He felt like he was being buried by a collapsed mountain. In the next second, he felt his body shudder while his organs experienced a violent tremor. Subsequently, he felt like he was shot across the sky without control over his body. Bang! The young man in green fell below the platform. He happened to fall not far away from the 23 mastery mortal shedding stage young geniuses who had been disqualified earlier. High-spirited earlier, his face was now filled with dirt and dust. The 23 mastery mortal shedding stage young geniuses who had been disqualified were initially embarrassed by the teasing earlier, but now they were taking pleasure in the green-clad man's misery. The most boastful man had been defeated. TSK, calling us mastery mortal shedding stage ants and a piece of crap? It seems like you're worse than an ant or a piece of crap. Weren't you boasting just now? And now you're disqualified. So, you lost because you underestimated us mastery mortal shedding stage cultivators? Your jaw must be on the floor now.
Am I right? The 23 mastery mortal shedding stage young geniuses mocked the green-clad man one after another. At that moment, most of them below and on the platform had their eyes fixed on Duanling Tian. Even the outer court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, Dong Chong, and the other two outer court deacons were dumbstruck. It was clear that what happened shocked them as well. Duanling Tian had defeated a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator in the blink of an eye. Was that really the doing of a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? The other city governors from the 16 cities were discussing among themselves while looking at Feng Hui enviously, elevating Feng Hui to cloud 9. Marvelous! I think I've seen him before. He was standing next to the city governor of Mound Hill City, Feng Hui. Seems like he's a young genius from Mound Hill City. Among the young geniuses from Mound City Hill, the only powerful one I know is Su Qi. Could he be Su Qi? He isn't Su Qi. I heard that Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi, took Su Qi away half a year ago, so Su Qi should be their inner court disciple now. I can't believe that the city governor of Mound Hill City has gotten such a freak after losing Su Qi. Duanling Tian. Feng Hui looked at the purple silhouette on the stone platform with fondness in his eyes. Many of the perfection mortal shedding stage young geniuses on the stone platform snapped back to their senses after a moment of being dumbstruck and shouted at Duanling Tian. That must be staged. It's impossible. Even if a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator is capable of defeating a perfection mortal shedding stage, it's impossible that he could have been defeated in such a ridiculous way. I understand now. The fella must have given way to him on purpose. I want the both of them disqualified. That's right. Disqualify the both of them. Naturally, some of the perfection mortal shedding stage young geniuses who had great abilities figured what was going on. His speed was insanely fast. That speed, is that what a master mortal shedding stage is capable of performing? Even I, having the ability of a peak-level mastery mortal shedding stage cultivator, don't have a speed as fast as his. If he's really on mastery mortal shedding stage, isn't that wild? Those who had spoken were perfection mortal shedding stage young geniuses who had an acute sense of judgment and ability. The young man in green managed to stand up strenuously after consuming a healing medicinal pill. He glared viciously at Duanling Tian again. How dare you disqualify me, Dengyu? You're dead. Dead to me. Although Dengyu knew that his ability was far behind Duanling Tian's from the fight earlier, that did not stop him from resenting him. Duanling Tian had gotten him disqualified. Duanling Tian had ruined his dreams of getting into the Moon Illumination sect. Uncle, this can't be happening. This can't be happening. I'm already 37 this year. I'll be more than 40 when the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment takes place again 5 years later. I won't be able to participate, said Dengyu through true energy voice transmission as he looked at one of the middle-aged men next to Dong Chong. His tone was filled with reluctance. Uncle, there must be something that you can do. There must be something that you can do. Am I right? Little you, I'm just an outer court deacon. I don't have the right to take people who are disqualified into the sect. The middle-aged man was one of the outer court deacons standing next to Dong Chong. His name was Deng Wei. Uncle, I don't accept this. I don't. Deng Yu's face was filled with grief. Little you, don't you worry. Although I can't get you into the sect, avenging you is a piece of cake. Even if the fella from Mound Hill City gets into the Moon Illumination sect, I won't let him live for long. Destroying you would mean destroying our Deng clan's future. I definitely won't let him go. A cold gleam flashed through Deng Wei's eyes as he spoke fiercely through true energy voice transmission. Yes. Kill him. Kill him. Hearing what Deng Wei said, the grief on Deng Yu's face faded away slowly. Duanling Tian glanced at Deng Yu coldly and did not bother to look at him any longer. Instead, he looked at the outer court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, Dong Chong. Elder Dong Chong, I'm considered to have passed the entrance assessment, am I right? Yes. Yes. Dong Chong finally snapped back to his senses hearing what Duanling Tian said. The entire scenario just now made him lost for a while. As a Moon Illumination outer court disciple went up to the stone platform to escort Duanling Tian away, Dong Chong looked at him while smiling. Little fella, I'd like to take you as my direct disciple. Are you willing to do that?
The ability Duan Ling Tian displayed earlier made him want to keep the purple-clad man to himself.
Gasp! Everyone gasped as soon as Dong Chong said that.
Who was Dong Chong? He was the elder of the Moon Illumination sect.
Although he was just an outer court elder, his position in the Moon Illumination sect was just a rank lower than the Supreme Elder, the sect leader, the vice-sect leader, and some inner court elders.
At that moment, the eyes that were focused on Duan Ling Tian were filled with envy and jealousy.
Damn it! Deng Yu had a drastic change of expression.
Meanwhile, Deng Wei, who stood next to Dong Chong, looked aghast too.
He had just promised his nephew that he would definitely kill Duan Ling Tian. Yet now his immediate superior, Elder Dong Chong, wanted to take the man in as his direct disciple? If Duan Ling Tian really became Elder Dong Chong's direct disciple, he would not dare to do anything to him even if he had the guts to. Although he could do it secretly, it would be all right if everything went well, but it would be beyond redemption if the attempt failed.
Elder Dong Chong, thank you so much for your kindness. But I don't plan to have a master at the time being, Duan Ling Tian said while smiling in an apologetic manner.
The people who were shocked by Dong Chong declaring his intention to take Duan Ling Tian as his disciple took a while to snap back to their senses. They then froze hearing what Duan Ling Tian said.
This brat's so ungrateful.
That's right.
Elder Dong Chong's taking him as his disciple because he values him. I can't believe he rejected the offer.
Many of them condemned him. All of them thought Duan Ling Tian was being rude. I, the scoundrel, win. A gleam flashed through Deng Yu's eyes as Duan Ling Tian's rejection of Dong Chong's request made him relieved.
Deng Wei was assured too.
As long as this purple-clad young man did not become Elder Dong Chong's direct disciple, Duan Ling Tian would be merely a piece of meat on his chopping board to whom he could do whatever he wanted when the opportunity arose in the future. Perhaps he might not even have to do the dirty job by himself.
These people from Mount Hill City. Elder Lu Huan would never let them off easily. Deng Wei grinned secretly.
Dong Chong was stunned for a moment as he heard Duan Ling Tian's direct rejection. He only snapped back to his senses after a while and smiled embarrassedly. I realized that I've misbehaved. I wonder what's your name, little friend?
Little friend. The people were dumbstruck upon hearing Dong Chong call Duan Ling Tian little friend instead of being mad at his rejection.
What was happening? In such a situation, should Elder Dong Chong not revoke the purple-clad young man's eligibility to get into the Moon Illumination sect, especially after the agitation that he was feeling? I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Dong Chong to be reasonable either. He responded while grinning at that moment. At the same time, he began to have a good feeling about Dong Chong. Duan Ling Tian. Dong Chong nodded and smiled lightly at Duan Ling Tian. Subsequently, he looked at the Moon Illumination sect outer court disciple who had arrived next to Duan Ling Tian. Bring Duan Ling Tian to register at the outer court. Yes, sir. The outer sect disciple responded before leaving the stone platform with Duan Ling Tian. They headed towards the sect's outer court. While following the outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian turned around to take a glance at the city governor of Mount Hill City and nodded at him. He then glanced at Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. I'll be waiting for the both of you at the outer court, Duan Ling Tian said to them through true energy voice transmission. Both of them nodded.
Duan Ling Tian knew Ling Yun and Xiong Hu's abilities, so he was sure that they would definitely pass the Moon Illumination sect entrance assessment and become the sect's outer court disciple.
What Duan Ling Tian did not know was that there were two dark horses among the over 30 mastery mortal shedding stage young geniuses after he left the sect's entrance assessment venue. The two dark horses defeated two perfection mortal shedding stage young geniuses. The two dark horses passed the sect's entrance assessment successfully and became outer court disciples. Junior brother Duan, I'm surprised that you have such a powerful ability when your cultivation base is only on the mastery mortal shedding stage. It's shocking. The Moon Illumination sect outer court disciple could not help but exclaim when he was leading Duan Ling Tian towards the outer court area. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly without responding. He had no idea how he should respond at that moment. The Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple who walked ahead of Duan Ling Tian proceeded to speak. What was even out of everyone's expectations was that Elder Dong Chong asked you to be his direct disciple publicly. Junior brother Duan, it was wise of you to reject Elder Dong Chong. With your talent and ability, as long as you stand out in the sect, It's possible for the inner court elder to take you as his direct disciple. Elder Dongchang's position is higher than the inner court deacon's since he's the outer court elder. However, he's lower than inner court elder when you compare their ranks. Do you think I rejected Elder Dongchang so that I could be the disciple of the inner court elder? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He did not expect people to perceive his rejection towards Elder Dongchang as looking down on the man.
Isn't it? The outer court disciple asked him back.
Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head vehemently. I've never thought of becoming inner court elder's disciple. Junior brother Duan, you've such lofty goals. I hope you'll make it, sighed the outer court disciple. Lofty goals. Duan Lingtian was stunned. You know what my goals are?
Of course. The outer court disciple nodded. Since your goal isn't to make the inner court elder your master, you must be going for the disciple position of the vice sect leader, or even the supreme elder. But junior brother Duan, I must remind you that it's impossible for the three of them to take you as their disciple unless you have a freaky talent. The same applies even though you can defeat people whose level is higher than yours. They'll look at talents that last, not abilities that are temporary, said the outer court disciple to Duan Lingtian patiently, seeming to have kind intentions.
Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. Was he, Duan Lingtian, someone who fawned over powerful people to this outer court disciple?
He did not bother to explain himself at that second because he knew that he would only complicate the situation further if he did.
Duan Lingtian arrived at the Moon Illumination Sect outer court area with the guidance of the outer court disciple. He also got his personal token from the outer court disciple. There was no uniform when it came to attire. He had found out about that much earlier. No matter whether it was the Moon Illumination Sect outer court elder Dongchang, the two outer court deacons, or the outer court disciple, all of them dressed casually.
However, each of them had a significant token tied around their waist on their casual attire. It was the Moon Illumination Sect's identity token.
Apart from the words, outer court disciple, carved on top of the personal token, there were 3 words that had just been carved on the personal token that Duan Lingtian received. It was his name. Junior brother Duan. I'll bring you where we outer court disciples live. The outer court disciple brought Duan Lingtian to the place the outer court disciples lived after calling out to him. Senior brother Yang, I've heard from my teacher before that the Moon Illumination Sect's accommodation is divided into 3 classes. The 3rd, the 6th, and the 9th. The more powerful a person's ability is, the better their accommodation is, whereas the weaker the person is, the poorer their accommodation is. Duan Lingtian asked along the way, is that true? Duan Lingtian familiarized himself with the outer court disciple along the way. He learned that his name was Yang He. Yang He had entered the Moon Illumination Sect 5 years ago.
He was 43 this year and his cultivation base was on the paramount mortal shedding stage.
That's right. Yang He nodded. The accommodation we outer court disciples are living in are divided into 3 classes. The best one has an individual compound. Not only is there a quiet room for cultivation, but there's also a vast courtyard to cultivate your Saint-grade martial tactic too. The second one would be an individual stone house. Its environment's much worse compared to the individual compound as there's no space to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. Outer court disciples who stay there can only cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic at the training field. The poorest one would be the individual cottages. Those that have just been refurbished are fine, but some of them haven't been maintained for a long time and leak whenever it rains. Yang He told Duan Lingtian about the 3rd, 6th, and 9th class accommodation areas in one breath. An individual compound. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up and he mumbled softly to himself. He had a goal in mind. He would not have to worry about the space to cultivate his Saint-grade martial tactic if he were to stay in the stone house that was poorer than the individual compounds because the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda would serve that purpose. However, it was only natural that he wanted the best if it was available. Junior brother, don't tell me you're eyeing the individual compound. Yang He's ears were sharp as he heard Duan Lingtian's soft mumble, and could not help but ask with his eyes opened wide. Is there a problem with that? Duan Lingtian asked, noticing Yang He's surprise. Of course, there is. Yang He forced a smile. Junior brother Duan, you must know this. Although I've broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage half a year ago, until now, I'm still no match for the weakest person staying in the individual compound.
The accommodation where the Moon Illumination sect outer court disciples lived were assigned based on their personal ability.
One could replace another as long as their ability was more powerful. The rule was exactly the same back at the Latent Dragon Camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Those with a powerful ability would have better accommodation while the weaker ones would live in a dreary environment. Are the individual compounds limited? Duan Ling Tian asked. He could not believe that Yang He, who had gotten into the Moon Illumination sect 5 years ago and was on a cultivation base of paramount mortal shedding stage, had yet to move into the individual compound.
It's not exactly limited. There are a total of 100 of them, Yang He explained.
100? That many? Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in surprise. You mean you can't get any although there are so many individual compounds? 100 isn't that many, Yang He replied, forcing a smile. The sect recruits outer court disciples every 5 years, and they recruit more than 100 of them each time. It'd be considered great if half of those outer court disciples pass the inner court assessment and become inner court disciples. Among those outer court disciples, many of them are stuck on the paramount mortal shedding stage for 10 years, 15 years, or even 20 for a variety of reasons, since they're unable to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and can't pass the inner court assessment.
They've remained in the outer court until now.
Some of the older outer court senior brothers and senior sisters are close to 100 years old. Yang He sighed. Close to 100 years old? Duan Ling Tian was astounded by what Yang He revealed. Yes, Yang He affirmed. There's a rule in the sect. If one hasn't entered the inner court before they turn 100, they'll be expelled from the sect. Naturally, many outer sect disciples realize they have no hope of getting into the inner court, so they leave the sect on their own. Even so, there are still many elderly outer court disciples who decide to stay.
The journey of martial Tao was like a boat sailing against the currents. You either kept forging ahead or you would fall behind. Breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage was just a matter of time for many martial cultivators and Tao cultivators who had great talent and comprehension ability.
Meanwhile, for cultivators who had mediocre talent and low comprehension ability, they might never break through to the Saint Rudiment stage for the rest of their lives. In the outer court disciples' accommodation area, there has always been 100 compounds and 300 stone houses. However, the amount of cottages isn't fixed. Yang He gave Duan Ling Tian a rough idea about the living situation of the Moon Illumination sect outer court disciples.
According to Yang He, the Moon Illumination sect outer court disciples who were living in the compounds were the best of the best among the people on the paramount mortal shedding stage.
Meanwhile, almost half of those who were living in the 300 stone houses were outer court disciples on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Apart from that, there were some outer court disciples at the peak level of the perfection mortal shedding stage who had celebrated abilities among them. Following Yang He, Duan Ling Tian soon arrived near where the outer court disciples lived. They were looking out at a vast training field. The accommodation, which had a distinct difference, was behind the training field. The cottages were the closest to the training field and the gaps between them were minimal. There were both new and old cottages among them, the latter seeming like they would collapse any time. The outer court disciples who are staying in the cottages are those who have poorer abilities, but the weakest among them is on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Yang He said. In the cottage area, it makes sense that those closest to the training field are noisier. The stone house area is behind the cottage area. Although it's better, they can still hear the commotion from the training field. The compound area behind the stone house area is the quietest, where the residents almost can't hear anything that's happening at the training field. Yang He explained everything in one breath. Duan Ling Tian looked ahead when he heard that and saw rows of stone houses behind the rows of cottages.
Meanwhile, there were compounds far away behind the stone houses, and there were exquisite little houses in each of them. Plants grew all over the compounds, which were refreshing.
Those compounds! At that very second, Duan Ling Tian's desire for the compound was even stronger. He was determined to stay in one of those compounds. There were many outer court disciples cultivating saint-grade martial tactics on the vast training field. However, they were only touching base when they sparred with each other. The rules in the Moon Illumination sect were strict since it was a seventh-rate force. Killing and crippling were prohibited in the sect. Naturally, crippling referred to injuries that could not be recovered with the consumption of healing medicinal pills. Although Duan Ling Tian was lucky that he had obtained an immortal spirit herb, before which could regenerate a severed arm and leg. It was a legendary medicinal herb after all. It was scarce even in Dao Martial Saint land. Even a 9-star healing saint grade pill, which was the highest grade that existed, could not regenerate a severed limb. Ha 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 ha. This must be our junior brother who's just passed the entry assessment. Am I right? Yang He, why don't you introduce him? A voice rang out, snapping Duan Ling Tian back from his thoughts.
Duan Ling Tian turned to the source of the voice and saw 3 people coming towards him in an instant.
A middle-aged man was the leader among the 3. 2 middle-aged men followed behind him and were clearly his underlings. It was the leading middle-aged man who had been laughing maniacally earlier. Damn it! We've been targeted. Yang He had a slight change of expression, but he regained his composure very soon. He glanced between the middle-aged man who arrived before him and Duan Ling Tian prior to greeting him rather respectfully. Senior Brother Tsangji.
Duan Ling Tian, this is Senior Brother Tsangji. Senior Brother Tsingxi ranks number 85 among our outer court disciples, Yang He introduced to Duan Ling Tian after greeting the middle-aged man. After the introduction, he secretly said to Duan Ling Tian through true energy voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, Tsingxi's an outer court disciple who is staying in the compound. His cultivation base is close to the peak level of the paramount mortal shedding stage. He became the sect's outer court disciple 20 years ago, so he's considered an old-timer in the sect's outer court. He's always blackmailing outer court disciples below the perfection mortal shedding stage for saint stones. He'll definitely ask for saint stones from you later. Pretend to be poor and just give him some to get rid of him. He'll come for you again in the future if you give him too much. There was fear in Yang He's voice. He was apparently afraid of Tsingxi. Duan Ling Tian took a glance at Tsingxi and greeted him coldly, Senior Brother Tsingxi. Tsingxi took a hard look at Duan Ling Tian for a while and said maliciously, Is your name Duan Ling Tian?
What an obnoxious name. Judging by your name, I'm sure you come from a rich family. You should have many saint stones with you. You're new to the sect, so you must know what to do to respect senior brothers like us. Understand?
Duan Ling Tian was shocked to learn that someone could actually sugarcoat blackmail in such a way.
Understand what? Duan Ling Tian asked coldly as if he really did not understand. Duan Ling Tian. Yang He did not expect him to not only ignore what he said but to also play dumb now. He could not help but stare incredulously at the moment while there was a concern in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian might have impressive talent, but he was only on the mastery mortal shedding stage after all. Even though he had defeated an ordinary perfection mortal shedding stage, it was impossible for him to fight an outer court disciple who was close to the peak level of the paramount mortal shedding stage like Tsangji.
To him, Duan Ling Tian would lose big time. Playing dumb. As expected, Tsingxi's face turned completely solemn hearing Duan Ling Tian. He said in his deep voice, Brat, I've met many rude hotheads like you throughout the 20 years that I'm here. Do you know what happened to them?
Let me tell you. Those who got at least severe were bedridden for exactly a month. There was a dangerous glare shooting out of Tsangji's eyes as he spoke while a terrifying aura rose from his body. It swept out and pressed on Duan Ling Tian like a tornado.
However, Duan Ling Tian remained still.
Why are you telling me all these? Are you trying to tell me that you haven't become an inner court disciple despite being in the sect for 20 years? Duan Ling Tian asked while grinning with his eyes narrowed. Bang!
Duan Ling Tian's retort was like a striking lightning bolt, shocking Yang He and the 2 outer court disciples behind Tsingxi.
Even Tsangji was dumbstruck now.
He had yet to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and become an inner court disciple after being in the sect for 20 years. Undoubtedly, it was the biggest pain in Tsingxi's heart and was the biggest scar that he bore.
Never had he thought that someone would dare to reveal his scar that very day.
Apart from that, the person who revealed his scar was a hothead who had just gotten into the sect. Brat.
I, Tsangji, swear that I'm not human if I don't make you bedridden for 3 months. Tsangji responded with a solemn face before Yang He and the 2 outer court disciples managed to react. He was almost screaming as he spoke. His rumbling voice echoed above the training field like an explosion, causing the bunch of outer court disciples on the training field to stop what they were doing and look over. It's senior brother Xianxia. TSK TSK. Hearing senior brother Xianxia's tone, someone must have triggered him.
In the outer court, nobody dares to trigger senior brother Tsing apart from the senior brothers and senior sisters who he shouldn't offend. This fella who has triggered him must have just entered the sect today.
Haha, seems like this hothead's in bad luck. Let's go.
Let's see what's happening.
The Moon Illumination sect outer disciples surrounded Duanling Tian one after another.
Did I say anything wrong? Duanling Tian said while smirking, facing the enraged Xingji. He did not seem to notice that Xingji was losing his mind. The both of you, watch Yanghe. If Yanghe dares to help, I'll make him bedridden for 10 days to half a month.
I'll teach this brat a lesson, Xianxia instructed the two outer court disciples behind him. He then glared at Duanling Tian ferociously, the raging fire in his body seeming like it would explode any time. Senior brother Tsang, Duanling Tian didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive him. He had a drastic change of expression. It was he who had brought Duanling Tian in. If something happened to Duanling Tian, although he would not be punished, he would not be able to forgive himself. He, are you still thinking of others when you can hardly protect yourself now? That's right. Don't blame me for the things that I'm going to do to you if you dare to move. The two outer court disciples behind Xianxia stepped forward and blocked He's left and right as they warned while grinning. He's face turned gravely solemn. Duanling Tian, things would have been great if you hadn't rejected Elder Dongchong earlier and become his direct disciple. At least, Xianxia won't dare to do anything to you under my watch if you became Elder Dongchong's direct disciple. He's heart was filled with bitterness. There was nothing that he could do to help Duanling Tian's current situation. The only thing he could do was hope that Xianxia would show mercy. However, he knew that was impossible.
What Duanling Tian said earlier was a taboo to Xingji, infuriating him completely.
It was his first time seeing Xianxia this furious ever since he got into the Moon Illumination sect 5 years ago. At that moment, the bunch of outer court disciples on the training field inched closer. They were watching Duanling Tian and Xianxia, who were looking at each other as if they were waiting for a good show to start. TSK TSK. This kid's so daring. He offended senior brother Xianxia right after he got into the sect. Out of close to 1,000 outer court disciples, senior brother Xianxia ranks number 85. This kid who just got in is asking for death when he offended senior brother Xianxia.
He'll know that his blood is red in color very soon. Eyes filled with mockery landed on Duanling Tian one after another. It was clear that the bunch of outer court disciples who were watching did not think that he could escape Xingji.
It seems like you've earned yourself some prestige staying in the outer court for 20 years. At least, all of them think you're going to crush me. Duanling Tian smiled calmly and said while looking at Xianxia. You're asking for death. Xianxia growled furiously, realizing that his foe had the guts to bring that up again. He dashed at Duanling Tian as if his body turned into a bolt of lightning. Duanling Tian stood, unmoving, at his spot as he faced Xianxia, who was charging at him at lightning speed. Is he shocked? The group of outer court disciples who were watching thought Duanling Tian was shocked from being scared and forgot to dodge. When they saw he remained motionless even though Xianxia was fast approaching him. People close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage are really strong. At the very least, he's more powerful than Xiao Jue from Luojiang City and Su Qi, whom I met half a year ago. Nobody would have thought Duanling Tian was thinking about other matters when faced with Xianxia's lightning-fast attack. Xianxia punched out as soon as he arrived before Duanling Tian, aiming at his stomach. It was like a rocket. The wind howled in its wake. There was a rule in the Moon Illumination sect that prohibited killing and crippling one another. Due to this reason, Xianxia did not aim his punch at any of Duanling Tian's vulnerable body parts. His objective was to make Duanling Tian bedridden for 3 months.
It was undoubtedly a skill, being able to cause someone to be bedridden for 3 months without crippling them.
Xianxia's punch that was laced with true energy was like a collapsing mountain. His eyes turned red as he punched toward Duanling Tian's stomach. In his opinion, His punch was sufficient enough to get rid of the hothead who had just entered his sect. This is just the beginning, Xianxia thought to himself resentfully. His fury peaked at this moment, and he vented it out on Duanling Tian. Just in time. Duanling Tian did not dodge the incoming attack from Xianxia simply because he did not want to dodge at all. Although Xianxia was powerful, Duanling Tian might be able to fight him if he unleashed his full strength when they fight. However, it would still be difficult for him to defeat Xianxia even if he unleashed his full strength. If he did not use the strange pupil, at most he would be evenly matched with Xianxia. However, he had another idea. He planned to activate strange pupil without any reservation. He wanted to use its unpredictable spatial manipulation ability to defeat Xianxia to scare the other outer court disciples. When Xianxia punched out, Duanling Tian flooded his left eye with the spiritual energy he had prepared to activate the strange pupil. All of a sudden, a tiny black whirlpool appeared in Duanling Tian's left eye. The black whirlpool spun rapidly like a bottomless pit. If anyone were to look at the strange phenomenon in Duanling Tian's left eye, they would definitely lose themselves in the black whirlpool. It was not just their attention, even their consciousness might be taken away. Xianxia's punch became extremely slow in Duanling Tian's left eye when he activated the strange pupil with his full force. It seemed as though his punch had frozen. With just a thought, Xianxia's punch disappeared from its spot and shifted next to Duanling Tian's body. At this moment, Duanling Tian deactivated the strange pupil. Bang! 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 Xianxia's fist appeared next to Duanling Tian's robe as a deafening explosion reverberated in the air. His fist did not touch Duanling Tian at all. How's that possible? Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he witnessed the strange incident. There were hints of shock and disbelief in his eyes. When he was still in shock over what happened, Duanling Tian attacked like a bolt of lightning. He mimicked Xianxia and aimed a punch at his stomach. The punch landed on his stomach as the wind howled. An eye for an eye? As Xianxia's body fell forward from his missed punch, it looked like he was falling on Duanling Tian's punch. Bang! Xianxia groaned in his deep voice as a loud thud sounded in the air. His body shuddered and he was subsequently thrown back. It seemed as though he had no control of his body at all. Duanling Tian did not stop just yet. When Xianxia was sent flying, he chased after him with his rapid speed. When Xianxia fell to the ground after he was sent flying more than tens of meters away, Duanling Tian kicked the middle of his back and he was sent flying into the air again. Xianxia, who was trying to hold back from throwing up blood from the first punch earlier, could not endure anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. That was not all. His organs trembled, and he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. All this happened while he was sent flying into the air like a rocket. Bang! Another loud noise reverberated in the air. Duanling Tian stomped both his feet, causing a crack that was similar to a spider web to appear on the ground. Subsequently, he shot up into the air and chased after Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed dramatically when he heard the sound of wind whistling coming from below. At this moment, he discovered he was in a precarious situation. Without further hesitation, he consumed a healing medicinal pill immediately. He moved both of his legs and arms in the air and managed to turn around after he recovered a little. I'm going to kill you. Xianxia did not have the time to figure out why his punch shifted earlier. At this very moment, his attention was fully focused on Duanling Tian, who was rushing at him after he had used his stomp as leverage to shoot up into the sky. Whoosh! 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 His legs spun like a windmill as he shot down from the impact. At this moment, a 7-foot spear appeared in Xianxia's hand. A ferocious ray flashed at the tip of the spear. When he shook it, it seemed as though it was capable of tearing the sky apart. It swept toward Duanling Tian in an attempt to crush him. The spear in Xianxia's hand was, naturally, not an ordinary weapon. It was a human-rank prominent saint weapon. Although Xianxia suffered serious injury and the energy he used was not at its peak, the spear still seemed powerful and unstoppable. Bang! Xianxia could almost see the scene of the purple-clad young man being defeated. However, he was shocked to discover the strange incident from earlier had happened again. The spear that was supposed to land on Duanling Tian's body strangely appeared next to him again.
The powerful attack missed Duanling Tian once again and appeared behind his robe. He became vulnerable before Duanling Tian again.
The first time it happened might have been an accident. However, could it still be considered as an accident if it happened twice?
Who are you exactly? Xianxia was terrified as he looked at the purple-clad young man who was approaching him. Fear rose from the depth of his heart. He could not figure out how the same strange thing could happen twice, and he could not help but feel terrified.
At this moment, Duanling Tian was no different from a ghost to him. Bang! Duanling Tian punched out again, causing him to shoot up into the sky. Although there was flight-prohibiting formation above the moon illumination sex estate, Duanling Tian managed to shoot himself up into the sky and catch up to Xianxia by using his strength as leverage.
I surrender.
What are you trying to do? Xianxia spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and he had lost all will to fight from his injuries. His face changed drastically when he saw Duanling Tian was still coming at him.
He no longer dared to attack Duanling Tian at this moment.
Who was he kidding? His attacks could not land on Duanling Tian at all.
Although my spiritual energy is much more powerful since I've broken through to the Master Immortal shedding stage, it's still difficult to activate Strange Pupil. I can activate it twice consecutively at the most. Duanling Tian felt dizzy as he chased after Xianxia.
It was a sign that his spiritual energy was almost depleted.
He was certain if Xianxia were to attack at this moment, he would not be able to endure it.
Apart from feeling dizzy, he felt as though his limbs had lost all strength. At this moment, he had lost his ability to attack Xianxia again. The only thing he could do was to step on Xianxia's body as he fell from the sky. Xianxia was relieved when he saw Duanling Tian no longer had any intention of attacking him. However, his expression changed completely when he realized Duanling Tian had no intention of lessening the impact of their fall. As the sound of wind whistling blew past his ears, they were fast approaching the ground.
Bang! Bang!
Although he was severely injured, he did not hesitate and punched the ground. 2 rumbling airwaves were smashed onto the ground, and the impact decelerated his falling speed.
At this very second, Xianxia was totally exhausted. He let his body slam on the ground as dirt flew everywhere.
He was relieved despite the pain he felt all over his body. He was thankful for the 2 punches he threw earlier.
Otherwise, he would be the first outer court disciple to die from falling in the history of the Moon Illumination sect.
At the same time, Duanling Tian landed next to Xianxia. He looked at him condescendingly. His eyes were cold and emotionless.
Xianxia was truly scared. After mustering up the last of his strength, he said, I surrender.
Gasp! At this moment, the group of outer court disciples finally regained their senses. They were shocked since they had seen everything that had happened earlier. Xianxia had been in the sect for 20 years, and his cultivation base was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, he had surrendered to an outer court disciple who had just recently entered the sect.
They would not have believed it if they did not witness this with their own eyes. Are my eyes deceiving me?
Am I dreaming? Isn't this a little ridiculous? Many outer court disciples rubbed their eyes while some pinched their thighs. They realized they were not dreaming when they felt the pain. What? He was dumbstruck. Although he knew Duanling Tian was powerful, he did not know he was this powerful. A person with a cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage defeated Xianxia. Although he found it hard to believe, the truth had already been laid out before his eyes. Xianxia had surrendered to Duanling Tian. It was a cold, hard truth he had to accept even if he found it hard to believe. I want your independent courtyard. Do you have any objection? Duanling Tian asked in his deep voice. He stood above Xianxia as he looked at him. He was holding himself up from sheer will and determination. He would have fallen like Xianxia if it was not because of his determination since he had exhausted his spiritual energy.
No objection. Xianxia tried his best to shake his head, but he realized he could not move at all. He could only reply with a bitter expression on his face. Senior brother Yang, please bring me to the independent courtyard that he used to reside in. Duanling Tian glanced at the other 2 outer court disciples who were initially standing behind Xianxia. They were so scared that their expressions changed drastically as they staggered a few steps back. Duan Lingtian then looked at Yang He. Sure. Yang He finally regained his senses when Duan Lingtian called out to him. He then brought Duan Lingtian to the independent courtyard. Duan Lingtian discovered that Yang He's attitude toward him had changed completely after he had defeated Zhangji. He had become more humble. Although it was not to the point where he was groveling, he was not as casual as before. In that regard, Duan Lingtian merely shook his head. He was not surprised. In the Tao martial saint land, the strong ones were revered. He had shown sufficient strength to crush Zhangji. It was enough to unsettle the outer court of Moon Illumination sect and make the outer court disciples wary of him. That was originally his objective. Otherwise, he would not have risked exhausting his spiritual energy to activate the strange pupil twice. He did that as a show of power. Put aside the fact that he was new and looked down upon by the others, he had to do that considering the animosity between his teacher, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, and the inner court elder, Lu Huan. If he did not establish his strength earlier, would there not be outer disciples who would provoke him in order to curry favor with Lu Huan? Although this would not settle the matter completely, it was still much better than leaving it as it is. At least, there would not be more than 100 outer court disciples who would dare to find fault with him in the outer court after today. This was his objective after all. Duan. Senior brother, I'll take my leave first. After sending Duan Lingtian to the independent courtyard where Xingxi used to reside, Yang He addressed Duan Lingtian accordingly. He no longer addressed him as junior brother. Although Duan Lingtian was younger than him, people rarely judge someone based on age or experience in the Tao martial saint land. People mostly judged someone based on strength. Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. It was only natural that he addressed him as senior brother. Thanks. After thanking him, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else to Yang He as he turned around and walked into the independent courtyard. He knew very well in his heart that it was no longer possible for Yang He to be as casual as he was after that battle, so he did not think it was necessary to waste any more words. They had met by chance. If Yang He did not alienate him because of the strength he had shown, he would not have treated Yang He condescendingly just because he was stronger. Duan Lingtian was not someone who would oppress others just because he was stronger than them. If he was that kind of person, he would not have addressed Yang He as senior brother in the beginning since he already knew he was stronger than him. Yang He was merely an outer court disciple who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even without utilizing the strange pupil, he was certain he could defeat Yang He. After walking into the independent courtyard, Duan Lingtian saw a stone table, stone chair, and an exquisite house. He saw the simple decorations inside when he pushed the door open to enter the house. Apart from a bed, there were only a few adornments. The room seemed less monotonous because of the adornments. After closing the door and confirming the windows were tightly shut, Duan Lingtian retrieved the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and turned it into a speck of dust. Soon after, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the room with just a thought. Naturally, he did not really disappear. He had entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Hua. The first thing Duan Lingtian did after entering the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was not to cultivate on the 2nd level but to find Elder Hua. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with excitement as he gazed at Elder Hua. I've refined the little devil dragon's blood and produced 5 drops of blood essence. The drops of blood essence are in here, Elder Hua said as he threw a small bottle over to him as though he was disposing trash. Duan Lingtian was afraid the small bottle might fall and break as he watched it fly toward him, and he hurriedly caught it. You'll only need 1 drop. You can give the other 4 drops to others, Elder Hua said. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and nodded slowly. He would use 1 drop. 2 of the 4 remaining drops would be given to his 2 fiancées. The last 2 drops would be given to either Little Black, Little White, or Little Gold. He did not count his 2 unborn children. It was not that he had forgotten about them, but he felt it would be better if the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence was used on the saber's blade. Whether it was his 2 fiancées or the 3 little fellows, they were close to entering the Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence was only beneficial for condensing the variant beast phenomenon. Only God knew when his 2 unborn children would break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover,
He believed that by the time his children broke through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he would certainly be capable of acquiring blood essence from the other five-clawed divine dragons.
I suggest you give the 2 drops of the little devil dragon's blood essence to the white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy, Elder Hua said.
Little white, little black. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew who the white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy Elder Hua had mentioned. They were originally WYRM Python. If they use the little devil dragon's blood essence, it'll transform their bloodline, Elder Hua added. Duan Ling Tian was naturally convinced by Elder Hua's words. It seems like Little Gold has no fate with this 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence.
Duan Ling Tian even wondered if he should avoid Little Gold when he gives the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence to Little White and Little Black.
After informing Elder Hua, Duan Ling Tian went up to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He retrieved 1 drop of the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence from the small bottle after he sat down cross-legged. No wonder it's the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. The aura is so dense. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he looked at the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence in his hands.
After it had left the bottle, he could clearly feel the 1 drop of 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence emitting a majestic blood chi.
If I'm an ordinary person, this blood chi would have killed me, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As for the method to fuse the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, it was not too difficult. He would separate it with his true energy and lead it around his body and circulate it along his saint veins. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. 9 Dragons Form. In Duan Ling Tian's body, the 9 dragons were transporting the true energy and devil dragon's blood essence and circulating one great chi circulatory cycle after another. It was not very different from his usual cultivation.
After circulating about 30 great chi cycle, Duan Ling Tian could feel the blood essence had already passed through all 52 saint veins in his body and fused with his body.
He clearly felt that his entire body had undergone changes due to the fused blood essence.
Whether it was his flesh, blood, bones, veins, or skin, they seemed to have undergone a tremendous change and become more powerful than before.
Is this an illusion? Duan Ling Tian gasped inwardly.
As far as he knew, when ordinary martial or Dao cultivators at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage fused with a Saint Beast's blood essence, their body would not change.
They could only form a corresponding variant beast phenomenon once they reached the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Other than that, there were no other uses for a Saint Beast's blood essence.
However, when he fused with the blood essence of the 5-clawed devil dragon, he discovered that his body seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change again.
He had a similar experience once when the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda used its remaining power to transform his body previously.
Naturally, the changes this time were not as dramatic as the previous time. I really don't know if it's just my imagination or did my body really get stronger? After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian began to experiment.
Boom, 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 boom. Duan Ling Tian did not utilize any true energy as he began to punch, kick, and rapidly move in the air with just his brute strength.
The sound of air explosions sounded in the wake of his punches and kicks.
I really became stronger. After experimenting for a while, Duan Ling Tian stopped and looked down at his opened hands. His expression was a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the changes in his body after his experiment.
Although the transformation this time was not as drastic as the previous time, the improvement was still quite extreme. With my transformed body, I'm confident I can defeat Xingji without utilizing the strange pupil if I meet him again. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence.
Previously, if he did not utilize the unpredictable ability of the strange pupil, he would be evenly matched with Xingji at the most.
He knew his ability very well.
Now, even without the unpredictable abilities of the strange pupil, I can fight with a martial or Dao cultivator at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. In fact, ordinary martial or Dao cultivators at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage might not even be a match for me. After his body had fused with the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence and undergone another transformation, Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence.
He felt indomitable and invincible.
There are more benefits from the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, Wait until I break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. I'll be able to condense the Divine Dragon phenomenon with this drop of 5-clawed Devil Dragon's blood essence that I fused into my body today. Moreover, it is a 5-clawed Divine Dragon phenomenon. Duan Ling Tian became even more excited when he thought about this. At this moment, it was as though he could already see himself fighting alongside a 5-clawed Divine Dragon phenomenon after he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. His strength was already invincible among those with the same cultivation base. In addition to the 5-clawed Divine Dragon phenomenon, there was no doubt he was like a tiger that had been given wings. I'm confident that the day I break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage will be the day I become invincible in regards to those below the Saint stage. Duan Ling Tian finally managed to suppress the excitement in his heart after half a day. It's important that I break through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage as soon as I can. Once I make another breakthrough, not to mention all those below the Saint Rudiment stage, even those at the early Saint Rudiment stage might not be my match. When he thought of that, Duan Ling Tian immediately sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate diligently with a Saint Stone in his hands. In the early and intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, there were no special moves apart from the transformation in the Qi and changes in one's true energy. The special moves could only be mastered and used once one had broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. One would be able to use the True Energy Consolidated Weapon at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. True Energy Consolidated Weapon would condense true energy into a relic that could aid one in defeating one's opponent without affecting one's attack. This was a powerful move that those at or above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage possessed. It was also the reason the gap between the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and the Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage was so wide. If those at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage did not use the True Energy Consolidated Weapon, those at the Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage might be able to endure for a while even if they could not defeat those at Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Once they used the True Energy Consolidated Weapon, they would be able to defeat someone at the Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage in just a blink of an eye. It was similar to when Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, Lu Huan, battled the city governor of Mount Hill City, Feng Hui, at the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Initially, Feng Hui could endure Zhou Qi's numerous attacks. However, Feng Hui was instantly defeated when Zhou Qi condensed his true energy into a relic, a huge hammer that fell on Fan Hui. The gap between the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and the Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage was obvious. Although the two cultivation bases were only separated by one level, the gap was insurmountable once the former fully utilized their strength. Duan Ling Tian was cultivating on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and had secluded himself from the outside world. Therefore, he did not know a huge commotion had broken out outside because he had defeated Xingji. An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect had defeated Xingji, whose strength was ranked number 85 in the outer court on his first day before he even found a place to stay. In the Moon Illumination sect, it seems that we've never had anyone who managed to defeat someone ranked in the top 100 in the outer court when they've just entered the sect. Our Moon Illumination sect has always only recruited young prodigies below the age of 40. These young prodigies may be very talented, but it's still outrageous for them to defeat someone ranked in the top 100 in the outer court when they've just entered the section. Those who rank in the top 100 in the outer court, which one of them isn't near the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. These people can thoroughly crush ordinary martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage. It seems that Duan Ling Tian will go down in history as someone who managed to defeat someone who ranks in the top 100 in the outer despite the fact that he had just entered the sect. If I didn't personally witness it, I would have a hard time believing such a freak exists. A freak like this will be considered as a rare martial Dao prodigy even in the entire Dao martial saint land, right? In the outer court, a group of senior outer court disciples was discussing among themselves. They had a shocked expression on their faces as they discussed how Duan Ling Tian thoroughly defeated Xingji. Although many outer court disciples saw the scene when Xingji launched his first attack and how his fist had strangely missed Duan Ling Tian, most of them thought they had seen wrongly. As for the second time when Xingji attacked with the Saint Weapon Spear, they did not see it when it shifted because they were too far apart. If they had seen it, it would have been the focus of their conversation now. Yang He, you're the one that brought Duan Ling Tian in.
Do you know his background? Soon after, many people went to Yanghe. They were all curious about Duanling Tian's background. They were curious about what kind of magnificent place was capable of raising such a freak.
I don't know. Yanghe shook his head. He had gone up to the back of the stone platform to receive Duanling Tian, so he did not hear the whispers among the group of people in front of the stone platform. He was not aware that Duanling Tian came from Mound Hill City. I didn't expect the recently recruited outer court disciples to have such a high quality. That Duanling Tian seems to be the 13th one to be at the paramount mortal shedding stage. One of the outer court disciples exclaimed.
A decade ago, when I passed the entrance exam to join the sect, there were only 9 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Another outer court disciple could not help but sigh.
That's still much better than the time I joined. At that time, there were only 5 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Another outer court disciple said. The few outer court disciples surrounding Yanghe discussed among themselves. They were shaking their heads repeatedly that it seemed as though their heads were about to fall off. He's not at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Yanghe said with a frown. Yanghe's words were like a drop of rain in a drought. It instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding outer court disciples. All of them fell silent immediately. Yanghe, who's not at the paramount mortal shedding stage.
You don't mean Duanling Tian, do you?
What a joke. Duanling Tian defeated Xianxia. Even the 12 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage who had joined before him had to obediently hand over their saint stones to Xianxia when he extorted it from them. You're telling me that Duanling Tian isn't at the paramount mortal shedding stage? Yanghe, do you think we're so foolish? The outer court disciples surrounding Yanghe became noisy again. He's really not at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Yanghe smiled bitterly. He was not surprised that the people in front of him did not believe him. If he was in their shoes, he also would not have believed the person who had defeated Xianxia was not at the paramount mortal shedding stage. A few outer court disciples could not help but frown when they saw the bitter smile on Yanghe's face. Judging by Yanghe's expression, it did not seem like he was lying. Unless he's at the Saint Rudiment stage? One of the outer court disciples asked with a gasp. Saint Rudiment stage. The other outer court disciples were shocked as well. They gulped in unison and stared at Yanghe intently. Yanghe, is he really at the Saint Rudiment stage? If he's at the Saint Rudiment stage, then everything makes sense. A Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, even if he's merely at the early Saint Rudiment stage, not to mention Xianxia, even the number 1 among the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples isn't necessarily his match. That's right. Shortly after, a consensus was reached among the several outer court disciples. He's not a martial cultivator at the Saint Rudiment stage. Yanghe shook his head. He's just like us. He's a martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage. A martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage? You mean he's just a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage? One outer court disciple said with a frown. Hey! Yanghe said the new outer court disciple Duanling Tian, who had thoroughly defeated Xianxia, is just at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Can you believe it? Another outer court disciple shouted toward a group of outer court disciples in the distance. It was as though he could not wait to watch as the world fell into chaos. Duanling Tian is at the perfection mortal shedding stage? Instantly, the group of outer court disciples in the distance sneered. What a joke! Someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage can defeat senior brother Xianxia, who's ranked number 85 in the outer court. Haha. Yanghe, are you daydreaming? Perhaps even Yang, he didn't expect the new disciple he guided into the sect is actually even stronger than senior brother Xianxia. Yanghe, are you feeling inferior because you've seen his strength? Is that why you're making up a story so that you can be superior to him in regard to cultivation base? More and more outer court disciples gathered around, and they sneered at Yanghe. Yanghe's face turned red because of this. He could not endure it anymore, and he finally blew up. I didn't say he's at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Let me tell you this, he's at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Mastery mortal shedding stage. It had to be said that Yanghe's words seemed to carry some weight. After he finished speaking, the dozen or so outer disciples surrounding him fell silent. Yang He could not help but feel pleased when he saw how shocked everyone was.
They were scared now?
Crazy. This Yang He is crazy. If he isn't crazy, then he must be dreaming. He was just sleep-talking earlier. Someone at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage defeating someone at the peak of the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage?
Moreover, he thoroughly defeated him as well.
This is definitely the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Yang He, you should take your medicine. The dozen or so outer court disciples were momentarily stunned before they regained their senses and began to mock Yang He even more than before.
They did not even believe him when he said Duan Ling Tian was at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. How could they believe him when he said Duan Ling Tian was actually at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage?
All of you are the crazy ones. All of you are the ones talking in your sleep. All of you are the ones who should take your medicine. Yang He glared at them as he shouted, "It's okay if you don't believe me, I don't care anyway. Anyway, you'll know if I'm telling the truth when the others who passed the entrance exam enter the sect." After shouting, Yang He, who felt he had been wronged, walked away from the crowd and returned to his stone house. There were only a dozen or so outer court disciples left behind, staring at each other. It seems like we've driven Yang He crazy. Humph. He has good acting skills. In the beginning, I'd believed him. After all, it's not impossible for someone at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage to defeat someone at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. It's not that unbelievable. Yes, I believed him a little in the beginning. Then, he actually said that Duan Ling Tian's not at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage but at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. He really thinks we're dumb.
To defeat someone at the peak of the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage with a cultivation base at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage?
That's just nonsense.
The group of outer court disciples continued to complain and curse. They did not believe Yang He's words at all.
Suddenly, an observant outer court disciple looked into the distance and yelled, "Eh!" Someone came in. It's Peng Jia. I remember that Peng Jia also followed the outer court's deacon to the entrance exam. The new face beside him is also one of those who passed the entrance exam. That new face. Have you seen him before? I haven't. I haven't as well. It seems like he's indeed one of the new disciples who has just passed the entrance exam.
Let's go.
Let's ask them.
Yes.
We'll find out for sure before we confront Yang He, who asks him to trick us. Moreover, he even got angry at us when he failed to trick us. What a good actor.
More than a dozen outer court disciples kept talking as they made their way toward the two people walking in the distance.
It was a middle-aged man and a young man.
The newcomer looked around in amazement. It was obvious it was his first time here at the outer court of Moon Illumination sect. The group of outer court disciples swarmed out and asked in unison, "Hey, Peng Jia, is the one next to you one of the outer court disciples who just passed the entrance exam and joined the sect?"
All of you are. The outer court disciple called Peng Jia was in a daze when he saw more than a dozen people crowding him that he did not answer their question. It was only natural that he was stunned by the scene before him. Even the young man next to him had stopped moving. Greetings to all senior brothers. I'm Luo Kong. I just passed the entrance exam and joined the sect. Any advice given would be greatly appreciated. The young man answered politely after he took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face when he heard their question.
Haha. Indeed, he's one of them. Instantly, many people smiled.
One outer court disciple took the lead and asked, "Luo Kong, let me ask you this. Do you know Duan Ling Tian who passed the entrance exam and joined the sect before you?" The other outer court disciples stared at Luo Kong intently, waiting for his answer. "I know senior brother Duan, but he might not know me," Luo Kong said with a bitter smile on his face.
Luo Kong could not help but feel respect for the purple-clad young man when he thought about him.
He was the young prodigy before him who defeated someone at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, even though his cultivation base was at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Moreover, he had defeated the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage cultivator quickly and in an outrageous manner. Although Luo Kong had also defeated a prodigy at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage with his Mastery Mortal Shedding stage cultivation base, his opponent had just broken through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage last month. Moreover, he had spent a lot of effort just to defeat his opponent. The entire process took almost an hour. The eyes of the group of Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples lit up when they heard Luo Kong knew Duanling Tian. A few of them were impatient and asked urgently, "So you know Duanling Tian? Do you know his cultivation base?" Yes. Although Luo Kong did not know why these outer court disciples were interested in this matter, he still nodded. It was not a secret anyway. Almost everyone at the entrance exam knew about Duanling Tian's cultivation base. What's his cultivation base? The group of outer court disciples stared at Luo Kong expectantly. It made him feel a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Luo Kong felt as though he would be committing a crime if he did not tell what he knew. "Master Immortal shedding stage," Luo Kong said honestly under the weight of more than a dozen eyes. When Luo Kong finished his sentence, the dozen or so outer court disciples instantly froze. It seemed as though they had all turned into statues as they stood there, motionless.
Luo Kong was shocked by the scene before him. Did his sentence hold such great power? What are all of you doing? Ping Jia, who was standing at the side, asked with a frown.
He began to curse them in his heart. These fellows, they're making such a big fuss in front of the new outer court disciple. Aren't they embarrassed? Naturally, he only dared to curse them inwardly. Half of the dozen or so outer court disciples in front of him were stronger than him. They were not people he could afford to offend.
The first outer court disciple regained his senses. He stared at Luo Kong with eyes as sharp as a goshawk as he asked in a shaky voice, "Are you sure he's at the Master Immortal shedding stage?"
"I'm sure." Luo Kong nodded.
He had a feeling the strange behavior of the group of outer court disciples in front of him was related to Senior Brother Duan. Senior Brother Duan is the first one before me to defeat a Perfection Mortal shedding stage young prodigy with a Master Immortal shedding stage cultivation base and join the sect.
I know about that. Duanling Tian is indeed powerful. He appeared behind that Perfection Mortal shedding stage young prodigy and defeated him before he even managed to react. Peng Jia could not help but exclaim. At that time, he had seen everything clearly even though he was quite far away. He's really at the Master Immortal shedding stage. Yang, he wasn't lying. Oh God! What kind of freak is Duanling Tian? After getting the confirmation from both Luo Kong and Peng Jia, the group of outer court disciples no longer had any doubts. They were finally certain Duanling Tian was indeed a mere martial cultivator at the Master Immortal shedding stage.
For a time, they stared at each other with hints of shock and disbelief in their eyes. What happened? Peng Jia asked. He felt that something was not right.
Luo Kong was also puzzled. Shortly after, Peng Jia and Luo Kong finally learned about what had transpired when one of the outer court disciples recounted what happened. Duanling Tian had defeated an outer court disciple as soon as he entered the outer court. That outer court disciple's name was Xianxia. Initially, Luo Kong did not think anything was amiss. After all, it took Duanling Tian just an instant to defeat a young prodigy at the Perfection Mortal shedding stage. He would not be surprised even if Duanling Tian could defeat an outer disciple at the peak of the Perfection Mortal shedding stage. Luo Kong had only reacted like that because he did not know Xianxia. Luo Kong did not know Xianxia, but Peng Jia knew him. It took him a while before he regained his senses. He shouted as soon as he came to his senses. What? He defeated Xianxia. Not only did he defeat Xianxia, but he also thoroughly crushed him. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia couldn't strike back at all. One of the outer court disciples added. What? Peng Jia was shocked again. Luo Kong also felt a little shocked. After today's entrance exam, he had gained a certain understanding of the general strength of Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples. Apart from those who joined today, the most recent Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples had joined the sect 5 years ago. 5 years ago, those people were either at the Mastery Mortal shedding stage or the Perfection Mortal shedding stage. Some of them were at the Paramount Mortal shedding stage.
Naturally, a large number of them were at the Perfection Mortal shedding stage. Therefore, the weakest among the senior outer court disciples would be at the Perfection Mortal shedding stage. Most of them were at the peak of the Perfection Mortal shedding stage.
If that Xianxia is at the peak of the Perfection Mortal shedding stage, then Senior Brother Duan is too powerful. Thoroughly crushed him. Luo Kong gasped inwardly. No. Maybe that Xianxia is ranked at the end among the senior outer court disciples. Perhaps he's just an ordinary cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Luo Kong comforted himself.
Are you sure you're not mistaken? Duan Lingtian thoroughly crushed Xingji and he couldn't even strike back. Peng Jia asked hesitantly as he looked at that outer court disciple who told them about this.
I'm certain. That outer court disciple nodded. All of us personally witnessed it. Besides, Duan Lingtian is currently residing in Xiangji's independent courtyard. He's the first outer disciple in Moon Illumination sect's history to reside in an independent courtyard so soon after joining the sect.
Independent courtyard? Luo Kang could not but help but gasp while Peng Jia's eyes widened as he trembled in shock. During the journey to the outer court, Luo Kang had learned about the living environment of the outer court from Peng Jia. He knew there were only 100 of the best independent courtyards. Those people residing in the independent courtyards were the top 100 strongest people in the outer court.
It should be noted that the Moon Illumination sect had nearly 1,000 outer court disciples.
According to Peng Jia, the weakest among the 100 outer court disciples living in independent courtyards was at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. They were the backbone of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court.
Duan, senior brother Duan defeated someone who resided in an independent courtyard?
And he thoroughly crushed him. Luo Kang's eyes widened as he shuddered. His legs gave way and he almost fell to the ground.
While the horror on the faces of the dozen or so outer court disciples faded, the entire outer court, apart from those in closed-door cultivation, found out about Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. A commotion broke out in the outer court again. Hey, did you hear? That Duan Ling Tian who thoroughly crushed and defeated Xiangji is merely a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Monstrous. That Duan Ling Tian is simply monstrous.
It's already extremely shocking to be able to defeat an opponent who's a higher level, but he defeated an opponent who's 2 levels higher than him. That's terrifying. The outer court that was original like a pool of stagnant water had turned lively.
Apart from those outer court disciples in closed-door cultivation, every outer court disciple knew a monstrous person who could defeat an opponent 2 levels higher than him had joined the sect.
However, no matter how lively it was outside, Duan Lingtian remained unaware. The Moon Illumination sect had very strict rules that were different from the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. In the Moon Illumination sect, no one was allowed to disturb those who were in closed-door cultivation unless they had enmity between them. Naturally, Moon Illumination sect also had rules to prevent people from avoiding difficulties and setbacks. While it was prohibited to disturb those who were in closed-door cultivation, it was possible to challenge someone to a duel outside of the place where they cultivated.
One would have to apply for a duel invitation at the outer court elder's office. An outer court elder would have to give their thumbprint if the application was successful.
Naturally, if they could not find an outer court elder, they could go to the 2 outer court deacons and ask them for their thumbprints on the duel invitation in order to make it effective. There were 2 types of duel invitation. The first type was an ordinary duel where no killing or crippling were allowed. The second type was a death duel.
If it was a death duel, they would need the thumbprints of 2 outer court elders on the death duel invitation.
Generally, no one would casually send out a death duel invitation unless there was great enmity involved. Moreover, even if one sent the death duel invitation, the other party had to agree to it. The death duel invitation had to have the thumbprints of both parties in addition to the thumbprints of 2 outer court elders.
If the other party accepted the invitation, then it would be a fight to the death. They could reject it, but it would be perfectly justifiable for the party who sent the death duel invitation to battle them and teach them a lesson. As long as the latter did not kill or cripple them, they could do anything they want. This was the death duel invitation. As for the general duel invitation, once it was sent out, the other party must accept it as soon as they see it when they come out of closed-door cultivation.
If one were to refuse, it would be perfectly justifiable for the person who sent the duel invitation to break in and fight even if one was still in closed-door cultivation.
The duel invitation was one of the specialties in the Moon Illumination sect. The Moon Illumination sect's entrance exam ended close to evening.
In addition to the 12 young prodigies at the paramount mortal shedding stage who had passed the entrance exam earlier, there were 3 people at the mastery mortal shedding stage who managed to pass the exam as well.
Among the hundreds of young prodigies at the perfection mortal shedding stage, apart from 3 people who were eliminated, the remaining entered the outer court of Moon Illumination sect as well. When the outer court elder, Dong Chong, and the 2 outer court deacons returned to the outer court with hundreds of young prodigies at the perfection mortal shedding stage, they also learned about the incident that caused an uproar in the outer court. Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple at the mastery mortal shedding stage who had recently joined the sect, had thoroughly crushed and defeated Zhang Ji, who was ranked number 85 in the outer court. Moreover, he had taken over Zhang Ji's independent courtyard. How's that possible? He's just at the mastery mortal shedding stage. How can he defeat someone nearing the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage? Impossible. Even if it's true, he must have planned it with Xingji beforehand. They definitely know each other and decided to put on a show. The group of young prodigies at the perfection mortal shedding stage who just joined the Moon Illumination sect was rattled. Most of them did not believe Duan Ling Tian really defeated Xingji. In the crowd, Ling Yun and Xiong who looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Senior brother Duan. He defeated the person who was ranked number 85 in the outer court. Xiong who gasped in surprise. Not only were the new disciples of Moon Illumination sect surprised, but even the outer court elder, Dong Chong, and the 2 outer court deacons were shocked as well. At this moment, they also suspected that Xingji knew Duan Ling Tian. In their opinion, this matter was unbelievable. If Zhou Qi finds out, perhaps he'll feel that he was senseless to have only brought away Su Qi away. Ling Yun thought to himself as his eyes gleamed. Zhou Qi was a personal disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, Lu Huan. He came to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City 6 months ago, killing 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in the estate and severely injuring the city governor of Mound Hill City. He even brought Su Qi, the oldest disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, away. Ling Yun still remembered, in Zhou Qi's eyes, whether it was him, Xiong Hu, Jin Yuan Bao or Duan Ling Tian, none of them was worth mentioning. In Zhou Qi's eyes, Su Qi was the important one. Senior brother Duan's innate talent is not weaker but better than Su Qi. I'm really curious what will Lu Huan and his disciples' expressions will be like when they find out about this. Ling Yun thought to himself. Ling Yun's speculations and thoughts came true that night. Due to the animosity between the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, Lu Huan, and the city governor of Mound Hill City, Fang Hui, Fang Hui's every move in the past few years did not escape the surveillance of those on Lu Huan's side. Today, someone from Lu Huan's side had paid attention to the entrance exam of Moon Illumination sect and the new disciples who had joined. Therefore, Lu Huan's favorite disciple, Zhou Qi, received the news at night. In the Moon Illumination sect's inner court area, in the front yard of a spacious residence. You retreat, Zhou Qi said in frustration. Yes. The person who came to report the matter immediately left the residence. I didn't expect Fang Hui to be so lucky. First, a Su Qi, and now there's a Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Qi's face darkened slightly. Even he had to admit that Fang Hui was outrageously lucky. Su Qi, who came from the mortal continent, was very promising. Even Zhou Qi had to admit Su Qi's innate talent was higher than his. Due to this reason, Su Qi had been given special attention by his master, Elder Lu Huan, as soon as he was brought back. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Currently, he had even entered the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Based on his strength, he would be ranked at the top in the outer court. In the past 6 months, Zhou Qi had begun to grow envious of his master's attention towards Su Qi. However, Su Qi's improvement in the past 6 months and his innate talent seemed ordinary compared to Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Qi's mentality had changed because of Duan Ling Tian. To be able to thoroughly defeat Xingji, who was ranked number 85 in the outer court even though his cultivation base is only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. I'm certain Xingji didn't know him prior to this, Zhou Qi murmured. To be able to thoroughly defeat someone who's almost at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage with a cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage, even the most monstrous person wouldn't be able to do that. A battle against an opponent who's 2 levels higher is not simple.
Naturally, there's also a possibility that Duan Tian has broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage after his cultivation base was confirmed by the outer court deacon. Although it's still outrageous for him to be able to thoroughly crush Xianxia with a cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage, it's not entirely impossible. In Zhou Qi's heart, he was certain that Duan Tian's current cultivation base was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. This was because he found it inconceivable for someone at the mastery mortal shedding stage to thoroughly defeat someone near the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Someone who was ranked number 85 in the outer court would not be an average person. If he was average, he would have been booted out from the independent courtyard by the others. I have to inform Master about this. However, I should look for junior brother Su first. I've never heard him mention Duan Tian before this. Zhou Qi went to look for Su Qi with that thought in his mind. Half a year ago, after Su Qi was brought to the Moon Illumination sect by Zhou Qi, he had become an inner court disciple under the recommendation of an inner court elder, Lu Huan. The power of recommendation was granted to the senior officials, inner court elders or those with a higher position in the sect. Although the outer court deacon's position was equal to the inner court deacon, the former could not recommend someone to become an outer disciple, let alone an inner disciple. The young prodigies that the outer court elders discovered had to pass the entrance exam to join the sect. Although there was only a level of difference between the outer court elders, inner court deacons and inner court elders, the gap was considerably wide. In the Moon Illumination sect, only inner court elders or above were considered as senior officials and decision-makers. Although the inner court elders enjoyed a lofty status, they had to possess superior strength. They had to be powerhouses at the Paramount Saint stage in order to become an inner court elder. Only Saint stage powerhouses could enter the top management of the Moon Illumination sect and laugh in the wind. After becoming the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciple, Su Qi stayed in Lu Huan's estate. He had an independent courtyard to himself in the estate. During the past 6 months, he had lived in seclusion and his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds due to the guidance and special attention from Lu Huan. Junior brother. Su Qi, who was practicing his saint-grade martial tactic in the courtyard, suddenly heard a voice outside. He paused and looked around, puzzled. He, naturally, recognized the owner of the voice. However, he was curious as to why the other party would come looking for him. In the past 6 months, the other party did not look for him after he had brought him here. In fact, as time passed, the other party seemed to be alienating him even though he was not sure if it was intentional or not. It was not difficult for him to guess the reason. There was no doubt he was jealous of the attention Master had been paying him. Senior brother. Su Qi did not dare to put on airs in front of Zhou Qi. He immediately opened his gate and welcomed Zhou Qi once he heard his voice. Junior brother. After half a year, have you gotten used to living here? Zhou Qi asked with a smile. However, his smile seemed contrived. Su Qi answered but did not nod. There was a flash in Zhou Qi's eyes as he stared at Su Qi. He bluntly asked, Junior brother, you should know that there's a disciple under the city governor of Mount Hill City called Duan Tian. Right? Duan Tian. When Su Qi heard this name again, he felt something in his heart. Back then, even his original master, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, thought he was not as good as Duan Tian. He even advised him to not fight with Duan Tian over the title Great Senior Brother. Due to that reason, he had challenged Duan Tian to a duel. Before the result came out, Zhou Qi had appeared and interrupted them. Although there was no clear result, he had to admit the innate talent and strength of Duan Tian, who came from the mortal continent like him, were better than his. Naturally, he was no longer like his former self from half a year ago. In the past 6 months, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. If he met Duan Tian again, he was confident he would definitely win. I know him. Su Qi nodded in response to Zhou Qi's question. He secretly did some calculations earlier. Today seemed to be the day of the Moon Illumination sect's entrance exam that was held every 5 years. Duan Tian must have come representing Mount Hill City. It seems that Duan Tian's performance during the entrance exam is pretty good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have alarmed Zhou Qi. It was not difficult for Su Qi to guess this. Once he entered the sect,
he defeated Xianxia, who was ranked number 85 in the outer court. He's an outer court disciple near the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage, Zhou Qi said.
What? Su Qi's eyes widened and his expression turned tensed when he heard Zhou Qi's words.
Although Su Qi had become an inner court disciple once he joined the Moon Illumination sect, he was still privy to the matters concerning the outer court.
The top 100 people in the outer court lived in exclusive independent courtyards. The weakest among them was near the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage.
Accordingly, almost all of the outer court disciples who ranked in the top 50 in the outer court were at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. In fact, the top few people were actually ranked in the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking was a list of 100 most outstanding paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouses in all the sects in the 9 sect alliances.
The 9 sect alliances was formed by 9 seventh-rate sects to jointly resist the invasion of sixth-rate forces.
The Moon Illumination sect was one of the 7th-rate sects.
Paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouses that were ranked in the Earth ranking were mostly at the peak of the mortal shedding stage. The strength of those who ranked at the end was comparable to ordinary martial or Dao cultivators at the early Saint Rudiment stage.
Those ranked at the top could even defeat ordinary martial or Dao cultivators at the early Saint Rudiment stage. It seems that even Su Qi is not aware of Duan Ling Tian's strength. Zhou Qi figured this out as soon as he saw the expression on Su Qi's face. When Duan Ling Tian defeated Xianxia, he had thoroughly suppressed him from the beginning until the end. Xianxia had no chance to strike back at all. I'm afraid he's even stronger than you are, junior brother Su. Zhou Qi continued saying, seemingly unintentionally provoking Su Qi. Thoroughly suppressed. Zhou Qi's words shocked Su Qi again.
It seems that Duan Ling Tian has improved a lot in the past 6 months as well. He might be even stronger than I was 6 months ago. However, it's definitely not by much. Su Qi gasped inwardly.
Although his battle with Duan Ling Tian half a year ago did not have any result due to Zhou Qi's appearance, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was slightly stronger than he was.
Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was only slightly stronger than him. He had thought his strength would overtake Duan Ling Tian in these 6 months since his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian's strength would also improve at such a terrifying rate. Even then, he naturally did not think Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him.
He was confident he could also thoroughly suppress that person who was ranked number 85 in the outer court. Therefore, he felt his strength should be on par with Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Qi frowned. He seemed displeased when Su Qi did not respond to him.
However, he quickly unfurrowed his brows and put on a fake smile on his face. Junior brother Su, you and Duan Ling Tian are formerly brothers after all. Are you interested in meeting him?
Senior brother Zhou, I'm not close to him, Su Qi said faintly. He could tell Zhou Qi was trying to provoke him. If there's nothing else, I won't send you off, senior brother. I'm planning to return to my cultivation room. After saying that, Su Qi turned and returned to his room without waiting for a response from Zhou Qi.
Zhou Qi's face darkened completely when he saw Su Qi closing the door behind him. Su Qi dares to rely on master's favoritism and take me lightly. Damn it.
Half a year ago, Su Qi was as gentle as a cat in front of him. However, the cat seemed to have transformed into a tiger and surpassed him now. He found it somewhat unacceptable.
However, he also knew that Su Qi had gained sufficient support. With his master's favor, he did not dare to openly bully Su Qi even if he was his senior brother.
He had no doubt that his master would disregard their relationship for this disciple whom he had accepted 6 months ago.
The things that matter the most to his master was his disciple's martial Dao innate talent. He knew that better than anyone else.
If he and Su Qi were in danger, and his master could only save one person, his master who definitely saved Su Qi, he did not doubt this at all. Perhaps, there's no need to tell master about Duan Ling Tian for now. Ever since Su Qi came, master has been rather elusive. No matter how the news spread, it's possible master might not find out. A crazy idea suddenly appeared in Zhou Qi's mind. Destroy him. Zhou Qi planned to destroy Duan Ling Tian.
That Duan Ling Tian's innate talent is even better than Su Qi. My position has fallen with Su Qi around. If there's another Duan Ling Tian, will I have any position at all at that time? Zhou Qi shuddered inwardly. If his master discovered Duan Ling Tian was even more talented than Su Qi and he was from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, master would definitely accept Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple.
He was unwilling to see that happen. His current thought was simple. He wanted to destroy Duan Ling Tian.
Even if his master learned about Duan Ling Tian's innate talent later, he would only scold him a little. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian would never get the chance to be his master's disciple.
6 months ago, Master asked me to bring Su Qi back to the Moon Illumination sect. I didn't have a choice but to raise a tiger. This time, I must destroy Duan Ling Tian before Master discovers his innate talent. There was a cold gleam in Zhou Qi's eyes. By destroying Duan Ling Tian, he did not want to give Duan Ling Tian a chance to recover. Certainly, the Moon Illumination sect had its own rules prohibiting them from killing or crippling one another. Generally, murderers would receive capital punishment, but those who caused permanent disability would be able to escape death. Although the punishment was severe, the punishment was not equal to the crime. Zhou Qi wanted to cripple Duan Ling Tian. At that time, no matter how talented Duan Ling Tian was, Zhou Qi's master would not see him. As long as he was not seen, he could not compete for attention with Zhou Qi and step on his head as Su Qi did. I think Su Qi wouldn't be so silly as to mention Duan Ling Tian to master. In that case, my plan can be implemented smoothly. Zhou Qi had a complete plan in his mind. With that thought, he left the mansion and the inner court to the outer court. Soon after, at a remote area in the outer court, someone appeared next to Zhou Qi. It was a middle-aged man. Judging by his looks, he could even be Zhou Qi's father.
However, that middle-aged man seemed to be very respectful toward Zhou Qi.
Lin Fu, you should know I won't look for you if there's nothing. Since I came looking for you, there's something I need you to do for me? Zhou Qi said faintly. Yes, Senior Brother Zhou. What's your order? Lin Fu asked respectfully. I heard there's a new disciple called Duan Ling Tian in the outer court area. He only recently joined, but he defeated Zhang Ji, who was ranked number 85 in the outer court. Zhou Qi asked.
Yes, I've heard about it. Lin Fu nodded. I met Xingxi after that. However, Xingxi said he's not necessarily weaker than Duan Ling Tian.
The reason he was thoroughly suppressed was due to some demon method Duan Ling Tian used.
Demon method?
Zhou Qi frowned. What does that mean?
He said there were 2 instances when his attack was about to land on Duan Ling Tian, but it suddenly shifted to the side and missed Duan Ling Tian.
Lin Fu recounted everything Zhang Ji had told him. Duan Ling Tian seized both opportunities to severely injure him, so he could not strike back. Humph! His skills are just lacking. And yet, he has so many excuses. What demon method? Who'd believe that? Zhou Qi snorted. I don't believe it as well.
Lin Fu nodded. I guessed Xingxi is unresigned to that fact, so he thought of such a lousy excuse. However, he didn't think through it. Even if he tells this to everyone, who would believe him?
Set this matter aside. Zhou Qi went straight to the point. Lin Fu, the thing I'm about to ask you to do is closely related to my master. Hence, you must do it properly.
It's related to Elder Lu Huan? When Lin Fu heard that, he immediately brightened. Senior Brother Zhou, please tell me. His master was an outer court deacon of the Moon Illumination sect. When he was young, he was always at Elder Lu Huan's side, and he was close to him.
The fact was, Lin Fu was just follower, but he was unwilling to admit that. Due to this reason, he could be considered as being on Lu Huan's side.
Did you know that Duan Ling Tian is from Mound Hill City? Zhou Qi asked bluntly.
Mound Hill City? Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Lin Fu's eyes widened in shock.
He was certainly no stranger to Mound Hill City. It was impossible for those on Elder Lu Huan's side to not know about Mound Hill City. It was not because Mound Hill City was one of the 18 cities under Moon Illumination sect. Instead, it was because of the animosity between the city governor of Mound Hill City, Feng Hui, and Elder Lu Huan.
Senior Brother Zhou, didn't you bring Feng Hui's most outstanding disciple, Su Qi, back to the sect 6 months ago?
Why didn't you bring Duan Ling Tian along?
His innate talent doesn't seem inferior to Su Qi. Lin Fu asked, puzzled.
6 months ago, I couldn't tell his innate talent is better than Su Qi. However, I did intend to bring him back and ask him to join my master. However, he rejected it. Moreover, he rejected it resolutely and decisively. Zhou Qi made up a story as he continued saying, "If I knew then his innate talent is higher than Su Qi, I would have killed him then and there. It was my mistake for not killing him then. I didn't expect that one mistake in the past would raise a tiger." Zhou Qi was obviously enraged. He really didn't know how to appreciate favors. A glimpse of envy flashed in Lin Fu's eyes as his face turned cold. He asked, "Senior brother Zhou, the thing that you want me to do is related to Duan Ling Tian?" "That's right." Zhou Qi nodded. "Your strength is at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage, and you're ranked number 47 in the outer court. I want you to send a duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian and force him to battle you. Senior brother Zhou, since he thoroughly suppressed Xingxi, he'll be evenly matched with me at the very least. In fact, he might be even stronger than me." I'm afraid I'm not capable of teaching him a lesson," Lin Fu said awkwardly. "I don't need you to teach him a lesson." Zhou Qi shook his head. "You don't need me to teach him a lesson?" Lin Fu was puzzled. He did not understand what Zhou Qi was trying to do. "I want you to test his strength. I'll find someone else to deal with him later," Zhou Qi replied nonchalantly. "Understood." Lin Fu nodded. "This is simple." It was indeed simple. In his opinion, it was nothing more than issuing a duel invitation. Even if he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian, he would be taught a lesson at the most. With the sex rules, he believed Duan Ling Tian would not cripple or kill him. If it was not a death duel invitation, they would have to repay with their own lives if they killed someone. "I'll wait for the good news from you tomorrow." After Zhou Qi was done, he left the outer court under the cover of the night and returned to the inner court. The next morning, Lin Fu looked for Dong Chong, an outer court elder. "Elder Dong Chong, I want to issue a duel invitation. Please stamp your fingerprint here." As he was speaking, he took out a duel invitation that he had prepared beforehand. Dong Chong took the duel invitation. Without even looking at it, he smiled and asked, "Lin Fu, who are you going to challenge this time?" Lin Fu was ranked 47th in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court. He had fought his way up there. Dong Chong thought Lin Fu wanted to challenge the outer court disciple above him when he said he wanted to issue a duel invitation. "Elder Dong Chong, the person I want to challenge this time is a little special." Lin Fu smiled. "Oh, curious." Dong Chong looked at the duel invitation in his hand. When he saw the 3 words, Duan Ling Tian, written on it, he could not help but feel shocked for a moment. "Why, you want to challenge that new disciple?" "Yes." Lin Fu nodded. "Lin Fu, you must think this over carefully. Currently, Duan Ling Tian is only ranked 85th in the outer court. It's fine if you challenge him and win. However, if you lose, you'll fall a place behind, and he'll be ranked 47th thanks to you." Dong Chong reminded him with a complicated expression on his face. Duan Ling Tian was the young genius he had taken a liking to during the entrance exam yesterday. It was unfortunate Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to become his disciple. After the entrance exam ended, he returned to the outer court and heard about the strength Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated when he defeated Zhangji. He was bewildered after he heard the entire story. In that instant, the anger that rose in his heart from Duan Ling Tian's rejection instantly vanished without a trace. He knew very well that with Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and strength, he was unworthy to become his teacher. Even if he had forcefully taken Duan Ling Tian as a disciple, he would only lead the young man astray. "I've already made up mind," Lin Fu replied and nodded. He was issuing the duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian to test his strength, not to defeat him. This was so senior brother Zhou Qi could find a way to deal with him. Even if he was defeated, he would only fall by a place. It was not a big issue. Moreover, if Duan Ling Tian was indeed more powerful than him, he would eventually move forward even if he did not challenge him. At that time, he would still fall a place. "What do you think of Duan Ling Tian?" Dong Chong asked as he pressed a fingerprint on the duel invitation. The duel invitation was made from a special kind of paper. As long as one pressed on it with one's true energy on the fingerprint would automatically appear. "I suspect Duan Ling Tian must have broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage after he passed the first stage of the entrance exam," Lin Fu replied. "It's impossible for someone at the mastery mortal shedding stage to defeat a person who's almost at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. I think so too. Since you're issuing a challenge to him, I can seize this opportunity to assess him as well. Dong Chong nodded before he returned the duel invitation to Lin Fu.
Thank you, Elder Dong Chong. After Lin Fu received the duel invitation, he instantly went to the independent courtyard Duan Lingtian was residing in. This independent courtyard originally belonged to Zhangji, so Lin Fu knew the way very well. Standing outside the courtyard, Lin Fu raised a hand and sent the duel invitation out. Using a secret force, he inserted the duel invitation at the crack between the shut door and its frame.
Lin Fu looked at the duel invitation and finally left after the scene before him was imprinted in his mind.
As long as Duan Lingtian opened the door, the duel invitation would definitely fall. Even if he deliberately placed the duel invitation back to its original spot, he would not be able to place it at the exact same place that Lin Fu had placed it. At that time, even if he intended to go into closed-door cultivation, Lin Fu would be able to barge into his house without violating the sex rules. Duel invitation? Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out of the room before he picked up the duel invitation from the floor. A month had passed since then. Naturally, that meant he had spent 3 months inside the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
Lin Fu. Duan Lingtian saw the signature on the duel invitation as soon as he opened it.
Duan Lingtian walked out of the courtyard as he casually put the duel invitation away.
I originally came out to take a breath and see where Ling Yun and Xiang Hu are. I didn't expect someone is waiting for me to come out all this time. After looking at the duel invitation in his hands, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled.
Duan Lingtian stopped an outer court disciple who was passing by and asked with a smile, "Senior brother, do you know Lin Fu?" "Yes, I do." The outer court disciple nodded before asking with a smile, "You're a new disciple who entered the sect a month ago, right?" This outer court disciple happened to be in closed-door cultivation a month ago. Due to this reason, he did not recognize Duan Lingtian even though he had heard of his name. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He could guess the intention behind the outer court disciple's question.
He knew very well he would make a name for himself in the outer court from the moment he had defeated Xingji. All of the outer court disciples knew he was staying in the independent courtyard Xing used to live in.
The person who issued the duel invitation could not be inferior to Zhangji. Such a person must be well known in the outer court. Only those new disciples who had just entered the Moon Illumination sect a month ago like him did not know who he was.
The outer court disciple whom Duan Lingtian stopped warned him, "Junior brother, next time you can't just address senior brother Lin Fu by his name. Senior brother Lin Fu is ranked 47th in our outer court."
He's ranked 47th in the outer court? Duan Lingtian finally understood. Just as he had expected, the person who issued the duel invitation was not just an ordinary outer court disciple. That Zhangji was ranked 85th, and he's already close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. There's no doubt this Lin Fu who issued the duel invitation must be at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "How timely."
Although I'm still a step away from breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage, my body has undergone an earth-shattering transformation after fusing with the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Since Lin Fu came knocking on my door,
I can use him as a test. Duan Lingtian's battle intent rose up in his heart immediately. Although his cultivation base had yet to break through, his body had already undergone a transformation. Due to this reason, his brute strength had also improved a lot. Currently, he was confident he could suppress and defeat Zhangji, even if he did not use the strange pupil's energy. He would not have been interested if that person was at the same level as Zhangji. However, Lin Fu seemed to be at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. "Senior brother, have you heard of Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian asked the outer court disciple as a light bulb suddenly went on in his mind.
"Of course I have," the outer court disciple replied as though it was a matter of course. He said in one breath, "He's the most monstrous person among the new batch that entered the outer court."
Moreover, he even made history by obtaining an independent courtyard to stay in as soon as he entered the sect. Let alone the outer court, I think even people in the inner court must have heard of his name now. Duan Lingtian nodded.
He was not surprised. He had only asked to be certain.
"With my fame in the outer court, that Lin Fu still dares to challenge me. In this case, he must be at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. It looks like I'll have another opportunity to crack my knuckles after these 3 months. Duanling Tian thought to himself.
He looked at the outer court disciple again and asked with a smile, "Senior brother, do you know which independent courtyard Lin Fu is staying in?"
It's senior brother Duanling Tian. It's really him.
Before the outer court disciple had time to reply, 2 other outer court disciple who was just passing by exclaimed out loud. Their gaze was filled with hints of respect and fear when they looked at Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian? The outer court disciple who was stopped by Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard the 2 outer court disciples' words.
This purple-clad young man standing in front of him was Duanling Tian?
Senior brother, I didn't intend to deliberately conceal this. It's just that I saw a dual invitation from Lin Fu as soon as I came out from my closed-door cultivation. I was just preparing to accept his challenge. Duanling Tian smiled apologetically before waving the dual invitation in his hand.
Senior brother Lin Fu issued a dual invitation to you? Upon hearing this, the outer court disciple who stood in front of Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes immediately as a baffled expression appeared on his face.
After a long while, he finally regained his senses. Awkwardly, he smiled. Senior brother Duan, I'm sorry for not recognizing you earlier. In the world of martial artists, the strong ones always come first. From now on, just address me as junior brother, please. Duanling Tian shook his head and sighed inwardly. It's another person who's similar to Yang He.
Senior brother Lin Fu issued a challenge to senior brother Duanling Tian? The 2 outer court disciples who were passing by immediately spread the news. In just 15 minutes, almost all the outer sect disciples, except for those who were in closed-door cultivation, heard of this shocking news.
Naturally, they knew who Lin Fu was.
He was ranked 47th in the outer court and he was powerful. Moreover, he was also at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage.
However, they were also familiar with the name Duanling Tian. He had defeated the person who was ranked 85th and took over the spot as soon as he entered the sect. Currently, Lin Fu had issued a challenge to Duanling Tian. Haha! I almost went into closed-door cultivation and missed this battle. Let's go.
Let's join in and watch the fun. Senior brother Duanling Tian is just too awesome.
He directly accepted the challenge. He's so manly.
I hope senior brother Lin Fu is not in closed-door cultivation so we can watch this fierce battle between a dragon and tiger today.
All of the disciples in the outer court moved toward the training field.
At the training field in the outer court of Moon Illumination sect,
a group of outer court disciples was standing in a circle in the middle of the training field.
In the open space, a young man and a middle-aged man were locked in a stalemate preparing to battle.
Whoosh! Without warning, the young man raised a hand, and a special light paper floated out. It finally dropped down when it floated until it was in front of the middle-aged man. 2 lines of distinctive words were written on this special paper. Apart from that, there were also 3 fingerprints on it. It was none other than a dual invitation. Although I've no idea why you issued a dual invitation to me, it doesn't matter anymore. Duanling Tian said to Lin Fu calmly after he sent the dual invitation back to him.
That's right, it doesn't matter anymore. Lin Fu's eyes flashed when he looked at Duanling Tian as he put the dual invitation away. You, Duanling Tian, have created such a huge commotion the moment you entered the sect. Today, I, Lin Fu, will teach you a lesson.
I'll show you that we, the senior outer court disciples, are not easily bullied. I've never thought the senior outer court disciples are easily bullied. The conflict I have with Xianxia happened because of him. I'm sure everyone here knows this. Duanling Tian replied nonchalantly. The group of onlookers nodded their heads. They knew this very well. Hermph!
Cut the crap and let's discover the truth through battle. Lin Fu snorted.
Aren't you the one who began to talk crap first? Duanling Tian shook his head as he smiled indifferently, a helpless expression on his face. Many people standing at the side laughed immediately. You're seeking death. Lin Fu's face turned grave instantly. He did not speak as his body flashed. It was as though he had transformed into a large bird when his true energy stretched out and fluttered in the sky, giving the appearance of 2 flapping wings. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Fu had already arrived in front of Duanling Tian. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand suddenly and emitted a dazzling true energy light. It was pointed at Duanling Tian. Swish, 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 swish. The moment Lin Fu pointed his sword, the sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air. Sword rays similar to a meteor shower appeared and rushed toward Duanling Tian. Body and arrow synchronization. Long before Lin Fu had arrived in front of him, Duanling Tian had already taken out his sun shooting bow and stored his energy. Seeing how Lin Fu had struck, he instantly shot an arrow with all his might. In the next instant, Duanling Tian stepped on the arrow and flew out, causing Lin Fu's sword technique to miss. "Take my arrow," Duanling Tian announced indifferently. With just a raise of his hand, the arrow that was solidified from true energy shot out immediately. Why did he shoot the arrow into the sky? Many people were stunned when they saw Duanling Tian shoot his arrow into the sky. Soon after, they received an answer. When the arrow soared up into the sky, thousands of arrow rays fell with a howl in just a blink of an eye. It was extremely similar to a meteor shower, and it was so imposing that Lin Fu's sword technique could not compare to it at all. If the sword technique Lin Fu had cast earlier was similar to a drizzle of rain, then the aerolite shower Duanling Tian just cast was like pouring rain. The rain poured down like cats and dogs, enveloping Lin Fu in it. It did not allow him to escape at all. What an insignificant trick. Lin Fu was at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage after all. When he snorted, he flicked the 3-foot-long sword in his hand and it began to rise and twirl in the air. Wherever the sword rays landed instantly turned into a whirlpool. Spiral sword ray. Many people exclaimed in a low voice. It was apparent they recognized the technique Lin Fu had just cast. As the whirlpool rose up into the sky, the shower of arrows that covered the sky was instantly swallowed by it until it vanished completely. It was as though they were never there at all. "Do you only have such weak skills?" Lin Fu mocked as he watched Duanling Tian fly away by stepping on his arrow. "Take another arrow then," Duanling Tian replied nonchalantly. He lifted the sun shooting bow with his left hand again. True energy shot out of his right hand before it solidified into a sharp arrow that slid on the bowstring. The bowstring trembled faintly as Duanling Tian pulled it back slightly. Currently, even after he had broken through to the Master Immortal shedding stage and had undergone 2 transformations on his body, he still had a long way to go before he could pull the bowstring into a full moon shape. No matter what, the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow was still made from the tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon. With his current strength, he was still unable to pull it all the way back. His eyes narrowed instantly as soon as he knocked the arrow. In this instant, Duanling Tian's aura seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The group of outer court disciple watching by the side had also noticed this. Senior brother Duan is going to unleash his full strength now. Xiong Hu standing in the crowd began to get excited. Ling Yu was standing next to him. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were filled with anticipation. As the arrow underneath his feet began to fade and disappear, Duanling Tian gradually descended. It seemed like there was only one person left in his sight, Lin Fu. After his eyes locked on Lin Fu, Duanling Tian's right hand that was holding on to the arrow gradually loosened its grip. Lin Fu's expression turned grave immediately. At this moment, his heart was in a panic. It was as though the arrow in Duanling Tian's hand was a great savage beast. Arrow-light strike. Finally, the bowstring trembled as the arrow in Duanling Tian's hand shot out. It was as though it had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Everything in its surrounding appeared dull in comparison. At this instant, the streak of lightning was like a meteorite soaring through the pitch-black sky. It was short but beautiful. Meanwhile, Lin Fu made his move as well. His sword rays shot out in all directions with great momentum. Boom! Before the group of outer court disciple watching from the side could react, a thunderous explosion resonated by their ears. In the next instant, they clearly saw Lin Fu, who was originally standing upright in high spirits, suddenly had one of his knees on the ground as he supported himself with his sword. Even the robe on his body was torn in half. Moreover, his long hair had also fallen on his shoulders because his hairband had snapped. Currently, his appearance was similar to a beggar. A tyrannical hurricane swept out with Lin Fu in the center, causing the spectators' robes to flutter loudly in the wind. Barf!
Lin Fu's face was completely flushed. He could not endure it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood.
When he raised his head to look at Duan Tian again, hints of shock and disbelief were clearly seen in his eyes. Earlier, he had waited for Duan Tian's attack without moving because he was confident of his own strength. He thought he would be able to take down the arrow that Duan Tian had shot out.
It was only when the arrow that was solidified from true energy collided with his strongest sword technique that he finally realized how much of a fool he was. Just the force contained in the glimpse of Duan Tian's arrow was far greater than his sword technique. Although Duan Tian did not win by much, he had still won the duel. Not only did Duan Tian manage to overpower his sword technique, but he had even injured him, causing him to look extremely wretched.
Number 47 in the outer court? So that's all to it. Before the group of people watching by the side could even react, Duan Tian had put his son's shooting bow away. He glanced at Lin Fu indifferently. It angered Lin Fu so much that he spat out few mouthfuls of blood again. Although Lin Fu was angry, he could not refute his statement at all. Who asked him to be so careless?
Otherwise, even if he had lost, he would not have lost so quickly.
When the group of onlookers finally returned to their senses, and a commotion broke out, Duan Tian had already gone to stand with Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. Let's go. Let's find another place to talk. Duan Tian led the way. The group of outer court disciples parted and made way for him as he walked.
The eyes that looked at him were filled with hints of respect and fear.
This was a world where the strong thrived and were respected. It had nothing to do with whether Duan Tian had just entered the sect, his age or his position.
The group of outer court disciples only regained their senses when Duan Tian and the other two silhouettes vanished from their sights. A commotion broke out, instantly breaking the temporary silence.
Senior brother Duan Tian is just too formidable. That's right.
In my eyes, the arrow was just like a meteorite that disappears the moment it appears. Before I even realized what was going on, the meteorite had already crashed into senior brother Lin Fu. It's indeed a stroke of genius.
At the very least, even senior brother Lin Fu, who was ranked 47th in the outer sect, could not endure it. In my opinion, it's possible for senior brother Tian to make it into the top 30 with his strength.
It's really unimaginable that senior brother Duan is merely an outer court disciple who just entered the sect a month ago. He's not even 40 years old yet.
His innate talent is really peerless.
The group of outer court disciples who were watching by the side buried their heads together in a discussion. Their tones were filled with admiration toward Duan Tian. All of you seem to have forgotten one thing. When senior brother Duan went through the first phase of the entrance exam a month ago, he was only at the Master Immortal shedding stage. His cultivation base is only at the Master Immortal shedding stage, but he still managed to defeat our outer sect's senior brother Xingxi, who was ranked 85th, and senior brother Lin Fu, who was ranked 47th.
It's impossible.
I think Duan Tian must have already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before he fought with senior brother Xingxi.
I think so too. Otherwise, it's just impossible. Upon hearing the discussion of the outer court disciples, an old man standing by the side of the training field shook his head.
There was a baffled expression on his face.
This was because when he used his spiritual energy to probe Duan Tian's cultivation base earlier, he discovered Duan Tian was still at the Master Immortal shedding stage.
Don't tell me Duan Tian knows some secret technique that can conceal his cultivation base? In this case, it's useless to use the spiritual secret tactic on him. The old man was none other than Elder Dong Chong of the outer court.
He was the outer court elder who placed his fingerprint on the duel invitation that Lin Fu issued to Duan Tian. When Xiong Hu saw Duan Tian suddenly turned and frowned, he asked, puzzled, "Senior brother Duan, what's the matter?"
"It's nothing." Duan Tian shook his head, but his heart was a little unhappy.
He did not offend that outer court elder, Dong Chong, right? It was not the entrance exam. How dare he blatantly probe his cultivation base? Did he really think Duan Tian was that nice a person?
At this moment, whatever fondness he had for Dong Chong vanished without a trace.
After they had arrived at a more secluded place, Duan Tian came to a halt and asked, "Where are two of you staying now?"
"We're not as powerful as you are, senior brother Duan." We're living in the Wooden House district now. Xianxia felt a little embarrassed by Duan Lingtian's question.
Now that you've caused such a commotion, Lu Huan will soon find out about this. After this, you better be careful and don't leave the sect. Ling Yun warned Duan Lingtian as he looked at him solemnly. I think he has already found out by now, Duan Lingtian answered nonchalantly. Ha! Ling Yun and Xiong who were dumbfounded.
If I'm not mistaken, that Lin Fu who issued the duel invitation is actually Lu Huan's man. Although he spoke in a high-handed manner, I could tell the idea did not come from him just by the look in his eyes. The eyes would not be able to lie.
Apart from the rebirth Martial Emperor's 2 reincarnations, Duan Lingtian had already undergone 2 reincarnations. His judgment was very accurate due to this. If that Lin Fu is really Lu Huan's man, then Lu Huan will be angered that he's defeated by you.
I'm afraid Lin Fu is only the beginning, Ling Yun said anxiously.
To sum it up, Lu Huan's men will definitely focus on me for the time being. Use this period of time, cultivate with all your might and raise your strength as much as possible, Duan Lingtian added. If they find out they're unable to go against me in the sect, they'll definitely shift their attention to both of you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ling Yun and Xiong whose face turned grave immediately. They knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not exaggerating just to scare them. The two of them immediately bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and returned to their respective wooden house to cultivate. Duan Lingtian's words had given them immense pressure. It felt as though a mountain had just crashed down on them. Lu Huan, Duan Lingtian muttered as his eyes gleamed coldly. If he found out about this when he had unwillingly acknowledged Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, as his teacher in the beginning, he would have remained indifferent to the matter between him and Lu Huan. However, during the 6 months he had stayed in Mound Hill City, he had truly regarded Feng Hui as his teacher due to the sincere care he had given him. The incident that left the deepest impression on him was the matter regarding the Zheng clan. The 3 Zheng clan's members had tried to kill him when he left the city governor's estate. The instant execution of the 3 people was just the beginning. On that day itself, the entire New South Town's Zheng clan was annihilated. All of this was ordered by his teacher. Put aside his opinion on whether he agreed with Feng Hui's extreme method of handling the matter, his heart was still enveloped with warmth. After all, Feng Hui was just trying to protect him and seek revenge on his behalf. He, Duan Lingtian, was not an iron-hearted person. After discovering his teacher, Feng Hui, had been humiliated by Lu Huan from the Moon Illumination sect, he had decided to come to Moon Illumination sect to use it as a stepping stone and also deal with his teacher's matter. At the very least, he had to make sure that Lu Huan dies. Naturally, that included Zhou Qi, his direct disciple. Although the Moon Illumination sect had a rule that forbade killing, these so-called rules were all set by the powerhouses. His strength did not even have to surpass the few saint-stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. He only needed to be on par with them before he could ignore their rules. Teacher, don't worry. There will come one day when you'll be able to walk with your head held high, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. After Lin Fu, I'm sure Lu Huan's men will still have other tricks up their sleeves. What's more important now is to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although he managed to win the battle with Lin Fu quickly, it did not mean he had the ability to single-handedly overpower Lin Fu. Although his strength had improved by leaps and bounds due to his body's 2 transformations, he could only overpower people like Xingji, who was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. As for people at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage, Xingji was not comparable to them at all. Today, if Lin Fu had not been so careless and underestimated him, he was not confident he could defeat Lin Fu in less than 30 moves. When Duan Lingtian returned to his independent courtyard to cultivate, the outer court that had been quiet for a month broke out in a commotion again. The spotlight was, naturally, on Duan Lingtian. Inside a vast mansion in the inner court. You trash. Upon hearing about Lin Fu's situation during the battle, Zhou Qi was livid. That night itself, he left the mansion to look for Lin Fu. Senior brother Zhou, I've let you down. Lin Fu felt a little guilty when he saw Zhou Qi. Hermph. You were defeated in 2 moves. You're brilliant, aren't you? How much did you find out about his strength? Zhou Qi asked after he snorted. Senior brother Zhou, I was careless today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat me even in 180 moves. The moment Lin Fu recalled the battle, he felt a little aggrieved. If he had not been so careless, how could that Duanling Tian defeat him?
Didn't you hear me? Shou Qi's face darkened immediately when he saw Lin Fu trying to evade the subject and steer clear of the crucial point. Senior brother Zhou, I don't dare to speak for others, but I more or less have a grasp on Duanling Tian's strength. When he shot the last arrow, he had already cast the silver shirt. This means he must have unleashed his full strength, Lin Fu quickly replied when he saw Shou Qi's expression.
Other than being a defensive technique, the silver shirt could also strengthen one's body once it was cast. This was not a secret to Lin Fu.
When Duanling Tian shot the arrow and cast that silver shirt, it was obvious that he had accumulated his strength and struck with all his might. Do you think he'll able to enter the top 30 in the outer court with his strength? Shou Qi asked.
I think so, Lin Fu replied truthfully after pondering for a while. I can't believe there's actually another person who's even more monstrous than Su Qi in Mound Hill City. I can't leave this Duanling Tian alive. If Master finds out about him, he'll definitely want to take him in as a direct disciple. The moment Zhou Qi thought of this, he began to feel a sense of urgency. He was tempted to barge into the independent courtyard Duanling Tian was staying him and directly kill him. However, he managed to calm himself down in the end. He knew he would succeed in killing Duanling Tian, but he would have to forfeit his life as punishment. Due to this reason, no matter how much he wanted Duanling Tian dead, he would not be so stupid to make a move himself. Even if I can't directly make a move, there'll be somebody else who can make a move. With Duanling Tian's innate talent, his position will most likely be even higher than Su Qi if he's taken as a direct disciple by Master. Zhou Qi had no doubt about this. He was almost certain Duanling Tian's innate talent was higher than Su Qi's. When Lin Fu saw Zhou Qi keeping quiet for such a long time as his expression changed constantly, he began to panic and called out to him, Senior brother Zhou. When Zhou Qi finally regained his senses, he glanced at Lin Fu indifferently. Lin Fu, you don't have to interfere with Duanling Tian's matter anymore. Just stand aside and enjoy the show. If you dare to wag your tongue, I'll never forgive you.
I won't.
I won't. Lin Fu swore as he quickly shook his head. Scram! Zhou Qi snorted. No matter how he looked at Lin Fu, he was still angry with him.
Lin Fu heaved a sigh of relief. When he turned to leave, he ran even faster than a rabbit. It was as though he regarded Shou Qi as a tiger.
So his strength can be considered to be in the top 30 in the outer court? This result is acceptable. It's within my expectation as well. Zhou Qi muttered as a plan formed in his mind. Duanling Tian was unaware that someone was scheming to kill him at this moment. Currently, he was doing his best cultivating on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
The 9 dragons were sovereign technique, 9 dragons form.
The 5 dragons carried the heaven and earth spirit energy from the air and the saint stones before shuttling through the 52 saint veins inside Duanling Tian's body, circulating a great chi cycle again and again. Every time a great chi cycle was completed, the heaven and earth spirit energy would transform into true energy and merged with his chi si that was the size of a basketball. Just a little bit more, and the true energy would be able to fill up the chi si that was as big as a basketball. I'll definitely be able to open up my chi si to the perfection mortal shedding stage in a month, and open up new saint veins in 2 months. Duanling Tian was filled with confidence.
Currently, he looked forward the most to finding out how many saint veins he would be able to open after he made a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage.
Although he was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, he had already opened 52 saint veins.
When he broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, he had opened 20 saint veins. In other words, when he opened his saint veins again, he would be able to open 21 of them at the very least. Even if I can only open 21 saint veins this time and another 22 when I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, the total number of saint veins I've opened at that time would be 95. And that's just the lowest estimation. The moment Duanling Tian thought about this, his heart could not help but beat faster.
Cultivate. Cultivate.
Duanling Tian was eager to find out how many saint veins he would be able to open when he made a breakthrough to the perfection mortal shedding stage.
He was not worried about his strength after his breakthrough. He was certain it would definitely be a lot stronger, and it would be on a different level.
Although Mound Hill City was far from the Moon Illumination sect, and Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, had left the Moon Illumination sect after the entrance exam had ended, he still had his own way of finding out about what was happening in the sect.
He just entered the sect, and he has already defeated the outer court disciple who was ranked 85th. Moreover, he also defeated another outer court disciple who was ranked 47th after a month. When Feng Hui found out about this, he instantly stood up with a baffled expression on his face. Although he knew that Duanling Tian's innate talent was peerless among the ordinary younger generation, he did not expect Duanling Tian to be so monstrously talented. I guess only in the Moon Illumination sect he'll be able to stretch his limbs. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is just too small, so it can't fit him at all. I think in another few years, even the Moon Illumination sect wouldn't be able to fit him. Feng Hui's smile remained plastered on his face. Although he was delighted, he could not help but worry. Lu Huan definitely won't just watch as he grows stronger.
In a secluded and mysterious place in the Dao Martial Saintland,
deep in the mountains surrounded by clouds, a figure soared up into the sky from a gigantic cave and headed straight for the horizon, dominating the sky.
As the clouds in the sky scattered, his figure gradually emerged. It was a golden-robed middle-aged man with a huge build. His face was handsome and his complexion was as clear as jade. His eyes looked majestic without looking fierce. He was like a tower as he hovered in the air, his manner imposing.
It has been 30 years since I went into closed-door cultivation. I wonder how Yonger is doing. The middle-aged man muttered to himself suddenly. A rarely seen gentle expression appeared on his noble face. It was as though the word Yonger held a magical ability. As though he was reminded by something, the golden-robed middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened, and the gentleness on his face disappeared without a trace. Humph! If it wasn't because of those old men keeping an eye on me constantly, I wouldn't have to wait until now to leave. Give me another 1,000 years, and I no longer have to fear those few geezers. Whoosh! The middle-aged man's body flashed across the sky. After a few moments, he already appeared in a secluded canyon in a deeper part of the mountains. The canyon was covered in weeds. It was very obvious that few had come here. Parting the weeds, the middle-aged man walked into a secluded cave.
Initially, the cave was as dark as the night sky, but as the middle-aged man took a few turns, a ray of light appeared before his eyes. When the middle-aged man walked toward it, the light turned brighter. In the end, it became a little too dazzling.
However, the middle-aged man did not seem to be affected by the dazzling light at all. He kept moving forward until he reached the source of the light. The cave was spacious, and pearls were piled up high like mountains. These pearls were the source of the dazzling white light. If Duanling Tian was here, he would be able to identify the mountainous pile of pearls was luminous pearls with just a glance. Moreover, the smallest of the pearls was at least as big as an adult man's fist. The big ones were remarkable. They were the size of a basketball. Any one of it would be considered as an invaluable treasure in the mortal continent. However, in the golden-robed middle-aged man's eyes, these luminous pearls were mere accessories, and they did not interest him at all. After he walked past the cavern that was filled with luminous pearls, the golden-robed middle-aged man entered a small cavern.
The small cavern was plainly furnished. Apart from a bed, there was only a table. Currently, both the bed and the table was covered in a layer of dust. Yonger! The golden-robed middle-aged man cried out shrilly at this moment. A terrifying aura rose from his body as invisible airwaves swept out, causing the bed and table to shake.
Currently, the golden-robed middle-aged man's gaze was fixed on the surface of the table.
An exquisite box laid open on the table. It was filled with glittering crystal fragments. If one were to put these fragments together, they would form a tiny transparent pearl. To be more precise, it was a soul pearl.
The soul pearl was a pearl that stored part of a human or beast soul. It was used to determine if someone was alive or not. If the soul pearl was intact, it meant that the owner of the soul pearl was alive. However, if the soul pearl was shattered, it meant that the owner of the soul pearl was already dead. Barf!
The golden-robed middle-aged man was so enraged that his vital blood and energy rushed to his heart. Without any warning, he spat out a mouthful of blood that covered half the cavern. The golden-robed, middle-aged man's body was trembling violently as he said in an extremely cold voice, "I don't care who it is. You killed my Younger, so I'll slaughter your entire clan." A thunderous sound wave swept out and overturned the bed and table in the small cavern. Roar! The golden-robed, middle-aged man suddenly roared loudly as he threw his head back. In the next instant, a golden ray shot out of his body. It was like the glorious light emitted from the sun. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the earth quaked and the small cavern was split open by an unknown force. Apart from that, the huge cave and the entire mountain that hid all these small caverns suddenly crashed, setting off the dust that soared up into the sky. Roar! Roar! At the same time, deep dragon roar spread out in all directions. A shimmering gold divine dragon rose up into the sky from the center of the collapsed mountain. Golden light emitted out of his body like a burning golden flame. As he roared, the golden dragon that was hundreds of meters long soared up higher into the clouds. The clouds trailed after the dragon as he circled around it. If one were here, one would be able to see that each of the golden divine dragon's paw had 5 claws. There was no doubt it was a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, it was a 5-clawed golden dragon. In the dragon clan in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the 5-clawed divine dragon was undoubtedly the most powerful dragon. However, there was a hierarchical division among 5-clawed divine dragons as well. The 5-clawed devil dragon was the most terrifying one, followed by the 5-clawed golden dragon. Almost all of the clan leaders of the dragon clans were 5-clawed golden dragons. Only a 5-clawed golden dragon was worthy to lead the entire dragon clan. As for the other 5-clawed divine dragons, they were, at most, elders who assisted the dragon clan's clan leader to manage the clan. Due to the huge commotion, the 5-clawed golden dragon created. 3 old men were attracted to it. These 3 old men had huge builds and looked like towers as well. Currently, they were frowning as they looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon that kept circling around the clouds. Roar! The 5-clawed golden dragon soared up to the clouds. He lifted his huge head as his big eyes landed on the 3 old men. "It's because of you geezers. If it weren't for you old men, Younger wouldn't have died." When the 5-clawed golden dragon reached the end of his sentence, he roared angrily. Yong! One of the old men was stunned. "Didn't he die a long time ago?" Hermph! Can't you tell from his words?
Just as the clan leader had suspected, Yong didn't die previously. He was hidden away by his father, Ju. The other old man snorted. "It looks like our dragon clan must thank whoever helped kill Yong for helping us to eliminate the trouble. Ju, how dare you? How dare you ignore the clan's rule? Today, no matter what, I'll restrain you and bring you back to see the clan leader to face your crime." The last old man snarled angrily. Roar! The 5-clawed golden dragon roared angrily again. In the next instant, the gigantic writhing body that was hundreds of meters long shuddered as a tail struck like a gigantic whip at the 3 old men.
Ju, how dare you? The 3 old men did not expect Ju to be so audacious and reckless. He actually dared to attack them. They were furious and reverted to their true forms immediately. In just a blink of an eye, another 3 divine dragons appeared. However, these 3 divine dragons were only 4-clawed divine dragons. Although they were only 4-clawed divine dragons, their strength was remarkable as well. The 3 of them joined forces and managed to withstand the attack from the 5-clawed golden dragon. "Seize him, bring him to the clan leader, and let the clan leader decide on his punishment." One of the green 4-clawed divine dragons roared. His gigantic body that was several hundreds of meters long quivered as it twined around the 5-clawed golden dragon, binding him like a hemp rope. Another 4-clawed divine dragon rushed over and used 2 claws to hold the 5-clawed golden dragon's head tightly. Roar! Seeing how the last 4-clawed divine dragon was charging toward him as well, the 5-clawed golden dragon sensed the danger he was in. He suddenly shone brightly as though he had transformed into a dazzling sun. At the same time, a bloody line appeared between his brows. Innate secret tactic. Ju, you're crazy.
How can you use your blood essence to activate your innate secret tactic? At this moment, the four-clawed divine dragon who was charging at the five-clawed golden dragon came to a halt. There was a horrified expression on his face. There was a hint of panic in the eyes of the two four-clawed divine dragons who were twined around and holding the five-clawed golden dragon. Boom! 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 In the next instant, streaks of golden light exploded in the sky like a golden flame. The three four-clawed divine dragons were all swallowed by the golden flame. Meanwhile, the five-clawed golden dragon had also gotten rid of his restraint. However, there was no joy at being freed at all in his eyes. Instead, dread could be seen in them. His gaze was fixed in the distance. There was a five-clawed divine dragon that was traveling through the clouds as three of its claws held onto the three four-clawed divine dragons. Only God knew if they were alive or dead. Naturally, they were the dragons that the three old men had transformed into earlier. The five-clawed divine dragon was fully crimson. Its bloody-looking scales looked formidable as it gleamed. Five-clawed blood dragon. Among the five-clawed divine dragons in the dragon clan, it was only inferior to the five-clawed devil dragon and the five-clawed golden dragon. Unlike the 400 meters long five-clawed golden dragon, this five-clawed blood dragon was more than 500 meters long. His body was even bigger than the five-clawed golden dragon, and it emitted an oppressive aura. Diju, you're too reckless. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resonated in the sky. The five-clawed blood dragon said, "Not only did you selfishly rescue a five-clawed devil dragon, but you also ignited the blood essence and used the innate secret tactic to hurt your own clan members. You've committed crimes upon crimes. Do you admit to your crime?" The five-clawed blood dragon's eyes flashed as he asked in his deep voice. "Elder Shui, I admit to my crime." In the face of the five-clawed blood dragon, the five-clawed golden dragon felt fearful. Although he was a five-clawed golden dragon and had an innate talent that was far greater than the five-clawed blood dragon, the five-clawed blood dragon in front of him was an old powerhouse in the dragon clan. He was born earlier than Diju by thousands of years. He was no match for him at all. "Since you've admitted your crime, follow me to the enforcement hall," the five-clawed blood dragon ordered. "Elder Shui, I'll definitely go to the enforcement hall. However, I must leave the dragon clan before that. I must find the person who killed my son to avenge him," the five-clawed golden dragon bellowed. "Diju, are you trying to bargain with me?" A hint of impatience began to show in the five-clawed blood dragon's voice. "Elder Shui, I know it's impossible to go against you with my current strength. However, I won't follow you to the enforcement hall even if I have to ignite all my blood essence." The five-clawed golden dragon was extremely determined.